Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. I am Roger, and today I am here to do another episode for ancient history. I don't know for sure if Carmen is going to come in or not, so it's fine. We can continue where I left off the last time. And it was getting pretty interesting too. So we were discussing Nicole Tuatalas. Actually, we were just getting ready to get to him, but I wanted to go through Tuatology and of course Nicole, and then Ningal, which is a Sumerian goddess. So we start to learn about the Phoenicians, the Canaanites, and I should have mentioned it too, but there's also a blend of Sumerian in there as well. So before we start, I am going to go get my coffee. I left it on the table, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I got my coffee. And I am ready to go. Here we go. Now, right here is page 4, and I will start reading it. Like other... Oh wait, that was the wrong one again. I forgot to drop that one. So, alright. So, Porphyry believed that animals, unlike plants, although having somewhat less rational souls than humans, nevertheless still had souls. He believed that they were capable of recognizing and assessing their situation, making future plans, and in a sense communicating and responding to one another and to humans. Now, Tuatas of Byblos, or Thoth, or however you pronounce them, came from Byblos, Phoenicia, circa 2000 BC. According to the Egyptians, language is attributed to Tuatas, who was the father of Tuatology, or imitation. Okay, so now we get into Tuatology. And Tuatology logic in mathematical logic, a Tuatology is a formula or assertion that is true in every possible interpretation. An example is x equals y, or x, I don't know the symbol, x equals y. Similarly, either the ball is green or the ball is not green is always true, regardless of the color of the ball. The philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein first applied the term to redundancies of propositional logic in 1921, borrowing the rhetoric where a tautology is a repetitive statement. In logic, a formula is satisfiable if it is true under at least one interpretation, and thus a tautology is a formula whose negation is unsatisfied. In other words, it cannot be false, it cannot be untrue. Alright, so we come to the sentence again. He invented the first. No, wait. According to the Egyptians, language is attributed to Tuatus, who was the father of tautology, or imitation. Okay, so imitation. That's what that would sound like with the logic. He invented the first written characters 2000 BC or earlier. He played his flute to the chief deity of Bablos, the moon goddess Ba'alat Nikol. Now, Ba'alat Nikol, this is where we left off. Okay, Nikol, or Nikol Waleb, or Nikol Wib, was a goddess worshipped in various areas of ancient Near East, west of Mesopotamia. In the ancient Near East, west of Mesopotamia. She was derived from the Mesopotamian god Nagal, and like her forerunner, was regarded as the spouse of a moon god, whose precise identity varied between locations. While well attested in Hurrian and Hittite sources, as well as in Ugarit, however, she is largely absent from documents from the western part of ancient Syria. Now, Nagal, the counterpart from Mesopotamia, Sumerian, and Assyrian. Now, Ningal was a Mesopotamian goddess, regarded as the wife of the moon god Nana, or Sin. He was particularly closely associated. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Alright, where you? Have I missed a lot?
No, not much. I'm just catching up to where we were. Doing a little bit of recap. Actually, I'm starting off on Ningal. So, here, I went through tautology, where it was talking about it before. And it's actually a form of logic and mathematics. So that was pretty interesting.
Can you share the link? Oh, you already did. You're ahead of me.
That's Ningal. I covered a little bit of Nikol, so I've got that one. And right now I'm on Ningal. I just started the first part of it. So let me see. Ningal was a Mesopotamian goddess regarded as the wife of the moon god Nana, or Sin. She was particularly closely associated with his main cult centers, and Haran, but they were also worshipped together in other cities of Mesopotamia. She was particularly venerated by the third dynasty of Ur and later by kings of Larsa. Now, the third dynasty, when they're referring to that, that's the third dynasty of the Sumerian. The Sumerians, yeah. Wait, the third dynasty of Ur, also called Neo-Sumerian Empire. Yeah, that's what it is. That's Neo after the fall of the Sumerians. They eventually created the Sumerian kingdom again, but they usually put Neo behind it whenever an empire does that. Like there's the Neo-Syrians, and then there's the Assyrian Empire. So, just a little bit of history facts there.
Okay. And how does it relate, or does it relate to what we were talking about with Neoplatism and stuff?
Well, you remember Nicole, don't you?
N-I-K-K-O.
She was the goddess worshipped by, or no, she was the goddess that Tuatis played the flute for. Tuatis was the father of Tuatology, or imitation. He invented the first written characters 2,000 years BC or earlier. He played his flute to the chief deity of Byblos, the moon goddess Ba'alat Nikol. Tuat was called Thoth by the Greeks and Jeheti by the Egyptians. Now, I went a little bit over Nicole and what we discussed last week, and then we're talking about going back over like Nagal, who is her counterpart in Mesopotamia. It says Nicole was a goddess worshipped in various areas of the ancient Near East, west of Mesopotamia. She was derived from the Mesopotamian goddess Nagal, and like her forerunner was regarded as the spouse of a moon god, and whose precise identity varied between locations. Now that was her spouse, who varied from different locations. But with the Mesopotamians, Ningal was married to Nana. You remember Nana?
Yeah, she was one of the first. That's the person whose sister was in the underworld.
Now that was Inanna. That was Nana's daughter.
Okay.
And Nana was the son, or the father of Inanna, and his wife was Ningal, the one that was basically Nicole's counterpart. So basically they took Ningal and they incorporated her into Nicole. So that's where you get that deity from, with the Phoenicians and the Canaanites. Now Nana was also called Sin, and I believe he was the illegitimate son of Enlil. So that's how that goes. And he was the moon god.
Okay, okay.
So she was particularly closely associated with his main cult centers, in Haran. And see, Haran pops up again, where I was telling you about Haran before. I forgot which episode it was, but see, Haran is very important. It goes back all the way, like way back with the Sumerians and everything, the beginning of civilization, and a lot of people don't mention the fact that it wasn't Nineveh or even Assur that was the first capital of the Assyrians. It was actually Haran, if you take it down. You see? So, and this is back before they were even an empire too. So, like, they were just like a city-state kind of situation, you know? So, but they were also worshipped together in other cities of Mesopotamia. She was particularly venerated by the third dynasty of Ur and later by kings of Larsa. Now, the third dynasty of Ur was also called the Neo-Sumerian Empire. And that refers to a 22nd to 21st century BC Sumerian ruling dynasty based in the city of Ur, and a short-lived territorial political state, which some historians consider to have been a Niskant empire, which that's just ridiculous. All of it is. It's like that last part. No.
Why you say so?
Why do I think so?
Yeah, you say it's ridiculous. Why?
Well, the culture and everything that came out of the third dynasty of Ur was amazing. Yeah, they have tons of good history that comes out of there, like when it was conquered, the way it was conquered and stuff like that. I mean, just to say that, I just find it ridiculous with the history that was involved with that third dynasty. They had some, I'll just say they have some pretty good writings from that era. Like some of the priestess. There was women who were priestess for Inanna, and they were venerated. I mean, people listened to them before they listened to even oh god, I forgot what they were called. They were I can't say they were like emperors because they weren't. The Sumerians didn't have an emperor, but I forgot the name of him. But they listened to them before they listened to their leaders. So now Larsa is also an interesting place. Now Larsa is also referred to as Laurentiu or Lauricon by Boreso and connected with the biblical Elisar. Was an important city-state in ancient Sumer, the center of the cult of the sun god Utu. Now that's Utu Shamash.
We just learned about.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now Inanna is twins with Utu Shamash. Okay.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
Or Ishtar, whichever name you want to use. But let me also remind you from what I said last week, if you use the term Ishtar, you're talking about the Babylonians. If you use the name Inanna, you're talking about the Sumerians, because she had two different names, and she didn't become Ishtar until Babylon took over. So a lot of people get that mixed up. That's why I always point it out.
What is, if you're familiar, what is the timeline of that?
Well,
like how
the Sumerians go back all the way to, I think it's like 12,000 BC, and they come to an end roughly about 4,000, 5,000 BC. Right around in that area. And then after that, there was the Babylonians. And then the Babylonians lasted well up until the turn of the millennium. Right around there. They might not have been their own city-state, but they were around Babylon.
That's crazy. I didn't even. Okay.
Yeah. Like these, you know how everybody talks about how old Babylon is?
Yeah, ancient Babylon, and yeah.
These are the ancestors of ancient Babylon. You know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
No,
That
that tells you right there, man. Now Utu Shamash, he was the sun god, and just at the end we were talking about how he was actually he's also Shamash, and he was also associated with the Persians. The Persians, they believe in Zoroastrianism, and they're real touchy about the whole thing of migrating other gods and deities into their pantheon. But for some reason, they allowed Shamash in, you know, and Shamash and Utu are the same. So.
Pantheon. Pantheon. Can you elaborate on what Pantheon means? I can look it up, but is it Pantheon? Pantheon?
Yeah,
Pantheon? Okay.
that's it. It'd be good to do anyhow, because then you can read it out and we can kind of get it on the video, let people know exactly what it is.
Okay. So, Pantheon, Rome is a Roman temple. Okay. The word pantheon derives from Greek pantheon, literally a temple of all gods, or a common to all gods. And let's see what else.
Yeah, like a pantheon of gods is basically like that. Usually a pantheon is like a group of gods within a belief system. And,
Yeah.
And usually they have a hierarchical level. Like there's always one god who's in charge, and then one below him, and then another below him, and so forth. So with the Sumerians, you had On, or Anu. He was changed from On to Anu, and then after him came Enlil, and then Enlil and Enki, and then their wives. I can't remember exactly who Enlil's wife was at the moment, but I know that it was Ningel was the wife of Sin. Actually, I can't even remember frickin' Enki's wife. It's one heck of a frickin' day. And Shamash, there's another thing with the Akkadians. Shamash is actually Akkadian. So what happened was even before Babylon came along and the Babylonians, first there were the Sumerians. And then the Sumerians were conquered by the Akkadians. So then you had a mix of Sumerian and Akkadians. And that's when they started changing their languages over from Sumerian text to Akkadian, because it was Semitical. It was Semitic writing, and it's a lot easier to write and understand. So it just naturally they started using that over the Sumerians' language. But the priests and the royalty and everything still used Sumerian on their tablets, because they consider the language to be holy or something. I shouldn't really say that. That's what I think. That's why I think they did it. So while everybody was using Akkadian languages, or the Akkadian language, these priests and royalty were still writing, or intellectuals too, I guess they were still writing in Sumerian. So Shamash was the ancient Mesopotamian sun god, earlier known as Utu. Now, Utu's the one that we've been talking about. And that's when Utu was switched over to Shamash. So Utu is the Sumerian name, and Shamash is the Akkadian name. Now, Sumerian is the language of ancient Sumer. It is one of the oldest attested languages, dating back to at least 29,000 BC. It is accepted to be a local language, isolated, and to have been spoken in ancient Mesopotamia, in the area that is modern-day Iraq. And remember the other day when we were talking about the Garden of Eden?
No, I honestly don't wait. Mm-mm.
It was when Robot was talking about the Garden of Eden, and we were talking
Oh
about
yeah,
locations.
yeah. The original Garden of Eden. Yeah, no, I.
Now, Dalmun or Dalman is the actual place. You know where Qatar is? Qatar?
No, I feel like we might have looked at it on the map, but I don't think so. Can we? Is Qatar starts with a K? K A. Oh no. Q U Qatar.
Yeah. Quatar.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
I just heard that and went, arr.
Like a robot.
Yeah.
Oh, you know, they're doing a show tonight. Not to sidetrack. Okay. Quatar. Qatar. Ah, that's so pretty. Yeah, I do. I feel like I do remember looking at that because this picture looks really familiar.
Yeah.
Wow, it's a day flight. Officially, the state of Qatar is a country in West Asia. It occupies the Qatar Peninsula on the northeastern coast.
Yeah. Now, if you go to the map on there, it'll show you Del Moon. Right here, I can actually do it real quick. Let me.
Okay, you gonna share it on? Because I'm looking for the map and I don't even.
Yeah.
But that's because I'm a wiki.
Qatar. And then down, it's right here in Bahrain, actually. And I just have to find Del Moon. Yeah.
You're looking at the map?
Yeah, I can share it here real quick. Let me get back on there. Get something interesting in here. Alright, there we go. Is it popping up?
Yes, I see it.
Okay, so Bahrain is right there. And let me see if I can, it is where the original Garden of Eden was. Up here, can you see my mouse?
No, can you move it, wiggle it?
Well, I can actually navigate. This area right here.
Oh, I see it now.
This area right here. This is Samaria. It stretches all the way from Kuwait City along the coast, and it ends just right there at the end of the Persian Gulf. and it goes all the way up to where Baghdad is, and actually it could probably even go farther, but that's Samaria. Qatar, right here, this is where the original Garden of Eden was supposed to be, and I've heard that it's supposed to be Dalmoon.
Can you point to it again? Qatar is over to the right, is it, or is it to the
It's right
left?
here.
In the
No.
middle of the ocean?
No, see where Kuwait is.
Yeah,
And then right down here, there's this little bitty.
I see Qatar. Okay. That's where we were just at. All right, and that's how. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's cool. Oh, it did it for you because you searched it. I was like, that's cool.
Now, Dalmoon, I believe.
Is this the Asian Ocean or
This is the Persian Gulf.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not it. But yeah, Qatar.
And this is where they say that the original Garden of Eden is. I do remember now.
Yeah.
Of it. Okay.
Now, there is islands and everything that is in this area. And there's also what do they call those amusement parks now, where they actually have an amusement park that is supposed to be put up in celebration of Dalmoon.
That's neat.
But
do we know the name of it or no?
It's the Dalmoon. It's named after it. I mean, so it's pretty interesting. Prince Khalifa, Salman Park, Al Hadid.
I wonder if that's where Wiz Khalifa gets his. Oh, look at the Lost Paradise of Doman. Okay.
Dalmoon. How do you spell that?
Dilmun.
Dilmun.
In Bahrain, Middle East. Lost Paradise of Doman.
Yeah.
Okay, that doesn't look too fun or safe. Lord have mercy. This looks like you're gonna fly straight off the top of it. Where do you go from here? Did you pull a picture out?
Here is where it's at. It's in Gallia Dalmuna Island is what it's called.
Oh, that's where it's at. See on here. So is that the same as the lost city of Brahim?
That could be it.
Okay.
That could very well be it. But this is where the Garden of Eden is supposed to have been.
That's funny that they replaced it with an amusement park.
Yeah.
It's just like when you look at the whole picture, it really kind of seriously hilarious. iPodWaterPark.com. Lost Paradise of the Moon.
Now, let's see what they pop up for Essence of Dalmoon.
Oh, not Lost City, Bahrain, Middle East. Bahrain. How I say it?
Essence of Dalmunia. And
Barbarian. Damunia. Mall of Damunia. Oh wow, yeah, they definitely capitalizing off of that one. Oh wow, wow. Oh man, look how pretty. Look at the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so nice. I mean, I know there's enhancements, but there's definitely purple traces in their sky. That's insane. The hotels
Mm-hmm.
look cheap, but that is beautiful. I mean, it looks. I mean, Holiday Inn look. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
At
How
least
much
you
money do
know.
you think something like that costs?
Oh God.
It's probably a ridiculous amount, but do you see it? It's so low scale. It's probably because of the history.
Mm-hmm. And I doubt very much that that's very peaceful. Like, they're taking the screenshots and everything, but I guarantee you it's not very peaceful.
That's
That,
some pretty weather.
yeah.
The ocean, and then next to the pool. That's neat.
Well, I heard the Persian Gulf was a beautiful water. I've actually heard that, and
Such pretty nighttime pictures.
yeah, hanging gardens of Dalmunia. That's some beautiful stuff. All right, so let's get back to Shamash. So Shamash was an ancient Mesopotamian sun god, earlier known as Utu. Now that's in Sumerian, which means sun. Okay. He was believed to see everything that happened in the world every day and was therefore responsible for justice and protection of travelers. As a divine judge, he could be associated with the underworld. Additionally, he could serve as the god of divination, typically alongside the weather god Adad. Now, Hadad, or Iskar, Sumerian, was the storm and rain god of the Canaanite and ancient Mesopotamian religions. So Adad was both Canaanite and Mesopotamian. He was attested in Ebla as Hadad. Huh?
How does that happen?
What?
Like to where he mixed? Are you saying like because of his parents, or because he was adopted in both cultures?
He was adopted in both cultures. It's like I said, and I keep saying they steal each other's, but it's not really that. It's just they kind of get incorporated, and from one culture into another. As time goes by, they just kind of intermingle. That's basically it.
Okay.
So the Canaanites and the Mesopotamians both had Adad as their storm god. Now, he was attested in Ebla as Hadad in circa 2000 or 2500 BCE. From the Levant, Hadad was introduced to Mesopotamia by the Amorites. Now, the Amorites are the ones that I told you about when we ended last week, or they were decimated by the Assyrians. So,
yeah, okay, they killed them. Okay,
yeah. Now, while he was universally regarded as one of the primary gods, he was particularly venerated in Sippar and Larsa. The moon god Nana, Sin, and his wife Ningal were regarded as his parents, while his twin sister was Inanna, or Ishtar. Occasionally, other goddesses, such as Manzat and Pinker, could be regarded as his sisters too. The dawn goddess Aya, Sherida, was his wife, and multiple texts describe their daily reunions taking place on a mountain where the sun was believed to set. Among their children were Ketum, the personification of truth, dream deities such as Mamu, as well as the god Isham. Utu's name could be used to write the names of many foreign solar deities iographically or logographically. The connection between him and the Hurrian solar god Shemish is particularly well tested, and the latter could be associated with Aya as well. While no myths focusing on Utu are known, he only appears as an ally or other figures in both Sumerian and Akkadian compositions. According to narratives about Dumuzi's death, he helped protect him when the Gala demons tried to drag him to the underworld. In various versions of the Epic of Gilgamesh and in early Gilgamesh myths, he helped this hero defeat the monstrous Humbaba. In the myth Inanna and An, he helped his sister acquire the temple Ina. In How Grain Came to Sumar, he is evoked to advise Nanazu and Nemada. Okay, so we covered that. We went over Nana and now Sippar is another city that's kind of strange from Larsa, because they were considered Sumerian, but they were kind of like standalone, you know what I mean? Like, people didn't trust people from Larsa, for one.
I thought that was so Sippar and Larsa is the same place.
Well, Sippar is, I believe, where Enki's temple is. I believe that's in Sippar. Sippar was the ancient Near East Sumerian and late Babylonian city on the east bank of the Euphrates River. Its tail is located at the site of modern Tel Abu Habab near Yosifia in Iraq's Baghdad Governorate, some 69 kilometers, 43 miles north of Babylon, and 30 kilometers, 9 miles southwest, whatever. But Sippar actually can be done on the map too. I guess it'd be good to start making a habit of using it. That way we can kind of get a reference.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, it's actually pretty good to do that stuff. Kind of give people an idea of what we're talking about and where it's located.
Yeah, give them something to look at, so that way if they're interested in researching or anything. That's why usually I ask you to, because it's good for visuals.
Sippar. Let's see if it shows. Gotta back out. See if it's actually. Yep, there we go.
It's not on the screen.
Oh, it's under a different name. I've got to pop it up too.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got to pop this bad boy up. Let's see here. It's Talul Ad Deir.
That name Paluda. Yeah.
Deir. Talul Ad Deir. Deir.
Yeah.
You'd think that freaking
Phonetics? No.
you'd think there'd be some resemblance to it, you know what I mean?
What is that line of water? What is that?
That is, you talking about this right here?
Yes.
It doesn't really say.
It looks like it's something that would be traveled along. Because, like, look how it has the streets next to it, right next to it.
Now
and
that
then,
could be a water canal too.
uh,
I think that could be a water canal.
that's a it.
It even shows convenience stores and shit.
Neato. The maps got so extensive lately. Like, so extensive.
Alright. Doesn't have anything. Ancient Sipper during the Sumerian and Babylonian time. Utu born here. Ancient school with clay tablets and cuneiform recovered. That's cool. Me and other tablets of record in golden chests they stored. And then another one says, can I have any information about the places or if there are better pictures? Now this it says Talul Ad Dar is a hills and is located in Merality of Baghdad, Iraq. And the estimated terrain elevation above sea level is 29 meters. That's interesting. But yeah, this is I can barely hear you. Did you say something?
I was wondering if they showed Baghdad
Like, I think you're
Oh, maybe my finger. Can you hear me better now?
yeah, I can hear you now.
I was holding it underneath. I was just looking close to see if they showed Baghdad in correlation to it.
Yeah, I can zoom out and show you. Just remember that
Okay.
there's Baghdad right
Oh,
here.
right up top. I see. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just like right there.
Hey, and that's oh, there, what it is. I was saying you don't even see that water, but I guess it's that one.
No, actually, the
That's
one,
something different.
yeah, right here, we have to zoom in to see that, and that goes right up. You can see right where it flows.
Goes up the highway. Yeah, it goes right here up into the highway and then goes to here.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Something sticks out to me about that water. I'm not sure as to what it is, though.
You see, that's the one thing they were famous for was their irrigation canals too. Like in that area, they had to use water that came out of these rivers because of the lack of rain, and it was so rare to get rain that they even made it to where rainwater was like different than river water. It was something special. So, another interesting fact that nobody cares about but me.
Other people care. it's interest. It's more so something to put together. When it's new to people, they cannot really have the same intricacy or care or understanding that you have because you studied it. And for now, it's just for information for people, and then they can process it accordingly.
Now, let me read this again. It says, when he was universally regarded as one of the primary gods, he was particularly venerated in Sippar and Larsa. The moon god Nana Sin and his wife Ningal were regarded as his parents, while his twin sister it was Inanna or Ishtar. Occasionally, other goddesses such as Manzet and Penneker, these two I've never heard of, could be regarded as his sisters too. See, I've never heard of them. And sometimes known by the Sumerians as Tirana or Anna, was a Mesopotamian and Elamite goddess representing the rainbow. She was also believed to be responsible for the prosperity of cities. She's an Elamite god. That's not too many people talk too much about the Elamite gods. So I'll check that one out. That one might be interesting. That's the rainbow. You like rainbows, don't you? Okay, Pentecost.
I'm shouting. Listen, I'm shouting yes. I'm like yes, yes, because I'm reading. I'm on the Safari reading, and I'm like yes, yes, yes. I'm like I'm muted, because I turned the dryer on, and then the kid had been in and out, so I was just. That's so funny. I'm literally shouting yes, yes, and trying attempting to tab over to this one. Like yes, I love rainbows, yes.
So Pentecar, the other one, is known as Penneger, Peringer or Perenker, and Pericaris was an ancient Near East astral goddess who originates in Elamite religious beliefs. While she is only infrequently attested in Elamite documents, she achieved a degree of prominence in Hurrian religion. So that's interesting. And then Aya. Aya was a Mesopotamian goddess associated with dawn. Multiple variant names were attributed to her in god lists. She was regarded as the wife of Shamash, the sun god. She was worshipped alongside her husband in Sippar. Multiple royal inscriptions pertaining to this city mention her. Okay, so Aya is Sippar's official bride of Shamash, or Utu. Among their children were Ketum. Now, Ketum, also known as Najina, was a Mesopotamian goddess who was regarded as the embodiment of truth. She belonged to the city of the sun god Utu Shamash and was associated with law and justice. The personification of truth, dream deities such as Mamu. Now, Mamu might be interesting. Mamu. Go ahead.
No, I just feel like that name is really, really familiar. Like recent, I didn't have my iPad open because I was working on the laptop, but I think we have Mamu in my Firefox. But go ahead, I apologize. It sounds so familiar.
It's fine. Now, Mamu was a Mesopotamian goddess associated with dreams. She was regarded as the daughter of the sun god Utu, and could herself be called the Utu of dreams. References to male Mamu are also known. though it has been proposed that they only represent a late change of gender attestations. I'm probably guessing. Now, she was a dream deity, and then another child of them was Isham. Now, I've heard of Isham. Now, I'm not too much on him, but I've heard of him. Isham was a Mesopotamian god of Akkadian origin. He is best attested as a divine night watchman, tasked with protecting houses at night, but he was also associated with various underworld deities, especially Nergal and Shabula. Now, Nergal is Ishtar's sister, Ishtar and Shamash's sister, Utu's sister. Now, she's evil. She's the bad guy. She's the one that freaking hung Inanna from freaking hooks and killed her.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Remember the story I told about how she had all of her clothes and stuff on that were imbued with powers?
Yeah, she had to wear the layers in order to make it through, and then by the time she got out, she was naked.
Yeah, she was naked, and her sister crucified her with hooks and chains. That's freaking who it was. She was the evil one. Nergal. I believe Nergal was that. Now, as well as the god Isham. Utu's name can be used to write the names of many foreign solar deities. Okay, so we've gotten through that. I'm gonna hit Isham, see what we got from him. I want to see how he was associated with the evil one. Now, Isham was a Mesopotamian god of Akkadian origin. And it's like I told you, first there was the Sumerians, and then they were conquered by the Akkadians. The Akkadians actually created the first freaking empire or kingdom. Before them, there was only city-states.
Oh.
So,
every time I hear Arcadia, I think of the Flash. It was one of the bad guys.
Mm-hmm. Now, Isham was a Mesopotamian god of Akkadian origin. He is best attested as a divine night watchman tasked for protecting houses at night, but he was associated with various underworld deities. Now, the ancient Mesopotamian underworld, most often known in Sumerian as Kur, Urkala, Kuku, Urali, or Kigal, and in Akkadian as Urtsetsu, although it had many names in both languages, was a dark, dreary cavern located deep below the ground, where inhabitants were believed to continue. They continued living basically, but dead, something like that. With various underworld deities, especially Nergal. Now, Nergal was a Mesopotamian god, worshipped through all periods of Mesopotamian history, from early dynasty to Neo-Babylonian times. Now, this isn't her. This is Nergal. I believe Nergal was the one I was telling you about that was married to Ishtar, or Inanna, and he got turned into a snake.
Oh, because he had to go back as something. He could only go back as, yeah. You had to go back as something, and they put him as the lowest form because of the stuff that he was doing. He was shady.
He was the one that was sitting up on his throne and just laying
She
back.
was doing all the work,
out.
right?
She was dead down in the freaking underworld. Ishtar was, and Anna was, and he's her husband, just chilling out on the throne, being lazy, not
Not
doing
even
nothing.
thinking about it, right?
Didn't
Yo,
even care.
Mm-hmm.
You know, she got pissed off. Said, "You know what? I choose him," because she had to replace her soul with another person's soul in order to come above out of the underworld.
Well deserved, if you ask me.
Yep, that's what you do. And
Yeah, I
right.
mean, like your girl is dead and you just chilling, you don't even care, and you have a way to be able to assist. Yeah, nah, you're a clown. You go ahead and go turn into a snake. Roll in your belly, brother. Roll in your belly.
See, that's what happened. He turned around and he thought he could, reach out to not Ishtar, but um, Utu Shamash, because he worshipped him and asked him for help. Well, he just screwed frickin' Utu's sister over big time, you know what I mean? So what does he do? He frickin' turns him into a snake. so he could escape. So, or Era. Era is an Akkadian plague god known from an epos of the 8th century BCE era. Now, Era is the god of mayhem and pestilence who is responsible for periods of political confusion. He was assimilated to Nurgle at some point. So, Ura became Nurgle. And Shubulu. Shubulu was a Mesopotamian god. He was associated with the underworld and commonly appears in association with Nurgle, Isham, Las, and other deities of similar character. He was worshipped in small settlements such as Sippar, Subala, and Lagaba. He was associated with fire, but was not exclusively a fire god, unlike Gibel. And Gibel, also known under the Akkadian name Gira, was a Mesopotamian god associated with fire, both in its positive and negative aspects. He also played a role in ritual purification. Textual sources indicate his symbol was a torch, though no representations of him have been identified. So he was associated with fire, but was not exclusively a fire god, unlike Gibel, and that's who Gibel or Gibel, Gibil.
Gibel.
Now, while he was not considered to be one of the major gods, he was commonly worshipped and appears in many theophoric names. In bilingual text, he could be associated with Sumerian Hindersaga. But this equation is only attested for the first time in the Old Babylonian period, and the ritual behind it remains uncertain. Both of those gods could be regarded as the husband of the goddess Ninmug. And Ninmug, or Ninmuga, was a Mesopotamian goddess. She was associated with artisanship, especially with metalworking, as evidenced by her epithet Tabira Kalama, metalworker of the land. She could also be regarded as a goddess of birth and assistant of Ninma. Now, Ninma was probably the one, I think, who was married to Enki. No. Ninma. Though she was primary, it says, Both of those gods could be regarded as the husband of the goddess Ninmug, though she was primarily associated with Isham and only secondary with Hindersaga. So now, let me find. Yeah, there we go. Ninma. Now, Ninhursag, that's her. Yep. Ninhursag. This is a goddess. This is one of the big ones. Okay, Ninhursag is Sumerian, sometimes transcribed Ninhursag or Ninharsag or Ninhursaga, also known as Damgolnuna or Nimma. See right there, they're using Nimma as her name, which they said was a separate entity. So, and somebody say something.
No.
All right. Now, Ninma, she was the ancient Sumerian mother goddess of the mountains and one of the 7 great deities of Sumer. She is known earliest as the nurturing or fertility goddess. Temple hymn sources identify her as the true and great lady of heaven, possibly in relationship to her standing on the mountain and kings of Lagash. Now Lagash is another one. Lagash is the bad city. Okay, nobody liked Lagash.
Why?
They were warriors and like the only thing they cared about is fortifying their cities and attacking the other cities. Like, remember how I told you they were all set up like city-states?
Yeah.
These were the bad guys. These were the ones that came in to try to steal your crops and freaking bring down your walls.
That's why nobody liked them.
Yeah, they were the bad guys.
Memes.
Yeah. And kings, okay, possibly in relation to her standing on the mountain, and kings of Lagash were nourished by Ninhursag's milk. She is the tutelary deity to several Sumerian leaders. Her most well-known myths are Enki and Ninhursag. Describing her dealings with Enki resulting from her sexual exploits. And Enki and Ninma, a creation myth wherein the two deities compete to create humans. She is referred or makes brief appearances in others as well, most notably as the mother of Ninurta in the Anzu epic. And Ninurta is possible meaning Lord of Barley, also known as Ningirsu in Sumerian, meaning Lord of Girsu, is an ancient Mesopotamian god associated with farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes. Yeah. Now, I believe Ninurta might have been the idiot that got taken down to the underworld. Ninurta. He was the one, I think. Yeah, Ninurta, also known as Ningirsu, is an ancient Mesopotamian god associated with farming, healing, hunting, law, scribes, and war, who was first worshipped in early Sumer. In the earliest records, he is a god of agriculture and healing, who cures humans of sicknesses and releases them from the power of demons. In later times, as Mesopotamia grew more militarized, he became a warrior deity, though he retained many of his earlier agricultural attributes. He was regarded as the son of the chief god Enlil in his main cult center. Yeah, hold up, yeah, Ninurta. That right there. Okay. Let me keep on reading. I know Ninurta now, I think. I think he is, there's a correlation between him and, Nana. Or not Nana, Sin. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, it is Nana, isn't it?
Nana, the dad.
Yeah, the one that. Which one was it that was also called Sin?
Yeah, I feel like that's what you just said. Nana is also known as Sin, and that's the moon god.
Yeah. Uh huh. That was it. Yeah. I think Ninurta might have been. That's something that I noticed when I was listening and reading on a lot of stuff. Like, there's a correlation between Ninurta and Nana, because you don't hear too much about Nana, but Ninurta he's always popping up in the stories. So that kind of stuck out to me. He's regarded as the son of the chief god Enlil, and Enlil, later known as Elil, is an ancient Mesopotamian god associated with wind, air, earth, and storms. He is the first attested as chief deity of the Sumerian pantheon, but he was later worshipped by the Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, and Hurrians. Now, he's regarded as the son of the chief god Enlil, and his main cult center in Sumer was the Ashumisha temple in Nippur. Ningirsu was honored by King Gudea of Lagash, ruled from 2144 to 2124 BC, who rebuilt Ningirsu's temple at Lagash. Later, Ninurta became beloved by the Assyrians as a formidable warrior. The Assyrian king Ashurnasirpal II ruled 883 to 859 BC. Built a massive temple for him in Kalhu, which became his most important cult center from there on. In the epic poem Lugal-E, Ninurta slays the demon Asag using his talking mace. Now, Asag is a monstrous demon so hideous that his presence alone makes fish boil alive in the river.
Oh.
Just makes the fish boil alive.
I know, that's crazy. Like, that's insane, you know? You gotta be one evil person.
Yep. So Ninurta slays the demon Asag using his talking mace, Sharur, and the Sharur, which means smasher of thousands, is the weapon and symbol of the god Ninurta. Now, the Sumerian mythic source describe it as an enchanted talking mace. It has been suggested as a possible precursor for similar objects in other mythologies, such as Arthurian lore. Arthurian lore. That might be like King Arthur. I'm not sure.
Opinion Lord, yeah.
And now, the Nerda slaves the demon Asag using his talking mace Sharur, and uses stones to build the Tigris and Euphrates rivers to make them useful for irrigation. In a poem sometimes referred to as the Sumerian Georgica, Ninurta provides agricultural advice to farmers. In an Akkadian myth, he was the champion of the gods against the Anzu. Against the Anzu bird after it stole the Tablet of Destinies. Now that is a good story, and like the Tablet of Destinies is amazing. Now Anzu, also known as Zu in Imdugud, is a monster in several Mesopotamian religions. He was conceived by the pure waters of the Apsu and the wide earth, or as son of Sirius. Anzu was depicted as a massive bird who can breathe fire and water, although Anzu is alternately depicted as a lion-headed eagle. What do you think about that?
I think that's interesting. A lion-headed eagle sounds
very symbolic, huh?
Yeah. And I want to see what that looks like, so I guess.
Now, the Tablets of Destiny in Mesopotamian mythology was envisaged as a clay tablet inscribed with cuneiform writing, also impressed with cylinder seals, which as a permanent legal document conferred upon the god Enlil his supreme authority as ruler of the universe. Okay. And that's when the Anzu bird stole the Tablet of Destinies from his father Enlil. And in a myth that is alluded to in many works but never fully preserved, he killed a group of warriors known as the Slain Heroes. His major symbols were a perched bird and a plow. It has been suggested that Ninurta was the inspiration for the figure of Nimrod, a mighty hunter, who is mentioned in association with Kalhu in the book of Genesis. Although the view has been disputed, he may also be mentioned in the second book of Kings under the name Nisroch. In the 19th century, Assyrian stone reliefs of winged eagle-headed figures from the temple of Ninurta at Kalu were commonly but erroneously identified as Nisroch. They appear in works of fantasy literature from the time period. So that's it. That's Ninurta. What do you think about all that?
I always learn something new from when I listen to you, especially with history. Again, for me, I'm always attempting to listen for like the correlations, and the fact that the names are so interchanging, it kind of just shows how interconnected these things are, even though we tend to separate them and, make them their own. It's just like, to me, it just shows and proves the point of being one big melting pot.
Hmm. So basically, we started out with Tawatis singing the flute to Nicole, and Nicole is the counterpart to Nimgal or Ningal, and then Ningal was Mesopotamian guarded as the wife of the moon god Nana. So then we went into Nana, who is also Sin, which that's what we were talking about. So right there, you're seeing the lineage there. You know what I mean? Like freaking, it goes from Nicole to freaking Sin through Ningal. Then from Sin you start hearing about all these other deities that we just discussed, and it's a lineage. You know what I mean? It just keeps going on. So that's pretty cool. I was always wondering, what the connection was, because I knew there was. Especially when you listen to the Hittite stories and the Urartu. Like, a lot of people don't realize the Urartu, they did have a lot of beliefs and stuff. Like Mithra, they practice the whole.
What's that?
You've never heard of Mithra?
Mithra? No.
Okay. I'm going to have to take care of that for you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mithra. Okay, Mithra, commonly known as Mer or Mithras, which is false. Mithra and Mithras is two different things altogether. Okay. Mithra started a lot longer ago than what Mithras was. Mithras is a Roman belief. Yeah, so
Mithra is a Roman belief.
Yeah. They yeah, here we go. Mithra. Now, Mithra, commonly known as Mer or Mithras among Romans, is an ancient Iranian deity of covenants, light, oath, justice, the sun, contracts, and friendship. In addition to being the divinity of contracts, Mithra is also a judicial figure, an all-seeing protector of truth, and the guardian of cattle, the harvest, and the water. Now, the Romans attributed their Mithraic mysteries to Zoroastrian Persian sources relating to Mithra. Since the early 1970s, the dominant scholarship has noted dissimilarities between the Persian and Roman traditions, making it, at most, the result of Roman perceptions of Zoroastrian ideas. So at least they said that, because that's got to be understood. Like, the stuff the Romans believed in had absolutely nothing to do with the Persians.
It's sparklers, to go in, because the neighbors are the big ones. These look like they go boom. They got
okay, so together with the Vedic common noun Mitra, the Avestan common noun derives from Proto-Indo-Iranian mitram or mitra, from the root mi, to bind, with tool suffix tra, causing to. Thus, etymologically, mitra mora means that which causes binding. preserved in the Avestan word for covenant, contract, and oath. In Middle Iranian languages, Middle Persian, Parthian, etc. Miora became Mer, from which New Persia, Mer, in Armenian, Muramar ultimately derived. In Armenia is where a lot of the stuff from Mithra really came from. It migrated down into what is now called Iran. So.
Yeah, I never even heard of that until today. But it makes sense because you said it's not real. And myth is mythology, okay, so it's just a different word for it. It's a similar word for a different culture.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot more complicated than what people think about, because like they think of Mithra and they think of it as like archaic black magic or white magic or any kind of magic, and it's not. I mean, they were very sophisticated about the way they practiced, you know what I mean? Like, way sophisticated. The Indo-Europeans, from what I found out with them, is like everything was important when it came to trying to explain stuff. You know, eventually we should get into Zoroastrianism, you know.
I feel like we started talking Zorro. When I hear Zorro, I think of the Mass Crusader Zorro. Zoroastrianism, okay.
Yeah, Zoroastrians. It's, actually, it's, they oh, sorry. they say it's a Iranian religion, but it goes farther back before Iran was even considered, you know, if it travels farther up north, you know what I mean, into the Russian steppes, and it also goes over to Afghanistan. It's known up around the Black Sea, Caspian Sea, all of that, right around where Armenia and all them countries are. It's they call it
Armenia or Romania?
Romania.
Oh, okay.
All of that. So, like Zoroastrianism is an Iranian religion and one of the world's oldest organized faith, based on teachings from the Iranian-speaking prophet Zoroaster. It has a dualist cosmology of good and evil within the framework of a monotheist ontology, and an eschatology which predicts the ultimate conquest of evil by good. Zoroastrianism exalts an uncreated and benevolent deity of wisdom known as Ahura Mazda, and that means Lord of Wisdom, as its supreme being. Historically, the unique features of Zoroastrianism, such as its monotheism, Messianism, belief of free will and judgment after death, conception of heaven, hell, angels, and demons, among other concepts, may have influenced other religions and philosophical systems, including the Abrahamic religions and Gnosticism, Northern Buddhism, and Greek philosophy. So that's kind of what they're talking about there. That's some hardcore stuff. It literally connects all of it. So, what, you ain't got nothing to say? falling asleep?
No, I'm not falling asleep. I was just reading. I'm the multitasking. I was looking at the stuff for me to be able to post the interview coming out with John. My whole thing botched, so I need John to do it for me. So I was listening to at the same time, and you were talking about the same exact thing that we just were saying about it interconnecting. But yeah, no, I was finishing a sentence that I was reading in regards to being able to post John's interview, which was a
Okay.
good one. So thank you.
So, yeah, later on we can get together and I can help you on that. Okay. And
I
then,
need, yeah, because I
cause
have to
you
figure out a.
you still wanting to do my interview too, so
I have to do your interview, and I'm gonna do Summer's. John gave me Summer's email, so I'm gonna email her and see what we're gonna set up. And then I would like to kind of get them done, like both, sometime this week if possible. But I'd like to figure out a way for me to do recording because, like today, I screen recorded, and it screen recorded the whole entire time. I can see it on my screen that's recording, and then there's no screen record when I get done. So thankfully, John offered to record for me, but it bothers me because there was stuff that was on my camera that's not on John's, and that kind of disturbs me because like I was looking for those things to kind of like how if you see a ghost or something on one picture.
yeah. The hell? It did it to me again. Boy, she's gonna be mad at me.
Or if it's going to be a different time. But anyway, yeah, no, I need you because I got to figure out how I'm going to record these on my own because I should not be relying on my interviewers to record the interviews for me. Zach's was easy because he did it on your platform, but like
Yeah.
I either have to set up a Jitsi account or even like this girl, we're going to do
Well,
Google Meets.
let me go
And I don't
over
even know what.
let me go over
I
some
don't
of
have
that stuff.
Google on my iPad. Well, I guess I could put it there. And then, but see, in the screen record, would I have to do OBS? So then let me put it on.
I had it
In which
muted.
case, then I'll put it on my Mac, and then I'll figure it out. Yeah, we gotta get
Now,
together.
if you want, just let me go over some of that stuff with you, okay?
Okay.
And we can kind of get you, cause see with your videos, it's repetition. You have to get used to doing the same thing over and over again and memorizing it. You know what I mean? So every time you do something, you got to get a routine down to where you can get it done, get it quick. The only thing that you have to do differently is usually the audio. Okay.
Yeah, I got screwed on my audio last time. I had really, really good content, and it timed out at the exact time I wanted it to. 428, which we know that's Yahweh, and there's no audio. But I didn't change anything in my settings for there to be no audio. And then all my other videos had audio. You and I tested all of that. I left it the exact same, exited out of the program, and then I did my, like I said, it was 428, so it meant something.
Never trust your audio. Never.
I don't even know how to test it, so I gotta
That's
start.
what I'm saying. We'll go over all that and I'll show you, okay?
Okay, it sounds good.
We'll go over that and I'll get you to where it's taken care of. But yeah, don't ever trust your audio. Your audio is your worst friend. It's gonna screw you in the end. Every time, dude. I mean,
Sounds like a
every
man. No, I'm just joking.
time. Yeah, man's got to do what a man's got to do.
Oh man, I say I'm joking, but you know the seriousness. You know the vibe.
Yeah. Now, I think we went through and covered a lot of that stuff a lot better than we did. We're pretty much done with that 5th page. I mean, because I believe we stopped at Nicole, and like you said, you wanted to go back over all that other stuff.
Yeah, I'm glad. I apologize for being late. I fell
it's fine.
after school today with the boys. I fell asleep on the couch, and I didn't even plan on falling asleep. And I woke up and I was like, "What?" And it just came straight in. Like I did all that. Because I stayed up late, then slept for an hour, got up early and did the thing with John, never went back to sleep. And then, yeah, it was kind of, yeah.
Now, the thing that's weird to me is like the part about Tawadas playing his flute to Nicole, and Nicole is directly related to the Sumerian moon god, and
I wonder if summoning the power was something for them to be able to.
Yeah. Now, the mythology of Tawadas is echoed by the god Dionysus, which we talked about last week, or Njorth, the snake priest who was the consort to the moon goddess. Now, the snake priest was also presented by the symbol of a pillar, a wand, or a caduceus. The Greeks equate Thoth with the widely traveled Hermes. According to the Egyptian tradition, Osiris traveled the world with Thoth. Asclepius, alternatively known as Eshmun, is responsible for carrying on the teachings of Tawadas on snake priesthood under the protection umbrella of Hindu culture. Snake charmers playing their nasal punju echo the same tradition.
I wonder why these traditions get lost, to where I wonder is it strategic to where they kind of get denounced or denied, kind of just, you know what I mean, for us to rediscover. Like, there's a reason, and I feel as though it's with the power, within the power that it withholds, that it bestows. Because I think, like, it just, back then everyone was so much more powerful, so much healthier, there were self-healers, it was just like, that was the norm. And I feel like the suppression of this information is strategic. It's not coincidental that this is not something, because back then, this is all people knew. You know what I mean? So for us to not really have any concept of these traditions and these events without having to dig deep is kind of interesting to me. It makes me wonder why it's like that.
Well, you got to remember, man, times also are enemy. You know what I mean? Like, I've got some cool documentaries that I can show you where these archaeologists go up into the Himalayas, and they go up into the cave systems. They climb up there with freaking climbing equipment into these holes, and the reason why they go from one cavern to the other is because they want to find old Buddhist writings, Hindu writings, where you know how they wrote their stuff on the papers and stuff.
The scribes, yeah.
Yep, they're sprawled all over those caves because these priests would go in there, and that's where they would stay. And they lived up inside of there, on the side of these mountains, and it's pretty cool. It really is.
I wanted to ask you too. How do you feel about quantum entanglement?
Quanta what?
Quantum physics, quantum entanglement. I've been doing a few documentaries on them, on that concept anyway. And I was just wondering, are you familiar? And if so, how do you feel about it? Because you know Einstein denounced it, even though it's since been proven.
Well, I mean, if Einstein denounced it, I mean, shit.
It's since been proven, though. Like, Ball has come forth, you know, just even with the Copenhagen effect, that kind of was the catalyst to draw towards it being proven, not necessarily proven, but being more highly developed. I was just wondering if you knew much about it, because it sounded like something that would be good for a strength in this topic.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is it's like it has to do with like the quantum state. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
it has to do with particles.
So fast that we're able to penetrate through object. Because at the smallest, yeah.
Well, see, the deal is it's like for a good example, I've heard somebody else mentioned it too, and I brought it up. It was on John's last interview he had, where the guy was using it as an example, like a table. Like you put your hand down on a table, okay, and there's particles in there that are constantly moving around fast, and if they weren't moving around fast, or you could literally put your hand through that table, all right?
Yeah.
If they were sitting still. But because they're moving fast,
it's repelling.
It's solid and it's repelling you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, with that aspect, you also have to think about the Earth. You know what I mean? If freaking those same particles weren't doing the same on the Earth, we'd fall right through.
Right.
So
that'll just elaborate my studies tonight then, because we saying that, which is good that I kind of took a nap. I need to stay up and do some stuff.
but later on strangeness too, I do want to start getting into my weird science. So maybe we can talk about that too at another time, because I've been trying to build up for it and get things going on it. It's a pretty cool subject. I don't know.
I love quantum physics. Like, I was taking online quantum physics just so that way I already knew, but I am underdeveloped in the area. So it's like one of those things to where I know what I know from experience, and now I'm attempting to equate and associate the research the same. And that, like, where most people learn it first and then they attempt to like divulge with it, and get involved. But for me, I go through stuff and I'm like, I want to know what this is and why this happens like this. How come I'm able to read people's mind but other people are not? Or how come I'm able to, my kid went through a car, you know what I mean? Like, instead of him dying, he went through the car. Like, what was, like, I don't know. Because most people get hit by cars and they die. My kid gets hit by a car, he goes through it. And like, the police witnessed this, and I don't know if the cameras still have it on, record, because the light cameras, but it's just, I don't know, it's just stuff like that that's interesting to me.
Yeah. Well,
I guess we're done.
We can talk about later. I guess we can finish this up and then bring it up.
Has a show tonight.
Huh?
You saw that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If you want to.
We graduated faster, huh? We're moderators. We graduated faster. We're moderators.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's dope.
That's not really like a privilege, that. Like that's like a responsibility.
I know, we gotta be.
That's like,
I was like, I wasn't watching the chat. I apologize.
It's like,
I wasn't paying attention.
But just so everybody knows what she's talking about is WPRPN tonight has World Pirate Radio News, and it starts 8 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, LA, Vancouver, Seattle, and Baja. 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, New York, Toronto, Miami. And that's Wednesday, 12 noon in Tokyo and Seoul. So check your local listings and hope like heck you get the time zones right. So
yeah, it's always good stuff. I don't think I went to one show and it wasn't good stuff at all.
Okay. So we did a plug for them. So we did good.
Yeah, today was a nice show. Again, I think I said I apologize about my tardiness. It's funny. I feel like that was kind of strategic too, because you're always like, she's always here at 6. No matter what, she's here at 6. And then all of a sudden, me being the only person that consistently shows up is not here at 6. I don't know. It feels weird.
I mean, you put you in a funk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So don't let that bug you though. I was able to carry on without you.
I know, the show will go on, not my heart. My heart will go on. The show must go on. And it did. And I'm glad I wasn't too late, because it was so funny. Because I started doing my own stuff, which I was completely off base today. I don't know where I thought we were going with this. And I set up my desk and everything, and I was ready. Well, my work area. I didn't set up the desk, but I set up my work area in the living room, and I'm like, okay, we have history today. Let me get this stuff done early with the boys, so that way I can get into my history. Literally got the stuff done early with the boys and was drooling. So I don't know.
That's one reason why I decided I should probably read, because you seemed like you was all out of whack when you got in here, like you was out of...
Yeah, I'm like, just like, at least I set up first. Like, that's what was working in my favor. But it was just like, you know how you wake up and you weren't even supposed
Yeah.
to be asleep, so you're like, what in the HE double hockey six
Yeah.
type thing? But it's cool, we got it done, so thank you.
All right, so you wanna say bye?
See you guys later. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
You too, and thank you for being here, Karma.
Thank you for having me. You be safe.
You too. Alright, so that's the end of it, and I hope you guys enjoyed. Have a good night. Hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger. This is our gaming episode, and today we were planning on having Rapid Glitch come in and kind of explain some of the stuff that we were going to be doing for the next Pokemon challenge that he wants us to do, which is Gen 2, but he wasn't able to make it, so we're just going to go over some of the stuff that I had to do with Rapid, me and Karma. I also wanted to mention too that Karma joined the Team Retro with me and Rapid on Nostalgia Gaming Retro, and welcome to Team Retro, Karma.
Thank you again.
So what do you think about this stuff? Are you willing to do Pokemon and stuff with us?
I'm pretty sure. Hopefully, nothing super depressing comes up between now and then.
No, I don't. I hope nothing does. Hold up, let me take care of something real quick. Yeah, I have to take care of a beeping sound.
Was that her wheelchair?
No, that's my dad. He's got an oxygen tank, so I have to keep an eye on it and make sure he's not like pinching
Depriving
in.
himself. Yeah. Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine. He pinches the door when he closes it too hard, because he likes to travel around the house, or he'll
Yeah.
run his wheelchair over the top of the hose.
You guys should be a cartoon. The cat should be over exaggerated and like, even though he's not, you know what I mean, just mad because he wants his food. And the dog should be going crazy every time they go to the doctor and just like going back and forth, walking back and forth. You should even make the animals talk. And then she has to come in all the time and ask you something. Only when you start your stream, though. Never any other time. Just when the stream starts. Like,
Yeah.
then, Roger! And it'll be so freaking funny. That'd be a dope ass cartoon to watch.
No, I believe I've still got his notes for the gaming thing. I'm not sure, but if I don't,
Which Pokemon was it that you did?
I did the Gen 1, and I've still got it. I actually went in and made my own version of it up because there's some things that I don't agree with on there.
Are we able to watch any videos that you have, or?
Oh, I've already got them posted. I mean, they're all.
I mean, for the stream.
Oh, I could, but it's just basically like a walkthrough where you just watch me play the game, and that's about it. So, let me see here. it would be under freaking nostalgia gaming. I just have to figure out where I'm at. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, there it is, gaming. Discord channel. Alright, here we go. Pokemon Nuzlocke rules.
You gonna
So,
share the screen?
uh,
Oh, you can't?
I can, but give me a second. Let me see how I have. I've never really actually used a note on the screen share before, so
Or maybe if you can read it, it's fine. Just sometimes point of reference is
let me.
easier for me too.
Oh, okay. So, here we go. I can do it. It's not that hard of a thing to do, you know. I can do it. It's good. I just, like I said, I've never done it with just like a regular note. So.
Jesus Christ is here. Oh no, it's John. I saw JC. I didn't see the name until I went to tile view. I saw just JC. Jesus Christ is here. Hi, John.
All right. So, let me pull this up and share it. Now, the Nuzlocke rules basically is hello, John. The Nuzlocke rule is kind of strange. It's kind of like a well, first of all, it's self-imposed challenge. Like you can do this by yourself if you want to. You don't have to have people doing it like me and Rapid did, you know. And even Rapid had a hard time understanding what I was saying. Like this isn't a self-imposed challenge because like if you have another person kind of giving you the score like me and him did, then you're literally validating your gameplay. So that's like a score that's been validated, you know. And I pointed that out to him. He didn't want to do it no more because it was too hard for him, basically, you know. But I thought it was a good idea.
Wait, he made the challenge and then he didn't want to do it anymore because
He didn't want to grade me no more.
because you were getting too good. He probably thought you weren't going to be that good because you just started and then he came
Yeah.
and swamped it. That's funny.
But anyhow, according to Nuzlocke rules, when you start the Pokemon game, you've got a mercy rule, and where that is like when you go or you start the game, you have to go in and talk to the professor, and he is the one who ends up giving you Pikachu. Well, the professor has a pain in the butt grandson, and he's your arch rival. So the moment you get in there, your arch rival, and you get to name him who you want, he wants to battle you, do a Pokemon battle. Well,
As soon as you start,
as soon as you start. Now, in that one, Rapid set up what he calls the mercy rule, and if you lose that first battle with the rival at the lab, it's only minus 1 point, and it won't count as a blackout. And blackouts are basically when you lose the fight, when you run out of Pokemon, and you end up blacking out, I guess. Yeah, that's basically what that's about. And
ultimate defeat.
Yeah, and it doesn't count as a blackout, and you only lose 1 point from it. Now you start out with 151 points. Okay. The Nuzlocke is a little. This one, like I said, is a little bit different from what most Pokemon Nuzlocks are. It's a variant. Now the key difference is that the players play for points, which a lot of Nuzlocks don't do.
What do they usually do?
They just play it for the challenge. They don't earn points as they go through or anything like that, you know. So on this one, you actually earn point, or you play for points basically. You can earn points and you can lose points for the things that you do in the Nuzlocke. So you start with a total of 151 points, and that's the same number of uh, as what the Pokedex is for Gen 1 games. And this this variant of rules are similar to that of Game of Darts, where when you start with the high number, or when you start with a high number of points. But there are several things that can happen during the gameplay that can, like kill or can and will deduct points, like when you're in a dart game, you know. Now, it's the player's job to make it to the end of the game, okay? And when you make it to the end of the game, you become champion. Now, without reaching 0, that's the whole thing. So you start out with 151 points, and you have to make it there without hitting 0 points. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, if that happens, it's considered a permadeath. And
How many levels are there?
and the game's over. Well, that's the thing. With Pokemon, there isn't really levels. It's kind of like you go from one area of the map to another area. Now, you do level up, but it's more you and your Pokemon, you know, than what it is the game going from level 1 to level 2. You know what I mean?
Now I do.
So basically, your Pokemon get stronger, you know, and that's basically where your points are, or where your levels are. How strong?
And that's based off. And that's based off of the amount of fights you win.
Well, that too, yeah. And let's see here. That's considered permadeath, and the game's over if you hit 0. And yeah, it's based off of how well how well your Pokemon gets stronger. You know what I mean? What you were talking about there. So, and there's many ways to lose points, but only one way to gain points. So you can lose points from a lot of different things, but there's only one way that you can get extra points. And I'll explain to you what these are. Okay, now to lose points, if you're playing with your Pokemon, you have to freaking all of your Pokemon have to be given a nickname. So when you capture a Pokemon, you have to name it something. Okay.
Okay.
And failing to give your Pokemon a name, or forgetting to do it, it's a loss of 5 points. So if you capture a Pokemon and you don't give them a nickname, you lose 5 points from the 151 points.
But that's not until you get to the end. So do you have time to
No, I
name
mean
it?
as you're playing, like when you're playing. John says, "I know now why I don't play Pokemon." But like when you're playing, like if you go to capture 'em,
Excuse me.
you know, you okay?
Yeah.
When you go to capture them, you still have 151 points, so that's cool. But like when you forget to name your Pokemon, at that moment you drop down from 151 to 146 points. And
But like, what if you forget for 1 second and then you remember, like, oh yeah, you're like not even off of that level. Or
you can't change the name. Like that's the thing, man. It's like once you name them, you name them. So you can't like go back and do it, or you know what I mean? Because they'll give some generic name for them in its place and stuff. But if you don't remember to do it, that's the name. So
Is that the rules of most Nuzlocke, or is that how Rapid has his?
that's the way it is with all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's when you play a Nuzlocke challenge. That's one of the
One of
gym
the
rules.
rules.
You have to name your Pokemon. And I know it doesn't sound important, but it does when you're actually playing. I mean, you
Especially so you, because other people can find the same ones you can find, and then that way they know which one is which. Yeah, that makes sense to me though.
okay? So for every Pokemon that faints in battle, it's considered dead. Okay, and it's also a loss of 10 points. So like if you get in battle with another Pokemon and your Pokemon loses the fight, it's dead, and you lose 10 points from the 151 points. Okay,
Mhm.
so it goes now. If you beat the first challenge with the professor's grandson, you still have 151 points, but if you lose to him, you'll have 150. So say you lost to him and you lose a battle with a Pokemon, okay, and it dies,
Mhm.
then you lose 10 points the moment it dies. So it goes to 140. Now, if you got two of them and two of them dies,
141.
no, it's down to 130.
But
So
like, isn't it 150 when you start with?
151.
Uh,
Now, if you, like I said, if you lose that first battle, it goes to 150. Okay, so if
oh,
you,
you only get 1 point, and then the rest are 10 points. Yeah. Okay.
right, so each time you lose a Pokemon, that you lose 10 points, and that Pokemon can no longer be played again.
Oh
So,
wow, that blows.
yeah.
So that was a good one.
Okay, yeah. And choose the ones that you want to use wisely. Don't just go grabbing them. You know, do the research and find out which ones you want to use on your team, because like that's what they basically are. Your Pokemon's a team that you have to choose to go through the game and beat them.
I
So,
know I want Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff and Pikachu are my favorites. So
so be very careful about the ones you choose and make sure that that they're the ones that are, because your objective is to beat the game. Okay, I don't like that either. I didn't want to go into the the gym or whatever the hell that is. Not the gym, but the academy. I,
yeah.
I just wanted to beat all the gyms and be done with it. But
Uh-huh.
Rapid convinced me to go forward. You know, so I ended up doing it. Now, 10 points, and the Pokemon must be discarded from the party. And this only applies if trainer survives battle and does not black out. So this only applies to if you don't black out, if you don't lose the battle and by blacking out. The rule still applies if a Pokemon faints out of battle due to being poisoned.
Oh
Okay,
my.
so if you black out, you do get a lot more points taken off of you. All right, so um, that's not like a plus. You know, I mean, like right here, they're only taking 10 points off of you for each Pokemon that dies, but when you black out, it takes off
It
everything.
eliminates everything,
Well,
right?
it gets really worse. So um, now um, if you're in battle with another Pokemon and that Pokemon becomes poisoned and you come out of the battle, okay,
Yeah.
that Pokemon is still poisoned, so you have to get to a Pokeshop to heal it before it dies, or you lose that Pokemon even after the battle because the poison killed it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I didn't know that they could get poisoned because, like, wouldn't it just make sense not to eat anything given to you by your opponent? Like,
No,
You're in
I
the
mean,
middle of a battle and someone offers you a snack. You don't think that's
they ain't offering you no snack.
I'm just saying, you don't find that a little suspicious? Like, hello, my worthy opponent. Here is your cupcake. Like,
Some of their weapons and the way they do it are poisoning. So like,
oh, so it's like getting bit by a scorpion or something.
yeah,
And you don't know it's coming. I got you. I got you. Okay.
stuff like that. They don't give you no fudge sundae. They say let's be
Oh
friends.
man, why would you say Flex Sunday?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I know.
No, you shouldn't have, because now I gotta look at Uber Eats. Gross.
Okay, so now this is what's really important, and this is what people have a hard time with. Okay, it's the use of health or effects that heal, like items, potions, antidotes, and awakening. Stuff, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. Now, if you use those, it'll cost you 20 points for every time you use it, and that can get expensive if you're not careful. Cause
It's breaking up.
you know, so you gotta. You say it's breaking up.
It's better now. As soon as I told you it stopped. Yeah, it sounded like a robot, like you were talking about earlier.
All right, but did you catch that though?
If you lose 20 points for using the healing potions, I did.
Right. Now, there are some that I know that don't apply to that. Like elixirs don't count. You can use elixirs in the Nutslock. Now, HP ups are considered health items. They will result in point loss. So if you use HP ups, you'll lose the 20 points. But if you use elixirs, they won't hurt you. They won't take points off of you. And that's where it gets tricky with it with these points right here, because if you use your points on your these potions, then you're gonna also have to worry about it whenever a Pokemon dies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So kind of like go through and be wise about it. I personally never use any kind of potions. I actually had to use elixirs and stuff at the end with the last few battles, but that was the only time I ever had to use them.
What was your most useful tool?
Raw combat skills.
Nice.
Being the best I could be. My
Oh,
Pokemon. John said my Pokemon would be dead every time I played, as I would forget everything. You should
That's
give
so
it a try.
funny.
You'd be surprised. I actually didn't know I'd be so good at playing Pokemon until I tried it, John. I mean, and that's just being serious. I refuse to play any kind of Pokemon game because of my nephews. When I was younger, and the reason why is because they all got obsessed with these card games and stuff, and I just refused to do it. But then when I finally started doing it with Rapid, man, I found out I was actually good at it, and
And was enjoying yourself. You're going back for more.
well, I'm only doing it because Rapid wants me to.
Yeah, right. If you believe that, I got some land to sell you in Timbuktu.
Well, I got a rep to uphold, so.
Huh? Oh boy.
Now, this is another part. Alright, so if you use potions, it's 20 points every time you use them. But then you can also revive a fallen Pokemon. You can revive a dead one. But you have to be careful, because this comes with a heavy price, like it's written there, okay? It's a loss of 25 points for every Pokemon that you revive. So if you
But you
revive,
get your points back, right? From
huh?
battling and stuff. You get your points back from battling and stuff, though, right?
No, there's only one way to gain points in this game, and that's it. And I'll be getting to that here in a minute.
Okay.
But there's only one way. Now, that's the reason why it's really something. Like you've literally got to think that through, because you have to budget those points so that you can make it to the end without hitting zero.
So it serves you best to get something that automatically does its own poison, and you don't have to use a potion for it.
Right. Now, you can revive your fallen Pokemon, but it's going to cost you 25 points. And these Pokemon centers that you go to revive them, those are free. So you can go to any of them and have these Poke Centers revive all your Pokemon without any points being taken off. Okay, so the thing is, though, if you're carrying a dead Pokemon and you
Run into another battle, you're
no,
weak.
if you're carrying a dead Pokemon on you, okay, that you have, the first thing you do when you get to these Poke Centers is put it in the computer. They have a computer system that you go over to and you put them into, and you
Hmm.
put them in there with their life empty. Okay, because if you revive them, then they're for every dead Pokemon you get or have in there, they're going to take 25 points off.
Lord, okay, I see what you're saying. So make sure you put them in there with their life empty first, because if not, it
Yeah,
counts as you reviving, but you get the free revival from the Poke Center. I got it.
right. Now, understand though, if you revive a fallen Pokemon, if you revive one that's dead, that's 25 points. So, say you get into battle and you have them in your inventory,
Hmm.
and you go into the Poke Center and you revive them and then put them in the computer, you still get 25 points taken off of you, because you actually went up and allowed the Poke Center to revive it. So when you go in, and if you got dead Pokemon, go straight to the computer, put it in the computer, and then revive the ones that aren't dead, and that's cool. So I I emphasize that because I did that. It actually made me mad. I got furious that I did that. I was
That, especially when you find out that you could have done it for free.
no, I mean they were supposed to be dead. I mean I knew they were dead because they died in battle. Like they don't disappear. You know what I mean? They're still in your inventory when you lose a battle. Okay. And the only way to get rid of them is to go to the computer within these Poke Centers, and you can release them or you can put them in your inventory. Okay.
Why would you release them if it's free to put them back in your inventory when you're at the center?
Well, the thing is you want to put them in the computer system if they're dead, so that they can be held separate from your inventory, because you're going to take your living Pokemon. After you do that, you're going to go to the Poke Center and you're going to heal those all the way up, and that's free.
I thought you were going to be able to bring the other ones back to life for free
Uh,
too.
it'll cost you 25 points.
Oh,
You
I thought you said at the center you could do it for free.
you can heal them for free. Now, see, if I turn around and used a potion, it would cost me 10 points each. Okay, it would cost me 10 points each for healing them. Now, if they die, they're dead. No, okay, they're completely
Unless you
dead.
take the 25 points away to bring them back to life. I got
So now, reviving a fallen Pokemon means you're reviving a dead Pokemon. All right,
it. Hmm.
not an injured one, just a dead one. So if you revive any dead Pokemon, that's going to cost you 25 points for each Pokemon that you revived. Not the ones that are injured, because they got a power bar, and as long as that power bar doesn't go all the way to the end, they're not dead. So those can be healed if you've still got power on them. But if
So
they
kind of take them out the battle if you see their power getting low, huh?
right,
Okay.
exactly. Now if it does go empty, then that means that's a dead Pokemon. Okay,
And that costs 25 to revive.
right.
I got it.
Now and like I said, other than those, the ones that still have power in their power bar, those are free to revive in the Poke Centers. So you can do that. And that's the reason why I stayed on this topic as long as I have with you right now, because that was my big mistake. As a matter of fact, freaking Infamous called that or Rapid called that the infamous something. He nicknamed it after me. So
It was the ultimate mistake. Yeah, you not the infamous.
I did an infamous.
That's funny.
So it was pretty horrible. Now if you black out, okay, you lose your entire party. Every Pokemon that you have in your inventory
Mm-hmm.
that's on you is gone. Now, if you have them in the computer, those are safe. But the ones that are on you are just completely gone. You have to freaking discard them. And, well, really, the ones in the computer aren't even safe either. Because it'll cost you 50 points if you black out. Alright? And then you have to begin all over again with the same points. So say you lost freaking 25 points and you had 151, that'd be 176 points. So when you start over from the beginning again, you don't go back up to 151 points. You start at 176 points.
What you want 100? Wait, you want 176? That means you have more.
No, not 176. I was wrong. 126 points. That was my bad. Because say you die and you have 150 points, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you black out. That'll take you down to 100 points. All right. And when you come back, because you have to start the game over,
Mm-hmm.
you start with 150 instead of, or 100 instead of 150.
Oh, so you get to start over. You just have your points deducted. I got you.
Right. Instead, the player will start with however they had after the 50 points was taken off. That's what I was saying. That's what hits you the hardest. Like if you black out, that's a bad thing. And up here, like you said, if you black out, the loss of points don't count. Like you don't lose 10 points for each Pokemon if you black out.
But you lose 25 points for 50 points.
Yeah, 50
50
points.
points for the blackout, yeah.
And 6, only one Pokemon can be captured per area, and this is where I had a hard time because Rapid's Scottish, and like his writing is really, really strong Scottish accent. And
His writing?
Yeah, the way he writes. And at the time, Coco, or another guy that used to play, the one that Rapid doesn't like to mention.
Okay.
A Cosmic basically played too, and he's Scottish too. So I had two people that were playing that were Scottish playing Pokemon, and they kept writing stuff that was hard for me to understand, and this was one of the hardest, so I had to figure it out. And it says only one Pokemon can be captured per area, and you can't capture another one from the same location, route, cave as a previous captured Pokemon. Okay.
Oh, so you have to get Pokemon from new places every time.
Now on the map, there's different areas. When you get the Pokemon, you do this when it's best to get the colored version. The freaking what was it? I call it Gambit now, but it's actually Game Boy. Game Boy came out with Pokemon and then Pokemon Color. Now, the Pokemon Color shows the different areas. So when the tiles on the game starts or change colors, that's generally the end of each area. So when you go into another area, you can capture a different Pokemon than the one you just caught in that first area. You know what I mean?
I'm following you, but no, I have no idea exactly what you
Okay.
mean.
You'll
But I
so
What happens if you lose all your points?
what was that?
What happens if you lose all your points?
Game over. You're done.
Okay.
But the good thing is you can always start over and do it again.
No.
And when you start over with the 150 again, right?
Yeah, if you're going to start over from scratch. So,
Yeah.
um, and like, there's nothing wrong with doing test runs on this too. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to do test runs and try it out, and then maybe learn a little bit as you go, I mean, do it. You know what I mean? But like, when whenever you say, okay, I'm ready to take the challenge, then you take the challenge and you present your video. And if you present your video, then freaking somebody else will like score it for you, and then you'll know, and you know what I'm saying, what your score is, and it's verified. It's not like a self-imposed challenge. Now you can make a self-imposed challenge too. Don't get me wrong, but like that's why I like the way me and Rapid do it, because like he went through and he looked at my game, and he's the one that gave me my score. You know what I mean? So he verified that this is the game I played, this is the score I got, and I did the same thing. You know, with well, no, I never did. I just helped edit. I had to go through and talk after I did it, because he had me start talking on my game videos, and I just don't like doing that for some reason. It just drives me nuts. So
You
that's
be
what
good with the Minecraft videos.
so well, gaming videos, I think like you take away from the game when you're running your mouth. Just play the game. People like to watch the game. You know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
Yeah, and I've always felt that way. It drives me nuts that I have to actually sit in the middle of a game and talk. Like, I don't know why.
Kind of could distract you.
Well, no, I don't know. It just
Yeah, I stopped
No problem.
talking on game videos now, except for reviews. Only reviews I talk on now.
yeah, I just it drives me nuts. I cannot stand it. You know. And me and you've actually had that conversation before. I know we have. Like, but and Rapid finally got me to do it. You know what I mean? But I'll do it now too. But especially when you're editing, and you have to freaking edit in certain spots to make it look good. But guess what? You're running your mouth. I hate that worse than anything else. I'm sitting there running my mouth when I know that's where I'm supposed to be editing the video. So,
Oh wow, yeah. And then you got to do a voiceover,
well, I
right?
mean, there ain't no way to do that. So now I got a freaking conversation that's getting cut in half because I need to edit there. So, it just
Why you can't do a voiceover if you cut it out and just say the same thing again so it sounds right?
I'm not gonna.
Oh, because you don't want to do it. It's too much.
I used to do the voiceovers after playing the game, but it's not as good.
Yeah, you don't.
It isn't as good, definitely not.
And that's what I had to do with the Nutslock too, because I refused to talk on it, and finally, Rapid told me, "Look, go on in there and just tell everybody what the rules are." So I started doing these rules right here, reading them out so people knows about the game, and I made some comments eventually, and I finally got to where I could do it, but I still feel
Prefer
that
not
way.
to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still feel that way about it. I have no desire to talk during the video games.
You have the desire to play.
Yeah. Well,
I think
just,
I
oh,
I
go
think I
ahead.
only ever recorded twice when I was actually playing, and it was full of swearing all the way through. So I thought, no, it's never mind.
I would have loved to see that video. I don't. I just. It, I mean, I couldn't even imagine you saying a cuss word, John.
Yeah, right.
No,
It's like,
seriously.
Yeah, it's been known on occasion. Yeah.
I need to pay more attention. Okay, so the areas are color coded basically, and that doesn't always apply in all the areas. Like when you go into some of the towns, the areas are split up into three different parts of that town too. So you could go to one area and get a Pokemon, and then go down to another one, and then go
so even
down.
though you're in the same town, you still have different areas of the town,
Right,
so you're eligible. I got you.
right. And just so you know, before next year, if you want to do like a test run with me and just play around, we can do it. That way you can kind of get a clue of what you're doing.
I was thinking about that when you were talking about it. I was going to probably get on an emulator and see what I can do, but I wasn't going to tell you until I actually did it because sometimes I get ready to do stuff and I don't do it, and then I do something else instead.
I, no, I'm gonna give you freaking warning ahead of time, man. That music is freaking brainwashing. It's insane. Like the Pokemon sound, that background music. It makes you go crazy.
Hopefully, it'll replace my brain with alien brain.
Oh, it'd be worse.
How'd you turn it off,
You
Roger?
think a you think an alien brain would be worse than my brain? I'm so tired of my brain.
Well,
It
I
thinks too
could
much.
have turned it off. I don't know. I could see actually. I don't know if I could or not. To be honest with you,
All right. Okay.
because it's a older game, but I don't see why it wouldn't. Well, I probably could have.
Yeah.
That would have pissed off Rapid real good.
Just
That
silence. You don't want to talk during the game, and
I'll talk all you
he's
want,
gonna mute
BT,
himself.
buddy. I'm turning this freaking
Yeah.
music off.
I'll talk, but it's on my terms. No music.
Man, you just freaking made my day, John.
It's my way or the highway.
Oh, but he's cunning. Okay, it's supposed to be the Irish that are the cunning, but he's Scottish, and I don't understand that. Where he's so cunning, like he's suave about it. You know what I mean? He's like, I just want you to play the gems. That's all I want you to do is play the gems. And then all of a sudden I beat all the gems, and he's like, well, why don't you go on over there and beat the not the colleges, but the academy.
That's
And I'm
funny.
like, man, I thought you said all I had to do was
The
play.
gem.
Yeah.
Right.
He's
Now
so,
I'm a scholar.
yeah. He's smooth about it. He got me good, you know. So we've already gone over the player blacking out, right? Oh yeah.
50 points.
Yeah. And now we did the areas, and the areas are important too because like if you ever decide to do this again with another group, they don't allow what Rapid does on his, because like Rapid allows you to go in and and choose which ones that you want, but in a lot of these Nuzlocks, it's the first encounter that you have. So if you freaking play with Rapid, you go in and the first one that spawns up that wants to fight you, if you don't want to fight or if you don't want to capture him, you can just run. Okay.
Okay.
And
But I
then,
thought you. Oh, okay. So you don't have to capture them, but in most ones you do have to, right?
right, and most of them, like if you get a first encounter, then you have to capture that Pokemon in that area. Okay. If you fight them. So, like, but with Rapid, like, well, like if you can still run in other people's games, all right. But the thing of it is you can't capture any other Pokemon in that area. You have to go into the next and capture it there. Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. But with Rapid, like say you don't want to capture that Pokemon in that area, you can run and then stay in that area and capture the Pokemon you want.
Okay.
So that was another one I had a hard time with. I actually got my nephew pissed off because he caught two Pokemon in the same area, and I told him, I was like, well, you can't capture two Pokemon in the same area. You have to release one. And he turned around and got so mad he never played with me again.
Stop it!
Yeah, I told him, I was like, dude, that's not even our rules. That's like that's a general rule in playing Nuzlocke. I like got upset with me. So I was looking forward to it too, cause like he was always big on Pokemon, you know, but
He didn't want to play anymore because he had to follow the rules. Trust me, I understand.
spoiled little brat.
I
He's in his
advocate
20s
for
too.
it.
You know, he's in his 20s too, and he's still a spoiled little brat.
It's going to be hard for me to disassociate with that because I'm a bit of a spoiled little brat, especially if it's like, it's like, I hear what you're saying, but I'm kind of here for spoiled brats. You're not going to get you're not going to get me to stray away from us. Pop Up would love you too, though, I'm sure.
Basically, it says you can't, only one Pokemon can be captured per area. Can't capture another one from the same location, route, cave as previous captured Pokemon. As a previous captured Pokemon. Now, this is where his accent got me, you know what I mean? Because he said that, and then I literally had to have him rewrite it to where it was a little bit better English, you know? And, because for me, like, that right there is not really that clear. But for him and for Cosmic, it sounded perfectly clear, you know?
Make perfect sense.
I literally had to tell him, I know, but you're Scottish. You know? It's like, and they couldn't comprehend that. To them, they're speaking like perfect English and shit, you know? And
Yeah, no, I can imagine. It's like going for the hood and telling them that they're not pronouncing the word.
So I was like, and this right here is the older version, so you kind of get an idea of what I was talking about. Like, he actually went onto his Discord and rewrote it, made it a little bit clearer, so.
It's more universal.
Now, the first encounter rule does not apply, and that's the one I was telling you about just now.
That if you lose or whatever, you only get the 1 point taken off, yeah.
Really, with the first encounter rule, the thing that you have to remember, like if you're playing somebody else's Nuzlocke, not this one, and you run from a fight, you can't capture another Pokemon in that area. You have to wait until you get to the next area. You know what I mean?
I do now. I hear what you're saying. That's what you were saying, though. Throughout, the only time you can do it is if you're in the same town, but it's a different area of the town, and that's when you're allowed to. Yeah, okay.
Now that rule doesn't apply in Rapids games. So like you can run from the fight and pick which one you want to capture in that area. So
can you still get attacked if you're running? Like they can chase you if they want to?
Oh yeah. Well, they don't chase you. Well, I don't know if they do in Gen 2. What happens is, like, you'll be walking through a grassy field, and all of a sudden, the battle will pop up, and you'll have to fight a Pokemon. So, I haven't played Gen 2 before. I've only played Gen 1, and that's how it happened there, so. Now, after that, in each area, you must run from each wild Pokemon until you find the one that you wish to capture. Now that's the part I was just telling you about. Now, if the player forgets this, he will not lose any Nuzlocke points, but the Pokemon captured is disqualified. So that one's disqualified, and you must go to the first Pokemon, and you hold up, is the first, but the Pokemon captured is disqualified. You must go with the first Pokemon you battle in that area if you wish to capture that Pokemon. So that's the only one you can have, and the only way to get rid of that one that's disqualified is you have to go to the Poke Center and release it.
Well, I'm confused because what would disqualify it?
If it, like, say you captured one Pokemon already.
Oh, from the same area, and then
Yeah.
okay, I got you.
That's what pissed my nephew off because he he caught two Pokemon in the same area, and I told him you have to freaking release one, or you have to release the second one because it was disqualified. And that's a general Nuzlocke rule. That's the way it is with all of them when you go through and you play them. So, like, you can only do one of them in that area. You can't capture two of them. That's the general rule. Now, if the Pokemon is disqualified, it must be released as soon as possible, and you must go to your first choice in that area. That means the first one that you chose to capture. Now, the Safari Zone is made up of 4 areas. In this instance, you are allowed to have / capture one Pokemon for each of the 4 areas if you choose. So if you want to go in and capture 4 Pokemon in the Safari Zone, then you can. Alright, so those are the basic rules right there for that.
And that's the only place you can capture 4?
No, there's actually a couple other places, like Bill's house, or what's his name, Bob's house or something. You can capture one there, and then in the same area there's a field over to the side that you go through before you get to the town. You can capture another one there. So there's a couple other places too. Now,
I got the rule you just scrolled up, rule 2 about the Pokemon fainting. I just thought, how does a Pokemon faint?
in battle, when their energy bar drops to 0.
Right, okay.
Like they start out with a full bar of energy, and when they're depleted, they're dead. So that's usually the
So
term.
fainting and dying is the same thing?
Yeah, for a Pokemon. Now with you, if you lose all your Pokemon, you black out and you're dead. That's if you lose all your Pokemon.
Right.
So, but with a Pokemon, when they run out of an energy bar, yeah, that's considered a permadeath. Okay. So let me make sure I'm right where I need to be. Now, gaining points. You guys heard about how to lose points, so this will go over how you gain points, which isn't really much funner.
Yeah, because you said there's only one way to gain points, right?
Yeah. Okay, gaining points. There's only one way to earn points on this adventure, and that is by beating a gym leader, for which the trainer will earn 25 points for every gym leader that they beat. Now, this doesn't mean like 25 points for every person in the gym. It just means the gym leader that's at the end of it. Okay? So when you go into these gyms, there's a good chance you're going to get in a fight with about 4 or 5 people. Maybe, I think the first one with Brock is only one person that you have to fight. And then you fight Brock, but you don't get any points for fighting his assistant. You get points for fighting him. And that's 25 points for each gym leader. Okay. Now, a total of 200 points can be earned in a single run, given that there's only 8 gym leaders in total. So you can, well, that answers the question. 8 gyms with 8 gym leaders. So for everyone that you beat, you get 25 points, and with a total of 200 points. And points may also be earned by beating. Points may also be earned by beating the same gym leaders after a reset has happened. So, say you have to reset because you blacked out and you have to start the game over.
Yeah.
So you turn around and you go and you fight Brock again after you fought him one time. Then that means you can actually get 25 more points from fighting him again.
Well, it does. That makes sense because you're starting the game over.
Well, it allows you to. Well, you're gonna start over on that reset with like a loss of at least 50 points because like you died and you lose 50 points. So like if you go and you fight Brock, you'll end up getting 50 points added, which will bring you back up to 250. You know what I mean?
I thought you said that if you restart the game, you can start with the same 150. That's not the case.
No. What happens is like if you die from a blackout and you have 200 points, then you deduct 50 points. You start the game over, and at that point you only have $150 or 150 points. I was talking dollars now.
I see.
But when you start that game and you go, say, fight Brock again, say you already fought him, alright, and you got 50 points, if you go fight him again, then that means you can get 50 more points from him again for fighting him.
I got you.
So, that's...
In which case, dying is not so horrible if you can defeat him again anyway.
But you still only get 25 points for beating him, so...
So no, because then you lose more for when you die, you lose 50.
Yeah, you lose 50. It'd take 2 gems to catch you up to where you were before, so... Now, on the side note, while this sounds like a normal Nuzlocke challenge, be aware this is not a normal challenge at all. Each player will not only participate in the challenge, but that player will also be verified by this group and scored according to another person's evaluation of their gameplay videos. Now that was something I added in with mine, so I have a feeling that we're using my altered version of it. So that is something I wanted to point out on a side note, because a lot of people have mentioned that whenever we were doing our videos that this is actually verified. Like, it's not self-imposed, because I was towards the end of my videos, I was telling people that it's a self-imposed challenge, okay? And somebody told me that no, this isn't self-imposed because you're allowing somebody else to grade your score. So it kind of made a difference to me, you know what I mean? Because this is a verified gameplay if you allow somebody else to do it. So don't get butt hurt. That's all I gotta say. So, like I said, this isn't a self-imposed challenge. You are actually being challenged. You are actually being challenged by us, and you are showing us your skill at these games. So, congratulations! If you win, you are now a verified god at all of the Pokemon Gen 1 Nuzlocke. Yeah. He might have wrote that.
You said I wrote it?
He might have wrote that because I wouldn't write anything cheesy like
I was
that.
about to say.
That's something that Rapid would write. Now, after reaching the final gym, your adventure is over. That's what. Yeah, this is mine. This is my changes. Okay, so after you reach the final gym, your adventure is over, but you can choose to go further into the league with us if you wish to. Okay, it is your choice. Now, that's where I want it. I want it to end right there. Okay, but you have a choice of going in to the freaking what is it again? The academy. You don't have to if you don't want to. All right. Now, then after that, if you choose to go into the league, you have league rules and everything changes. Because I'll tell you right now, I mean, if you want to play freaking the Nuzlocke, the first part is going to be relatively easy, okay?
Okay.
But once you get to the freaking to the league, which is the league, I was wrong. Still, I was wrong. But once you get to the league, that's where things start getting hectic, especially when you start going towards the end. And that's why Rapid did his changes on the points, which I agree with, because like this is insane. It really is. The last part is. If you have made it this far, you deserve a pat on the back. However, to ensure that this Nuzlocke has a definitive and has a definitive end, certain adjustments to the rules have had to be made, while others may cease to exist here. Okay, this is the league after all, so it will be tough. Now, losing points. In the league, to lose points, one, the nickname will still the nickname still applies, and the nickname still applies here, and as before, it is a loss of 5 points, so you still have to nickname your Pokemon. And two, the Pokemon that
but it's only 5 points if you don't nickname it. Once you get to the league, at least it's not 10, because it's 10 otherwise, right?
No, it's 5 at the. No, it's 10 if you use healing potions and stuff like that. So,
okay.
And if they faint, I believe is what it was. Okay, Pokemon that faint, whether in battle or away from the fight, i.e. faint due to poisoning, is still a loss of 10 points. So that's what
I was thinking about.
That's what you're talking about. Now, as before, any use of health or effects for healing items is a loss of 20 points. So the healing effects and everything, that's still 20 points to use them. Reviving a Pokemon or buying one back in after dice roll is a loss of 25 points. Now, the dice roll is where things change here, okay? But it's a loss of 25 points. Now, 5, blackouts no longer result in a 50-point loss. So, you don't have a 50-point loss, and you don't have a hard reset where you have to start the game over, okay? Mm-hmm. And this ensures that the game doesn't loop it on itself. So, like, once you make it into the league and you freaking end up, blacking out, they don't want you to have to reset the game and do it all over again, okay? So you don't lose 50 points in the league, and you don't have to do a hard reset.
Okay, but you maintain the amount of points you have, or you're able to score more points still once you enter the league, or
The,
there's more of those gems that you can fight or whatever.
now once you get into the league, there's no more points.
Battles,
There's no there's no more points.
but you can lose points, but you cannot get points.
Right.
That's wild.
And that's where that's where it gets really hard. I mean, see, before you get to this league, you better know how to kick butt and have some points stocked up, because
But you can only get a certain amount of point anyway. Let's just say you make a perfect game. The max you can get is 351. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Like,
right, and you got a
so
budget. I mean, you got a budget. You got to know, like I told you, I
I wouldn't
never.
want to go in the league because as long as I'm out of the league, am I able to keep battling gems and getting more points? Like if I stay out of the league and I've already battled all the gems, I can battle them gems again without dying and then get more points, or no?
No, game's over.
Oh, I see.
You've beaten the gems, but you haven't beaten the game. You know. So if you want to beat the game, it's your choice to go in and play the rules
I
or
see.
the league
The
rules.
league,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's my stipulation, though, because I know that there's a lot of people who don't really want to go in and play the leagues. It's pretty tough. So, I mean, only a few people actually enjoy playing the leagues. Being honest, it is really hard. So, but with Rapid, he'll probably want us to do the freaking leagues. So this is like my version. If you ever want to do one of these with me,
Okay.
um, where you have a choice of either continuing through the league or not. So, but let me see. No, now let me. Blacking out no longer results in a 50-point loss plus hard reset to ensure the game doesn't loop on itself. Instead, the player loses 10 points per fallen Pokemon as mentioned previously. Total up to 60 points depending on the party. Plus an additional 10 points for losing the league, as well as a dice roll. See below. So you lose 10 points for each Pokemon that's fallen, and total up to 60 points depending on party, the size of your party, and additional 10 points for losing the league. So you lose 10 points, and say if you have 30 Pokemon or 3 Pokemon that died, that would be 40 points. And then you have to do the dice roll, and that is now on 6 it says the one Pokemon per area rule is no longer in effect. Now you can now you have reached the league, and the entire map is now open to you. This is to allow you the chance to build up your team. You build up a team. What'd you say?
I didn't say anything. You said you built up a team.
Okay.
Maybe you heard me push the chair in.
I don't know. I heard some weird noise.
Mm.
Okay. This allows you to build up a team should you need to, and yes, you can catch multiple monsters from the same area if you need to. So basically, he's saying that you can catch as many Pokemon in all the areas that you need to. It doesn't have the one Pokemon per area rule anymore.
Oh, okay. So that's another good thing about being in the league. The only whack part is that you don't get any points. You do all of this and your score stays the same. You can like basically die yourself out, or
I'm
that's
telling you, man. I had this same conversation with Rapid. Like, there's really no benefit for doing this other than saying you beat the game. That's it. There's no reward. He's like, oh, good. Pat on the back. You beat the game. And that's it.
Right, and I mean, like, you can still play it.
Yeah. Now the dice decides. This one's where it gets messed up too. If a player reaches blackout, then that player will need to roll a virtual dice. The number the dice lands on will determine which Pokemon in the same numbering position in your party must be discarded from your party. So that means you have to number, like on your Pokemon list, you'll have the top one, that'll be 1. The one that's second underneath it is 2, and then 3. And like usually you have 6 of them in there. So you'll have 1 to 6. And if you roll a 4, then that 4th Pokemon has to be freaking eliminated from your team. It has to be discarded.
Oh, so it picks which ones you're gonna have eliminated. You don't. It just from the roll of the die. I got you.
Yeah, and that's from blacking out and dying, going through the league. Now, it's then up to you if you want to buy the Pokemon back, but that will work the same as a revive and cost you 25 extra points. So if you want to buy them back, you can buy that Pokemon back, but it's going to cost you 25 points.
I see.
Okay, so alternatively, you can pull another Pokemon from your PC if it was stored and not dead, and in its you can pull it up in its place or catch another Pokemon, and that is basically a waste of time because, like, at this point, you've made your Pokemon stronger, and they're able to fight against these enemies. But like, you go out and catch another one, then that means you got to build these Pokemon up to be just as strong as the one that you had, if not stronger. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense. It's like I don't want to say how I'm correlating it in order for me to comprehend it because it's wild, but yeah, I get it.
You literally have to go through the entire game again to freaking build up your Pokemon to be strong enough to fight them. So, like, for me personally, I would just, if I had the extra points, I'd just buy the Pokemon back, you know.
Right.
But that's what I avoid using the potions for and everything is for this right here.
So when you get towards the end, or once you get into the academy, you're able to use it, but it's not frivolously, but you have more leniency to be able to.
Yeah, and it's actually where you need to use it, especially on the Pokemon Yellow. I've watched Cosmic and Cosmic and Glitch play the other ones, the red ones and the blue ones, and they're not even close to as hard as what the yellow was. So, but right here is where I needed them. I mean, in these fights, because the battles on the last 2, I'll give it. I'll tell you that much. They aren't no joke. So as before.
Oh my gosh, he's playing Minecraft and he's yelling. Hold on.
So as before, with game or gym leaders, the Elite Four are the only ones that you can gain that can grant you 25 points when beaten. However, this is a one-time offer for each member of the team, so you can't farm for points. So with the Elite Four, you go from one battle to the next one. You can't go backwards. You have to go from one battle right into the next one until you make it to the last battle. And for every each one of them that you beat, you get 25 points. And that's a one-time deal. So if you have to start back over and go back through them again and you've already beaten those, you can't do like you did in the other one You you only get it one time. So and so that's basically the rules. I don't know if you heard that or not, Karma.
No, the last part I didn't. I was handling something,
Okay.
but
It's just a short sentence. I can read it to you. Now, this is where you can actually gain points. I was wrong about that. As before, with the gym leaders, the Elite Four are the only ones that can grant you 25 points when beaten. However, this is a one-time offer from each member of the four, so you can't farm for points. And basically, what you do is you start out, you go in and you fight the first of the four, or the Elite Four, and there's no going backwards. Like, you can't leave and come back in. All right. After you
okay.
beat after you beat that first one, you go to the second one, and then if you beat that one, you go to the third one, and on to the fourth one. Now, each time you beat one of them, you gain 25 points. So you'll get 25 points for each battle you beat. But that's only one time. So if you have to start over at the beginning and go back through them again,
Yeah,
and you have to fight them one more time,
yeah.
then you don't get 25 points again. So
Oh wait, hold on. So that's the only way you can get points in the league then.
yeah,
Okay, so
and it's just basically a one-time deal. But if you go, like, if you beat two of them and you die on the third one, when you start over again, you can still get points from the third one because you didn't beat them.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay, so as long as you haven't already beaten them, you can still get points for them. But if you die even after you've already beaten them once, you're not allowed to go get points for them again, even though you'll still have to defeat them again. I got it.
Right. So that's basically the rules right there. So on that, and then later on, you can probably go through and do some trial runs. And if you want, we can do like you were talking about. We can play the game on here and talk to one another while we're doing it.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna see what I can do in regards to getting on there and just getting familiarized with it, and then I'll let you know. I have a show to do tonight, so I'm gonna do that tonight during the witching hour sometime.
Okay.
But
Sounds good. And we can meet back up here too, and I can show you how to get the emulators and everything hooked up and good to go. I'll find out from Rapid which emulator we need to use for Gen 2.
okay,
Because I want to do some trial runs on this one too.
what did you use last time?
Last time we used Gambit, but I don't know for sure if we can use Gambit for Gen 2.
Okay,
So let me find that out and everything. So
okay, sounds good.
so I guess we could end it here. Yeah.
Yeah, no, thank you for going through all of that with me because I have the clear understanding. Like I said, I'm going to get on the vault and see what I can do in regards to learning a little bit because I've never played the video game Pokemon. So, like, I can't, it's been so long since I've fooled around with the cards. Like, I'm not well versed at all, but I mean, I can become so that's cool. I learn anything that I put my mind to, and I'm usually super fast at learning.
And
So,
plus we can do it together too. You know what I mean? If you need help on, like, when you're in the game, I can kind of tell you that this is how it needs to be done, and this is, you know what I mean?
yeah, no, definitely. You know, I'm gonna holler at you. That's the same thing I had to do with OBS.
Mm.
The video, I chopped it just so it didn't have the top of your like movie deck or whatever. Not movie deck, but your computer screens and stuff like that. I did chop it in order for it to not have that. But I was thinking I was going to probably just do it the way it is. I didn't really. I listened to it. I don't really want to edit because with editing, it makes it to where you miss some stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't like that idea. So I was going to post it up on the 22nd as well, because the 22nd is a good synchronicity day. But if I don't post it the 22nd, I actually might do it the 23rd because it's 23, and so that'll mean something. I'm going to just line up the numbers and do correlation to see which numbers will be better effective for what it is anyway. So
Okay.
yeah, I already have it ready to go. I was gonna put it on Rumble last night. I just haven't figured out. Well, like I said, I cut it down, so I cropped it so I don't have the top, and then like Jitsi, even Jitsi, because Jitsi's not getting free advertising for me, and so I just will see which day I like better in regards to that subject matter. Like I have to do a show today, 122, and I know though it's 2323, so 232 and then 323. And so I'm just going to see which one works better as regards to the subject, and then I'll put it out at the appropriate time. But it'll be up between the next 2 days. I already got it,
All
like
right.
how I'm gonna do
That's
it. Yeah.
cool. Yeah, and just so everybody knows, she's talking about her first interview with me, and I made a mistake the other night. I know didn't know that you'd already done interviews, so
That was so long ago though. Like that's why I was saying it, and it was completely different. So I was working on Station Head, like I told you, that app. And when
well,
I
see,
was on there, I was
it's
one of
good.
the.
It's good though, cause now I know, and you know what I mean. I mean, we can actually like get some good stuff started. I was thinking I was gonna have to like use kid gloves with you and stuff, and kind of guide you through everything.
Yeah,
So
put spoon feed me and chop it, grind all the
yeah,
bananas down in the blender, and then spoon feed me. No,
yeah,
I'm a little, I'm a little, I like to be
yeah.
fed, but I mean, I can eat big girl food. No,
We'll
I'm just
try. We'll
saying.
try out some kid meals, the McDonald's and shit. You know,
Yeah, first.
the
And then, did you want a big girl meal? Did you want a big girl meal? Yes, can
oh
I have
shit.
a big girl meal, please? Yeah. But
Yeah.
definitely yeah, like I said, I was at first I was like one of the only people really doing interviews on that app, and then like I said, it was a crazy situation, so I kind of felt back off of it. But that's why I really got my, that was really my first experience for doing interviews. I've done interviews for like people, like my mom's doctor's office did like interviews with the doctors and the doctors' kids, and we were all in like a little commercial thingy or whatever like that. Like that was where someone interviewed me, but my experience with interviews come from like, it's usually artists, so it's different type of questioning. Just like I
Mm-hmm.
like this one because it gives me a little bit more experience. Because with me, when I'm doing the music interviews, I tend to attempt to keep it as focused on the music as possible, not getting too much in their personal. And so
Mm-hmm.
with this though, for me, I feel like it's important to kind of indulge into some of the personal aspects because it's a personal interview. And we were talking about his experience with Disney, but I feel like I didn't even ask like a lot of opinionated questions that you and I had spoke about before in regards to like how do you, well, we talked a little bit about the symbolism that's
Mm-hmm.
found in the Disneys and stuff like that, but like just like how do
You
you
did.
stand on
You
it, where
did
you stand
actually.
on it.
I think you used your judgment call because you know he's like a big old teddy bear. You don't want to break
Yeah,
his
and I didn't
heart.
want to like, yeah, like even with me telling my experiences, it's like
I
I
knew
don't want to
exactly.
ruin you.
I
I
knew
don't want to ruin
exactly what it was
you.
about. He's like, it's just you don't want to do that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's exactly what I don't want to,
Like,
like I'm not going to be the one to hurt you. Life is going to hurt you enough. They hurt me, baby. Trust me.
exactly.
I don't want
I
you to
was on
turn
the
out like me.
I was on the same page with you, man.
At least
Trust
you
me.
got that part.
Yeah. I
Yeah, but it
still,
was, so you thought it was a good, you thought we did good? You
yeah,
thought
I
it was
think it
alright?
was an excellent show. I mean, I
Cool.
really do. I think it was excellent. So,
And you don't think he hates us too much, especially
oh
like I
no, he
wasn't too
loves us.
invasive or
He
okay,
he
cool,
loves
cool,
us.
cool, cool.
Now he's
Alrighty.
Zach. Magic Disney Zach said he's gonna be on tonight if you want to come on and hang out with him while he's doing his stream and stuff.
He's
So
doing it on Discord, right? Eight
yeah,
o'clock. I saw that.
yeah,
So yeah, he said he might even turn voice on and chat with us a bit. So
yeah,
yeah, no, I probably will step in for a little bit. The boys were, I thought they were, when I first checked in, they were yelling. It was because they were playing the game. This time it was because they were fighting each other. So I'm gonna have to address
yeah.
those type of issues and then get to where I have to go in regards, and then hopefully, yeah, they might. I just might screen share it and let them watch him too. So then it kind of be like a family type thing. Maybe play some Uno while we do it or whatever, and
Yeah.
that way they can kind of like step away from the iPad, step away from the
Hmm.
iPad, and stop going crazy. So cool. Yeah, no, I probably will tune in a bit.
All right. Well, let's end this and we'll talk later.
Okay.
I'll get this video set up and ready to go. And I still got to interview somebody tonight, Mr. Robot. He's at 10 o'clock p.m. So
10 o'clock p.m. my time?
It's going to be 11 your time. So
Okay, yeah, that's great because like I said, my show's in the middle of the night. It won't really start until 10:22. So
Okay.
I'll pull up.
All right. And I will see you in a little bit.
Alrighty, have a good night. Be safe.
You too.
Thank you.
All right. I'm glad you guys came by to watch. Hopefully you enjoyed, and good night. Now, hello everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Today is another episode with my topic of storytelling, and I have somebody here that I've been wanting to get on here to tell a story for quite a long time, and he has probably one of the coolest stories that you could listen to. So with that, first I gotta say hi to Karma, my co-host. Hello, Karma.
Hi.
Karma's here. We're both gonna listen in, and at the end of Mr. Robot's story, he's agreed to let us ask questions and answers. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to you, Mr. Robot. Welcome here.
Hello, folks. I appreciate those listening, and where to begin a big story like this? I guess I'll go back to my beginnings. I was born in South Africa. I grew up in apartheid South Africa times when there was big conflicts and big disparity between the white people that were from British descent living in Africa compared to the local populations that lived there, which were a bunch of different tribes. I don't know if you know this, but there's like 14 different languages in South Africa, and only one of them is English. And but anyway, I grew up in a time where there was a lot of racism and a lot of hostility between the colony people and the local population. And it pains me to say, but when you grow up in an environment like that, you, as a little kid, you don't know any better, right? So you kind of listen to your elders, which is usually your parents and those of their friends and those around them, you know, and you kind of pick up the culture that you grow up in. And I picked up a lot of that stuff, that sort of racial hatred, not necessarily hatred, but just like disrespect and things like that as a kid. And it was part of the sort of way you spoke and the jokes that you made, and it was just saturated in the culture, you know. And I didn't really notice it at all until I moved. My family moved out of South Africa to Australia, and it was completely different there. There was none of that, or so little that I didn't recognize it there. And only then that I realized, like, wow, I've sort of looked down on people my whole life, and I needed to change. And at that point, like in Australia at that time, it's completely unacceptable to be racist. So I worked on myself and I changed those beliefs. And anyway, as I felt like that helped me grow quite a bit, because I could then empathize with people that were going through similar things, whether it was in Australia between the Australian people and the Indigenous people there. They had a little bit of that going on as well. It wasn't as severe because in South Africa, only like 10% of the population is white, and 90% is brown and black. Whereas in Australia, it's the other way around. It's 90% white people and 10% Indigenous people. And but I could see the same sort of things unfolding that I was going through as a kid, and I felt like I'd sort of grown past that. So it allowed me to have a lot of compassion for people that were going through it. I didn't really demonize people on either side. I sort of felt like I was detached in a way from it because I didn't grow up there. It wasn't my beef. It wasn't my my sort of, I wasn't part of the fight or anything. And so I could always be like a bit of a mediator and help people see past those types of situations and beliefs and stuff like that. And it allowed me to actually appreciate the qualities in Indigenous people at that time. And anyway, I'll get back to that and where it sort of led me. But at that point in my life, I was like, in my late teens. I was just starting university, studying to be a doctor. And there came a point in my second year where I was studying medicine, like pharmaceuticals, drugs, how they work, pharmacology, and I was geeking out on it. I've always been a bit of a scientist at heart. I'm a very curious person by nature, and learning how things work in the body was so fascinating to me because you can see how that actually plays out in real life. When you know the things that happen underneath it all, you can see why things happen the way they happen. And so when I was learning pharmacology, it was very interesting because, when you take a medicine or a drug, it has all these different effects and side effects, and you know why they happen because they affect different parts of your own physiology, right? Anyway, so one of my subjects was illicit drugs in med school, and we got to this one subject which was psychedelics. And they said it was very basic. They basically said, you take some of these drugs and they make you hallucinate. And I was like thinking to myself, what is a hallucination? How can it be that you can take a substance and your brain can come up with these fantastical visions or worlds or whatever people see, And I've never experienced that myself, so I sort of just put it down as a bit of a medical mystery and went on with my life, went on with my studies, until one day I met a chemistry student, and he's like, and I was very curious about LSD, and the chemistry student said to me, I don't have LSD, but have you heard of DMT? I'm like, DMT? What's that? I had no idea. This was quite a long time ago, before any of the information that's out on the internet was out. And but I could find a little bits of reports here and there, and I was like, just like looked it up, and unanimously across the board it said it was safe. No one's ever like overdosed on it. There's no real side effects. And I was like, and it only lasts for 5 to 10 minutes. And I'm thinking, oh, that's perfect. I have to go to class tomorrow, so yeah, give it to me. And I made the mistake of not actually looking, because I wanted to have a clean slate. Because one thing I learned in class about psychedelics is if you have a preconception idea about a psychedelic and then you take it, it influences how you experience it, because it works through your mind, right? The word psychedelic means mind manifesting. So I wanted to know nothing about it, or as little as possible, before I take it, to have a completely raw, pure experience. Because as a scientist, I was like, I don't want it to be influenced by anything, because then I can understand it more purely, as an observer. And anyway, I sort of sat there with my roommate at the time, and we bought like a pipe, and we just like packed the DMT in there. And we like dressed up the room nice and like colorful and psychedelic and stuff. And my friend had it first. Actually no, that's not true. I had it first, but I didn't look up how to smoke it properly. So like, when it's a DMT is a crystal, when you heat it up, it turns into just like a liquid. And it just dropped straight through the mesh that was in the pipe, and I barely got anything in me. And then I passed it over to my friend. I felt a little bit like different, but not very. And then I gave it to my friend. He had a bit of a bigger smash of it. And then all of a sudden, he just gets up, goes over to the sink, and starts vomiting. As he's vomiting, he's just laughing his head off, going, and then he's like, I've got to go to the toilet, and he leaves the room. And I'm going, shit. Well, at least he was laughing, so at least, he must be having a good time. So I'm like, all right, I'll have one more. There's not much left, but I'll have one more try. So I smoke another one, and I look over on the wall, and my friend, he's a tattoo artist, and he had like a yin-yang symbol with two doves above it. And I kid you not, the yin-yang, with my eyes open, starts spinning on the wall, like, really fast. And the doves just become alive and fly straight off the wall. And I was like, and at that point, like the music, we had some like monk chanting music going on. And all of a sudden, it just got too intense for me in there. I was like, oh. I just felt all this energy. I was like, I can't do it. So I wanted to walk back to my room. And it was literally just like a few meters away, but it felt like forever. And I just walked over there, that scene in The Matrix where there's all those doors in that long corridor? It just felt like my hallway stretched out into this infinite long hallway. And then all of a sudden I'm in my room, and I go over to wash my face in the basin that I have in my room. And the basin is tiny normally, but it turned into like the size of a bathtub. It just felt huge. And I look up into the mirror, and I could not recognize myself at all. Like, I just looked like a completely different person. I was like touching my face, going, what the hell? Is this what I look like? It was in complete detail. It wasn't like, fuzzy or anything like that. It was like I was looking at a completely different person. It was so bizarre. And then I look over to where the balcony is, and there was like a yellow sheet draped down as you go out to the balcony, and the sun was kind of shining through the sheet, and the sheet was yellow, but when I was seeing it on DMT, it looked like it was radiating gold. And I was almost like I could look through the sheet into like another world, and in there was like a person in there made out of like energy, but then all of a sudden it stopped. Like the trip was very short, and I was just like got a little taste of it. I was just like, wow. And I was so happy because I'm like, oh, finally I've had a hallucination. I get it now, tick that off the bucket list, I'm done, and I didn't even think about it again for like a very long time. I did another couple of years of my studies. I traveled abroad for a while, and then after some time, I come back home, and I'd just been in Amsterdam and all over Europe and things like that, and I got home and I was like in the outback in Australia, and there's nothing to do there, right? You're just out in the middle of nowhere. And I was kind of bored, so I was thinking to myself, oh yeah, there was that DMT thing. I forgot about that. Isn't that in trees? And it turns out that DMT is actually in our national tree, like the acacia tree. So I was like, oh, it's in acacia trees. They're everywhere. So I'll just go out and go get some. So I walk out into the bush, find myself a random tree, and cut the bark off it, and I take it home. And because I know a little bit of chemistry and stuff, I did an extraction on it. And it turns out that I only learned this much later on, that DMT only occurs in about 1 or 2% of acacia species, and Australia has about 2,000 different acacia species. And it turned out, by some miracle, I had selected the right acacia tree that no one had ever discovered before in that region to have DMT in it, and I just got lucky. And there was a bit of DMT in there, but it was a huge process, and I finally, after 24 hours of work, I ended up with like 1 tiny teaspoon worth of this stuff. And it smelled like DMT, but I didn't really know. And then, but I didn't want to like let all this work go to waste, so I just sort of like, but it wasn't a crystal like it should be. It was like an oil. I'm like, how do you smoke an oil, you know? So I just like put a little bit on some alfoil and I heat it up, which you should never do because the alfoil also goes into your brain, and that's not good for your brain. But I didn't know that at the time. And I got this tiny whiff of it, and I was listening to MIA Paper Planes with a visualizer going on iTunes or something like that, and the visualizer was actually coming out of the screen like little particles going around my brain, going around my head, and I could see all these different, what do you call it, like different objects coalescing with these molecules smashing together, like random things like a cupcake and a hammer, and different objects would just like formulate in front of my eyes. And it was pretty amazing, but then it was over. And I was like, oh, damn, I want to see more of it, but it was so much work. So anyway, over the years, I got a little bit better at it, and I had a little bit more to play with. And once I did, I was by myself in this house that I was renting for a while. And I had no responsibilities at the time. I took a little bit of a gap year off my studies, and I had some time to sort of reflect on it. And what I noticed was I kept seeing things that in my visionary trips that I didn't believe in, which was a surreal experience to have, because normally you would expect to see, like, if your brain is just getting jumbled and you're seeing a hallucination, you would expect to see things you do believe in, or things that your brain can conceive of. But what I found is I would often see things that I have never even considered, or things that I didn't think was real, or things that I couldn't even imagine normally, like colors that I've never seen before, shapes that are hyperdimensional and fourth, fifth dimensional shapes or something like that. And I was just like, whoa. And then I realized something that was very profound for me was, maybe I don't know everything, maybe I should just keep more of an open mind, and I'd be able to process this information a bit better, because I found my brain was like forgetting a lot of the stuff that I'd see, because there's nowhere to put it in my brain. If your brain is a filing cabinet and you're organizing it from A to Z, and you see something that's outside of that A to Z range, your brain puts it somewhere random, and you have no easy way of recalling it because it's so strange, right? And I started to see things that I feel changed me for the better. I had some experiences where I had like an ego death, and I literally felt like I was going to die. And I felt like I did die. And I felt like when I was in this space of, I guess, the spirit world, I realized something that's still with me today, which is there is life beyond death. And before this, I was like an atheist, like very scientifically minded atheist. I would debate Christians until they cry. But then I realized there's life beyond death, and if that's true, then death is not something to worry about. It's just another part of life, because then you just transition. You're not dying per se, and it allowed my mind to relax to a degree that I've never felt before, where I was able to drop some of my bigger fears, and no one really thinks about dying all the time, but it still seems to like have some kind of drag on your mind in a way. And then I started getting into the practice of like facing my fears, because you'll find as you explore these types of substances, your ego will start to fight you, because your ego does not like to be out of control. When when your brain knows it's about to be out of control, it'll try to resist. And so I had to get into this practice of like letting go of my fear, letting go of my anxieties, and just going with the flow of what happens. And I'd sort of say a little mantra to myself, which is like, I've had a good life so far, and if I die right now, I'll be a happy person, because I've experienced like truly magical things. And it got me to this point where I realized I could bring back information from the spirit world, and it would teach me stuff. It started with very basic lessons, like, what are hyperdimensional shapes, what are hyperdimensional colors. And then eventually, after a long while of exploring, I started to see these entities, these beings that exist in this other world. And I just found it fascinating. I was constantly exploring it at that time. And I realized I could ask questions, and more often than not, the answer would come to me. And if it didn't come to me like straight away, it would sort of unfold in my life within a very short period of time. And I would say from that point on, I would have considered myself a spiritual person, because I believed in spirits. I believed in the spirit world, and I still felt like a baby in understanding it. I couldn't often even find the words to describe it. It's so surreal, so magical, so majestic. It's beyond words, really. So I often had to find make up words to describe these things. And it sort of started to it made me realize another few things as well, which was I realized why I was doing the degree I was doing at the time, and I realized I was doing it for the wrong reasons, which was I thought that studying medicine would bring me closer to my dad, because we never really got along. We never really saw eye to eye, and he's a lovely person, but he's also very cold towards me. And then I also realized I actually underwent some childhood trauma that I wasn't consciously aware of, but through these taking these plant medicines, I realized I did have a big part of my emotional bandwidth was shut down, and that's why. And it all started to make sense, because I was always a bit of a very cold, direct, analytical person, and I wouldn't to me feelings and emotions didn't matter at that time, and to me it was just a distraction. It was whatever. I actually didn't even believe in feelings. I'd often say that. I'd be like, what do you mean feelings? Show me a feeling. What is it? And anyway, as I started to heal my heart through these intense psychedelic experiences, I could literally see it unblocking energy pathways inside my system, inside my heart, and it sounds so cliche, cheesy, but at the same time, it's so real. And I think that's why it's in our language, like, you know, that person is cold-hearted, that person has a big heart, you know. Um, we just intuitively know these things because we often feel it, you know. And I realized another thing is that in my friends' circles, the people who had more emotion could think faster and their memories were better. And to me, that was a very desirable thing, which caused me to move towards this type of healing stuff more, because I figured the more I could heal my heart, the better I could be as a person. Not just like initially it was about wanting to improve my thought processes, be smarter, be like faster at understanding things and so on. But then I realized another even more powerful thing was to be able to connect with others. And at that time, I started to grow my own psychedelic medicines because in Australia it's not actually illegal to grow them. As long as you don't take them, it's legal. So I had quite a nice psychedelic garden at that time, you know, cactus and Mimosa hostilis and a whole bunch of other like exotic plants. And I was growing ayahuasca too. And then I was so interested in this stuff, I decided I wanted to do a project on it, a research project for university for medicine. And there was I was looking online and I found that there was like one researcher in Australia that was looking into ayahuasca. And I was like, oh, it turned out this researcher was from my university. And I'm like, what are the chances of that? I was like, okay. So I basically called him up. I'm like, hey, can I interview you for this project? He's like, sure, come for lunch. We had a nice chat. I got my data. And then he's like, hey, do you want to come to a little, little party on the weekend? I was like, oh, yeah, for sure. I really wanted to get to know this guy a bit better. So I said, like, yeah, sure. And so when the day came, he's like, oh, yeah, a friend of mine is going to come pick you up. And a guy rocks up at my house, and he comes in, and he just has like 1 second peek out my back door. He's like, oh, what are you growing back there? I'm like, oh, don't worry, you wouldn't understand. He's like, oh yeah, try me. So I mentioned one of the exotic plants that I had. He's like, oh yeah, I know what that is. I'm like, what? How do you know what that is? I mean, at that time, no one knew about this stuff. No one knew about DMT. It was like, I felt like I was the only person in the world almost that knew about this. I couldn't find anyone. I couldn't find any information on it. Anyway, he starts taking me to this, what I thought was a house party. And it turned out it wasn't a house party. It was a festival out in the bush. In Australia, we call them bush doofs. And as we're talking, it was like a 5-hour drive out to this festival. And as we're talking, I realized this guy is also a researcher. And he's actually, turned out he's like the premier researcher in these psychedelic plants in Australia. And so I felt like the gods have literally put this guy in front of me because this is exactly what I was studying and needed to know, man, you know. And anyway, he taught me a lot of things and introduced me to a lot of really cool people. And from then on, I was like in touch with all the best researchers in that field, and I was going to conferences on it and all sorts of things. And I had a really amazing time with it until I eventually decided I want to travel over to South America and see where this stuff comes from, you know. So before I even did all that, I started to not be able to focus on my studies as much because I felt like I was an astronaut exploring space. to me, this was so important because I'm seeing things that possibly no one has ever seen before. I figured, you know, any Joe Blow can become a doctor and do that, and people have done it plenty of times. But what I'm doing right now, no one has really done. So to me, it sort of took a higher priority. And at the same time, as my mind was expanding, I became interested in all sorts of other topics of research that I was never into before, and especially mysterious things, because my mind had opened up to the mysteries, right? Because I've started to see things that look like magic to me. So I'm like, well, if I'm recognizing this stuff now, what else in history has happened that includes and this sorts of phenomena that I just totally didn't understand back then? So I started investigating all sorts of mysteries in the past, and that's why I'm so much into the history and stuff now. But especially like I started researching all the different religions and and their sort of relics and their art, and I started to notice like phenomena that I was seeing in my trips. I would see in the walls of temples. I would see it in the art of the Buddhists, and the Muslim temples, and all over the place. And I realized I'm not the only one that has seen this stuff. This has always been around. And I started also to realize when I started going to these festivals, I would have like short periods of telepathic communication with people. And that made me realize that we as humans are so much more than what we grow up to believe we are. And especially us Westerners, we get brought up in this like very limited paradigm compared to what the indigenous people of the world has sort of experienced for thousands of years. And I think that actually shuts down a lot of our higher functioning, which is our pineal gland, for example, where our natural DMT gets produced. It's where the Hindus put the dot on their heads, between their eyebrows. That's where your pineal gland is in your brain, right in the very center of your brain. And it actually doesn't originate from the brain. It's not brain tissue. It is actually, when you're an embryo, it originates from the palate, the roof of your mouth, and it shoots up into your brain, and it becomes a transmitter of hormones between your brain and your blood. And it's the only part of your brain where there's that brain-blood interface. And so in my research, I found out that it actually turns out the enzymes required to synthesize DMT is all inside the pineal gland, except for one. It's called INMT, indole methyl transferase, and it sits in the lungs. It's in high quantities in the lungs. Now, when you look at things like pranayama yoga, for example, where they breathe really fast, they often report going into these trance-like states where it's quite psychedelic for them. And to me, like, the physiology makes sense, and I love it when stuff like that happens where spirituality meets science and it all just like clicks in and makes sense. So I got interested, and in looking at Randall Carlson's and Graham Hancock's information, looking at Atlantis and the end of the Ice Age and the big cataclysms that happened then. If you guys don't know about it, I highly recommend you check it out on YouTube. And Joe Rogan did a really good interview with Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson. Check it out. But I wanted to go and see it for myself, so I saved up over a few years enough money to go and travel to South America. And I traveled all the way from the border of Canada, where I went to a festival where there was a full solar eclipse. So epic. I got to smoke DMT right in the middle of the eclipse. Don't recommend it, but I had to see. And then I traveled all the way down to South America, collected some toad DMT in North Mexico in the Sonora Desert, and then I carried that DMT with me down to Peru, where I got to sit in these ancient temples and smoke it, which was pretty epic, especially with toad DMT. It's called 5-methoxy DMT, 5-meo DMT. It's not as visually stimulating as the tree DMT, NN DMT, but it actually gives you like superpower of intuition. Like your intuition just goes through the roof, or whatever you want to call it. You just get like information downloads, right? So like the native people used to use it to go hunting. They would ask the spirits like, where can we go hunting to find food? And they would just know, you know. And for me, I was interested in how these ancient temples worked. I spent quite a few days walking around there, and I couldn't figure it out. And that night I sat in one of the temples and I smoked this DMT, and instantly I knew exactly how this temple worked. And I was just like, whoa. So yeah, that stuff was really amazing. Eventually I came home and I started working at music festivals, like teaching people about how drugs work, how to take them safely, how to minimize risks and stuff like that. I wanted to give back to the people a little bit of what I've experienced and learned. And yeah, this is, as my heart is growing, I realized, you know, that we are really, there is no such thing as separation. Separation is a belief of the mind, but not a fact of reality. And when you go into some of these higher states of consciousness, you can actually experience what it means to be in oneness with the universe, with nature, with others. And I realized all humans are actually one consciousness. That's how telepathy works, is that they are a part of you. And it made me realize there's no point to hate someone or to even like judge someone, because really I just see everyone as a part of me now. And if I don't like something in someone else, it means there's a part of me that I don't like. And I always try to just either learn from it or try to resolve it in myself, you know, drop the judgments. And it frees up your mind a lot to be able to do other things as well. And it just turns you into a better person, not an asshole. And yeah, and then, you know, as I traveled around the world quite a bit, and I'm in India right now, and I realized like people are basically the same everywhere. You know, cultures are different, some beliefs are different, but man, we all have the same basic needs, wants, you know, desires. We all function the same. So like, it just makes sense. And actually, we all come from the same genetic stock once upon a time. It doesn't matter who we are, you know, we all were once fucking monkeys. or whatever, but we sort of came from mostly the same genetic stock. Like when these big cataclysms happened, for example, only like 12,000 years ago, it killed off most of the humans on the planet. There was only about 40,000 humans on the entire planet 12,000 years ago. So all these billions and billions of people on the planet today came from those 40,000 humans back then. So we're not that much different. And yeah, and it's caused me to grow a big love for humanity. I'm not going to go too much into the esoteric stuff today, but I just wanted to communicate like how important it is for us to come to this realization of being able to love each other as one big family, because that's what we are, man. We're one big human family. There's no such thing as races. That's just words. There's no such thing. It's literally just a belief. When it comes down to science and genetics, there's just expression of different alleles, right? Different expressed genes. But really, our genes are 99.9999% the same. Those tiny little differences are just different genes that get expressed, like when a rose goes pink or red or white, they're still all roses. And to say that a red rose is a different race from a white rose makes absolutely no sense when you think of it scientifically. Okay, it's just the expression of a different allele, genetic allele. All right, so that means we can drop all this bullshit that keeps us in separation, because the people that are trying to take over the world bank on that. They want us to be separated because it's easier to take over a people or control a people when you've divided them. The old axiom of divide and conquer, right? And so for us to create love and unity and cooperation amongst each other will just make this planet a lot stronger. And that's exactly what we need right now, especially with this crisis, all these crises going on around the world. I mean, I can't even label them all. There's so many. And the only way we're going to be able to resolve any of them or all of them is if we work together. And I'm very passionate about creating unity amongst my peers, my friends. Right now, our plan in Australia is to create self-sustainable communities, growing our own food, and then hoping to employ our friends and expand into more communities, and basically just get rid of all of the, not get rid of, but create new systems that we require to live, so that we're not dependent on the ones our governments give us. Because if we are dependent on our governments for our ability to live, then we're under their control. And so we are looking to help set ourselves free through cooperation, cooperative projects, enterprises, stuff like that. And as I'm traveling around, I just see so many people have the same idea, are ready to do it abroad and at home. So yeah, I'm excited to just sort of be the cog in the wheel and go between places and help people where I can. And it so happens that when you start making these sorts of plans, the universe starts to conspire in your favor, and you start running into the right people at the right time, synchronistically, to make these things happen. And so far, so good. This is what's happening to me now. Is I just met the right people at the right time, and now we're moving forward. And I will hopefully be able to share the journey with you guys through my radio show, Hacker Radio. I'm sure the name will change in the future, but at the moment, that's where it's at. I'm starting with music because I find music brings people together. It's the one thing that we can all agree on is awesome. Music and food. So yeah, I'm starting just blasting the tunes out there, and as things come online, I will start little shows like this and just chat and share, and hopefully live stream some of the things I do. One of my goals is to go into the northern jungles of Australia and go live with the indigenous people for a while. Because they have these ancient stories there that are like 40 to 60,000 years old, and they have no written language. So these stories have been passed down generation to generation for like 6,000 people, you know, and no one has ever recorded these things. And I could be the first to like go there and interview these people and get this stuff online, because it will blow your mind. Some of the things these Aboriginal people can tell you, they talk about aliens and spirits and magic and all sorts of things that we're only just starting to become aware of. These people have known about it for like 40,000 years, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm very excited, and some of the things that I've learned matches up with the things that they're telling me. So I'm very excited to go and try and document some of that. But anyways, guys, I've been up for all night, for longer than 24 hours. So I'll leave it there for now, and to be continued. We'll talk about something else next time.
Okay, so are you okay with questions and answers though?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Shoot.
All right. So you were talking, and the one thing that I would like, well, Carmen can ask questions too. She's in here too. But the one thing that I do want to ask you about that you didn't bother to mention was you've mentioned in conversations with us before about remote viewing. Is there a way that you could kind of cover a little bit about that, and maybe if you have
Sure.
any experiences concerning that, could you say a little bit about
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So a lot of these things came out of my own personal experiences first, because I didn't really believe in this stuff. And when you don't believe in something, you don't really go and chase it up. So what happened is I had a ketamine trip one time where I had an out-of-body experience. And this happened quite a few times in a row, actually. And until one time, I went out of my body, and I went across the world, and I was up in the Himalayas in my mind's eye, and I could see like monks sitting there praying. I could see the smoke from their incense. I could see the like little prayer flags and stuff around them, and all this stuff, and it was quite interesting. And as I was sort of researching online about out-of-body experiences, I came across this thing called remote viewing, and I did a little bit of a deep dive into it, and it turns out there was this guy that coined it. His name is Ingo Swann. He wrote a really interesting book that you can find online. It's called Penetration, which is about penetrating the veil of reality and being able to. He used to sit on stage, and people will ask him to go look at something, and he can go anywhere in the universe and look at it, you know. And when these military people found out about it, they basically asked him, "Can you look at what's on the dark side of the moon?" And he said he saw like a base there, like a structures there, and they're like, "What? How do you know about that? It's meant to be a secret, right?" And so these like intelligence CIA type people took him into an underground bunker and basically got him to teach them how to do it. And it became a training program in the military, US military, on how to do this out-of-body travel, remote viewing stuff. And because this was during the Cold War, and the Yankees were really interested in spying on the Russians at that time. And so this was their motivation to do it, because they could get really accurate information between a bunch of remote viewers that do it in a scientific setting, which means they're doing it blind. When they're doing it blind, they're not allowed to know what they're looking at. They're only allowed to get the case number associated with what they're looking at. So their minds can't make a story up about it. They got quite good at it. Eventually, some of these people broke out of the military and taught it to some civilian remote viewers. And these civilian remote viewers ended up doing it scientifically for the betterment of humanity and stuff like that. I've been following those guys for about 15 years now, and they come up with amazing stuff that I think everyone should get into, because it's the only way that we can find stuff out that you couldn't normally find out. Like historical information, what someone was thinking 50 years ago, what's going to happen next year, all sorts of things, because they found out it's not just that you can look anywhere on the planet, you can look anywhere in time, because time is really just a location in hyperspace. So they found they could go back in time and find out anything they want, and then they found out they can go forwards in time, and that's when it gets weird, because time isn't fully written yet when you go forward in time. So they can get fairly accurate information, but it's not 100% because there's multiple timelines going into the future. But as you go into the future, that collapses down into one timeline. But they're getting really good at it. Like they have these guys called Farsight. You can go to farsight.org, or you can find them on YouTube. And they have this show where they do next month's news this month. So every month they'll predict what's going to be the headlines of next month's news, and you can check it out and you can verify it for yourself. And it just blew my mind for so many years of just seeing them nail it time after time after time. Eventually your brain is just like, wow, this can't be a coincidence anymore. It's like the chances of it being a coincidence is like infinitesimal. So I got into it, and I've done a little bit of remote viewing training, but I haven't like heavily made it a habit of mine. But I want to, because I know I'll be good at it. The amount of experiences I've spontaneously had with it, as my system is clearing out and healing, my third eye vision is just getting clearer and crisper and finer detail. So like if I could get the remote viewing down reliably, I think I'd be very good at it, and be a handy skill to have. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Now, later on, man, if you have the link or anything to some of those sites, you can post it up in our live with Roger Hanson thing if you want to.
Yeah, man, I'll do it straight after this. If you, I can lend you my login, because they got the free stuff on YouTube, but then they got some of the bigger projects on Farsight Prime, which is their own website, because YouTube was starting to like censor them and limit them and all sorts of things.
Yeah.
So
I remember they were doing it on Facebook too with them, and a lot of the people that believe in the secret space program were getting hassled. So
that was the most interesting part, is some of these old school remote viewers, they didn't even believe in any of this stuff, secret space program or anything.
Yeah.
And then they kept seeing aliens in their remote viewings, and you could just see it on his face. He's like fully shocked. He's like, I don't know what I'm seeing here. Like, I'm just going to draw it.
Yeah.
And they draw in like these aliens, and it's just coming up so often. And they realize that aliens are super freaking common, man. Like, they're everywhere. Like, we are not alone. So, yeah, it's getting really freaking interesting where they're actually having telepathic conversations with the aliens now, and like, yeah, basically finding out how things work in the universe. It's super, super cool.
I'm wanting to double check. Karma, are you still awake?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to double check, because you're like really, really quiet. Do you have any comments you want to make before I ask another question? Or any
No, I was just listening. It was interesting to hear. No, I don't have any questions.
Fantastic, because I think my brain is about to give in anyway.
I've got one
But he
more.
does.
I got one more thing that I want to ask, because you've got
man.
a lot of it. But I was wondering, like, I want you to kind of break it down a little bit on these spiritual entities and manifestations you were talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because
Sure.
I've heard you like really get specific about them at times. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
could you
Well,
point out some specifics about certain
I treated
spiritual?
it like a scientific almost adventure because I wanted to know how this stuff worked. And what I found was in the beginning, I was seeing. So let's say there's a hierarchy of extra dimensional creatures. Okay, just like a living thing would inhabit any habitat on Earth. You know, they specialize to their habitat, right? And so in these higher planes of existence, you get different degrees of creatures. Okay, you get the basic ones that feed on energy and stuff like that. And some of them, they only exist for as long as they can get some energy off you or off something. And then you get others that are slightly more advanced, where they persist and they attach to people or they attach to places and they live there because there's an energy reservoir for them to feed from. And then you get even higher order beings that are more intelligent than us, and they operate at higher frequencies usually, which is usually outside of this dimension. So you got to understand. Bashar does a good section on it where, and you'll experience this if you ever take a psychedelic, where it's almost, reality is almost like a radio where if you're on a channel, it's very crisp and clear. But as you dial it up in frequency to the next channel, you'll get into the zone between channels, and that's a different density, but still within that dimension. Okay, let's say you can still hear the music, but it's a bit scratchy, but you're now on a higher frequency. So you're starting to hear some of the next channel, but you still can hear some of the previous channels. So you're in this between state. And so in one dimension of reality, let's say the third dimension, you can get multiple levels of density within that dimension until you go on to the next octave of existence, which is the next dimension, let's say the fourth dimension. And within that dimension, you'll get multiple densities until you go up to the next octave, which is the fifth dimension, okay? And it keeps going on like this. And beings that operate in the fifth, sixth, up dimensions, they for them, 1 second in our time is a long time for them in their time. So that if from our perspective, they operate really fast. And, you know, so like it's kind of like a quantum computer can do so many processes in the time it takes us to do one. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's the fundamental of it. And then the other side of that is also think of like Star Wars. You get the light and the dark side of the Force, where you have beings, and even in our realm too, people are like this as well, where you get beings that serve themselves, and you get beings that serve others. And that's the according to the Law of One channeling book, that's the fundamental difference between the different polarities of beings. Okay, so some are like benevolent and wanting to help out of love, and others are malevolent and wanting to dominate and control. Okay, yeah. And the old Hermetic axiom that is, I think Thoth said this, or Hermes, he said that what is above is that like that which is below, and that is what is below is like that what is above, which just means what you see down here, you'll see up in space with the aliens. What you see in space with the aliens, you'll see into the higher dimensions as well. You know, it's a fractal going all the way up. And yeah, so the main thing from it, the advice that I would give is to eliminate fear, because fear brings you into a denser vibration, a lower vibration, and that tends to magnetize negative experiences towards you. Until you learn to transcend those experiences, you can increase your frequency and go into the as you go into the higher dimensions, the lower density beings can't interact with you anymore. They need to find a way to bring your energy down to be able to interact with you. So before I knew about all this stuff, I never had a bad trip because I didn't believe they existed. And so I was never worried about it until, a fear crept in, and then all of a sudden you can like interact with some like strange, ugly looking beings. But even when I see that stuff, nowadays I don't even get scared anymore. I just accept it for what it is, and I just look at it and try to like investigate. Or if I feel real bad about it, I'll walk away or whatever. But I don't tend to get afraid of anything like that, because ultimately I know you can kill a person, but you can't kill a soul. We're all infinite gods, and there's no such thing as death. So why be afraid? We're gonna live forever.
Now,
So yeah,
when you mentioned like fear, and then you mentioned egotism and stuff, like whenever I was in recovery, we had to deal with the fear aspect of it, and they also mentioned like pride, and egoism. Like I had to learn that through pride that was going to be my downfall, and like with your ego, your pride is going to kill you. You know what I'm saying? That's what it really came down to me. And I had to learn to be humble, and that was
the universe will humble you eventually. That's why they say pride
exactly.
comes before the fall.
I mean,
Because
if you play along,
when you're young, your ego builds up on all these false premises, and then something rattles you to the core, and you realize that you're living a lie, and you have to build yourself back up from true integrity,
right.
and that's when you become a solid human. Yeah.
And a lot of people have this idea like there's a positive form of pride, and that's not true. It's all false pride. I mean, just plain simple. If you're proud about something, it's all about your ego. It has absolutely nothing to do with reality. You know what I mean? It's just false pride. I mean, it's great that you do good things. You know what I'm saying? But there's nothing to be.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you actually.
You know.
I tend to agree with you. That makes sense.
Um,
Because yeah, if you do something for the love of it, you don't really inflate your ego about it. It's
exactly.
you're just doing it out of you're expressing love rather than doing it to look good or feel good or whatever.
And I was also taught like with fear, like anger. When people feel anger, they feel hate, stuff like that. It's usually fear based. And
But here's the thing, right? Don't demonize any of these emotions, because each of them is a lesson, a universal lesson for your soul, and you only by experiencing it can you really fully understand it. And as you understand it, you can transcend it. Okay, so I do this thing called fear yoga, where at the end of the day, I'll write down all the fears that I experience throughout the day, whether it's like a social fear of like whatever, or and then on the other side of the page, I'll write down the belief that is required for that fear to exist. So I'll ask myself, in order to be afraid of, let's say, talking to a pretty girl, what would I have to believe about myself to have that fear? And I'll write it down. And then, opposite to that, I will write down the opposite belief that makes more sense. Because often when you bring a belief into your conscious mind knows whether it makes sense or not. And what makes more sense, your brain will always latch onto that. So once you write down a belief next to another belief that makes more sense, your brain latches onto that, and it becomes the new operating system that you operate from. So I found through doing this process, you can actually eliminate beliefs by just changing your beliefs.
Well, you
can't.
You're actually like describing a spiritual principle, though, right? I mean, it's not like
in the beginning, I tried to just get rid of beliefs, but you can't do that because your brain needs a belief to be able to exist, and so it it's
what's
better
the
to
opposite?
replace a belief than try to eliminate it.
What's the opposite of hate? No, come on, you know this. What's the
To me, hate is fear, right?
the opposite of it?
Hate is a fear-based, like a downstream of fear. So,
Would you say love is the opposite of hate?
I used to say that, but now I think love is such a mystery to me that I can't be 100% certain about it, because I'm constantly learning more and more about love, you know, and to me it's still up for grabs. I'm still a student at the feet of love, so maybe you can tell me.
It's the opposite of hate. Dude,
Well, I do notice that the thing is, yeah, I tend to agree. I tend to agree. It's like when you're in a loving state, you can't be in a state of hate at the same time.
they can't occupy the same space. You're exactly right. And
No, no.
what you've been discussing right there, I just wanted to point that out. That's a spiritual principle that it doesn't run through like one religious belief or spiritual belief. It's in every belief. The opposite.
Here's another cool trick I found out is if your brain is running away with you, say you're in a state of fear or hate or something like that, all those things exist through thought. Okay, so if you can just focus on your breathing and nothing else, like super focus on your breathing and the sensation of breath coming in and out of your nose, you can actually stop thinking. And when you stop thinking, those feelings go away, the emotional chemicals settle, and you calm down. You know,
Yeah.
so that's been very useful for me.
I learned two things about fear: face everything and recover, or fuck everything and run. That's it. That's all I
Fight or
know.
flight.
Yep, fight or flight. That's what
Face
it
or
is.
flight.
That's exactly what it is. I mean, if I at one time if I was afraid of something, I would freaking bam, I was gone. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, it's an instinct.
but if you want to be better, you want to do better for yourself and the people around you. You know, you learn how to recover from your fear. You know, don't let it dominate you and dictate everything in your life. So
Emotions are so powerful, you know, but they come about through thought. Okay, so thought precedes emotion, and if you can calm your thoughts down, you can calm your emotions down.
that's what
It's an important practice to not be ruled by your emotions,
that's what I
but to
like
still learn
listening to
from them
you,
and
man.
accept them.
I know you're probably wondering what the hell is this guy always talking about? He's always against me on this and against me on that. But I love listening to you talk because you say stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's fundamental stuff that people really do need to know. You know?
I always welcome challenge as well. You know, I often play devil's advocate because I can see both sides of an argument, and I will often take the opposite side just to have a conversation. Because I feel like when you have a conversation about something, it reveals more, and to me, that's the most important thing.
But I don't ever want you thinking that you can't have a discussion with me about anything I disagree with you on, okay?
Thanks, brother. I appreciate that.
Because freaking I do respect you and I like the stuff that you're saying because I mean I love it. First of all, even if I don't agree with it, freaking it's cool shit. You know, I mean you can't freaking help but want to sit around. We were talking about Dogman the other day, you know, and nobody came up with Dogman for cryptids before 1985 or 86, you know, and me honestly, I don't care if it's fake or not. I love them freaking Dogman stories. You know what I'm saying?
Oh man,
I
the
love it.
mystery, anything mysterious is like food for me. I love it.
Yeah, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. You know, but
Oh,
I
it's
was
the spice of life.
I was hoping to maybe go over stuff with Atlantis too, but we could do that at a later
We should
time.
do a whole session on that.
Okay,
I got a whole PowerPoint on it too. We can go through that.
that'd be great. could do it at another time.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Now I'm gonna put this with my storytelling stuff because you said a lot of good stuff about your life. And next time when I have you on, we'll discuss Atlantis and we'll do it on the strangeness. Or actually, we could do it on conspiracy too.
Cool. Sounds good.
So we can break that down. And
Well, I've got to say, Roger, I love your work and what you're doing, and your open style of communication, and I really appreciate what you're doing, man. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for being here, man. This has been cool. I loved it.
Yeah, it was a great interview. It was nice to listen to your experiences.
Thanks for being here, Karma. We'll talk again soon, hey? Well, signing off. I'll talk to you guys later.
Have a good night.
Peace and love to the universe. Love you all. Bye.
And thank
See
you
you
for being
later.
here.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here too, Karma, okay?
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I'll see you soon.
All right.
Have a good night.
Oh. Apologize about that. I did not mean to cut you off, Karma. I didn't know you was getting ready to say something, okay? Hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today I am here with Mr. Robot. You want to say hi, Mr. Robot?
Hello there, friends.
So we've been having an interesting conversation because I was telling him in his chat, which by the way is cool. Before we get started, I wanted to let him tell you a little bit about his hacker radio and freaking also he started up a chat, didn't you?
Yeah. I started up a chat on Minds, also called Hacker Radio. It actually all originated because I was inspired by Roger Hanson's streaming abilities, and I was like, well, I want to get the hang of this, and you actually helped me get set up initially. And before long, the experiment turned into a passion project, and it's just started off with sharing some awesome music that everyone's enjoying, and I'm basically doing like soundscape, different themes, music sets every now and then for people, and I'm posting it up on my Minds wall as a saved stream, and now it's just going to be evolving into little talks that we do, but mainly based around technology and how that's affecting our lives in the future and what we can do to make it better. So yeah,
sounds
keep your
real
eyes
good.
peeled.
Sounds real good. And I am glad Karma is here. Karma's my co-host. And Karma, would you like to say hi?
Hi, everyone.
I'm not used to this. You're like 2 minutes late. I was telling Mr. Robot, you're always right there on the dot. Never early, never late, right on time.
I'm kind of in the middle of a whole bunch of stuff with the kids, and I looked at the time and I was just like, oh yeah, I'm running late. At first I was going to tell you I wasn't going to be able to come. I thought I'd be done. I'm not done still, and I don't know. I really got stuff that I really got to get done, but I'm going to listen at least.
All right. I just wanted to also mention that we have a lot of things coming up. First, we were talking about Mr. Robot with his station. That's a big deal. He's got his chat going on and everything's there. But besides that, tomorrow I have an interview that I am going to be doing with Magic Disney Zach. He's going to tell the story of Disney from his perspective. The following day, Karma is going to go on his show and do an interview for him because she not only lives next to Disney, but she's also got experience working there and stuff like that. So that's going to be an interesting podcast if you guys want to check it out. It's Magic Disney with Zach on I know he's on YouTube, but I also think that he's on podcasters for Spotify. So he's on Spotify too. So then after that, I have got to do an interview with Pirate Radio on Friday at 10 p.m. my time, which is Central Standard Time. And before that, we're going to have the Minds Roundtable weekend event where I'm going to have Rapid Glitch come in and explain the rules to the new Pokemon Nuzlocke that we're doing for Gen 2. So if anybody wants to check that out, they can do that. And I believe that's it. That's all the plugs. So if I've forgotten anything, Karma, just tell me if you're listening. Now, I
think you covered everything that I'm aware of anyway.
I almost ran out of breath just saying all that stuff. So, we were talking before I hit record, and Mr. Robot wanted me to pull up something as a reference so that we can get started. Now,
I will also be sharing some books and links to books in the chat if anyone else wants to do a deep dive on what we're talking about.
Alright, that's cool. And I can post those on my thing. And afterwards, if you don't want to do it, I can do it in your conspiracy chat too, by the way.
Yeah.
Forgot all about that.
I'll send a link to it.
Yeah, Mr. Robot has chats for Conspiracy Corner, Ancient History, and I believe you've got categorized for different periods of history too, don't you?
That is correct. What have we got? Ancient history, modern history, geopolitics, mythology, natural history. Basically, I've split it off so that we can, narrow down on different chats, on different deep dives, on different periods in time. I find if everything is in the one chat, it just gets too muddled up and it's difficult to follow. So it's all built out now. If anyone wants to join in the history space.
Yeah, I only have Ancient History showing there because that's the only one I'm really into right now. I like the different periods, don't get me wrong, but like right now that's the one I'm focusing on. And as you can see, I've got Hacker Radio in my favorites. Now, with that done, I'm actually going to go ahead and start reading. So, this is the New World Order. The New World Order, NWA, or NWO, is a conspiracy theory that hypothesizes a secretly emerging totalitarian world government. The common theme in a conspiracy theory about a new world order is that a secretive power elite with a globalist agenda is conspiring to eventually achieve world domination and rule the world through an authoritarian one-world government, which will replace sovereign nation-states, and all-encompassing propaganda whose ideology hails the establishment of the New World Order as the culmination of history's progress. Many influential historical and contemporary figures have therefore been alleged to be part of a cabal that operates through many front organizations to orchestrate significant political and financial events, ranging from causing systematic crises to pushing through controversial policies at both national and international levels, as steps in an ongoing plot to achieve world domination. Before the 1990s, New World Order parasitism was limited to two American countercultures, primarily the military anti-government right, and secondarily the part of fundamentalist Christianity concerned with eschatological end-time emergence of the Antichrist. Academics who study conspiracy theories and religious extremists, such as Michael Birkin and Chip Burlett, observed that right-wing populist conspiracy theorists about a new world order not only had been embraced by many seekers of stigmatized knowledge, but also had seeped into popular culture, thereby fueling a surge of interest and participation in survivalism and paramilitarism, as many people actively prepare for apocalyptic and millenarian scenarios. These political scientists warned that mass hysteria over New World conspiracy theories could eventually have devastating effects on American political life, ranging from escalating lone wolf terrorism to the rise of power of authoritarian ultra-nationalist demagogues. Now, right there is a pretty bit of good information that we can start off with. I'm going to post the link to that if you want to check it out. But you got any thoughts on that, Robot?
Yeah, I do. I would say, so there's when you read around the internet, you'll see a bunch of different people assigning different groups to who is behind the New World Order, who's pushing it forward. And I think it's maybe useful for us to start with its origins and history, and then come into the modern day and how it's affecting us in the future.
Now
I think one of the sorry.
Now they do have the history at the bottom of it. I just wanted to open up with the beginning, kind of see if you had any thoughts on that. And like they say, history in of the term after this. So, I can read that if you want me to.
Sure. Well, one thing I will say is I've seen a lot of different histories ascribe it to different people. So maybe you go first, and then I'll give my input afterwards.
Okay. So the thing about this post that really, first of all, it looks pretty shady. You know what I'm saying? That's my first take on it. Like, the people who are actually writing this post on Wikipedia, by the way, they seem to be some of the people who fall behind the whole thing I've been discussing about trying to differentiate between what a conspiracy and a conspiracy theory is. You know what I mean? And they start jumping into this fundamentalist Christianity shit, and first of all, conspiracies don't just cover Christianity and religion. I've learned a lot about other conspiracy theories that involved, Shakespeare, for example. I've talked your guys' ears off about Shakespeare, you know what I mean? And that was hundreds of years ago. I also personally believe that, what's his name? King James. I also personally believe that he was gay, There's a lot of evidence. Oh, go ahead.
Was he the king that went over to the US after they seceded from the empire?
No, King James was the one who authorized the writing of the King James version of the Bible.
The Bible, right. One thing I will say is conspiracy theory is a prediction based on thinking for yourself by looking at the information available to you and basically drawing conclusions from that. And usually it's around deception, powerful interests, that sorts of things. And conspiracy is when that stuff is proven to be true, which often happens.
I love how you said that, because that's the best way to say it. I've been having a hard time, trying to formulate good words that go with it, but that pairs it up. That's exactly my.
I have a T-shirt that says something like, "I need new conspiracy theories because all mine came true."
Now, in chat on Minds, we've been seeing this thing that Mark and Tan almost got into a skirmish over, an intellectual skirmish, I guess. And it was about these regulations that they want to allow the UN to have for, I would like to say it's COVID, but it's more than COVID. It's more health,
UN or World Health Organization?
Yeah, and they posted it, because
I know about the World Health Organization they basically want legally binding powers that can force governments to abide by their health regulations, which is super fucking dangerous, because that's like one step away from like global fascism tyranny, you saw what our governments did to us during COVID. If like an international unelected body can do that to the world, that is scary shit, in my opinion,
Yeah. And like the person who's writing this article is talking about an emerging totalitarian world government. Well, that's kind of what it sounds like, doesn't it? I mean,
well, that's always been the plan. This was the plan from the beginning. That's why they created these international bodies, and we'll go into that when we get to the history. But all these things that are funded by these global elites, Rockefellers, people like that, and that was their initial justification for doing it.
And when it comes to that too, you always hear people talk about the Rockefellers, they talk about the Rothschilds, but like especially when it comes to Jacob Schiff, there's a family that everybody always leaves out, and I always find it mysterious why they do that, and that's the Warburgs. They're big players in this whole thing, They go all the way back to World War I and possibly even before that. So I just wanted to mention that. So you want me to go ahead and read on? Okay. So
yes, please. Sorry, I lost my tab there. Another one that was left out is the Habsburgs.
Oh yeah.
Habsburgs family. They go all the way back into ancient Germanic times, but yeah, they're mega rich, just like the Rothschilds. They got a whole city named after them.
Well, with them too, they get into the real nitty gritty. Like everybody talks about secret societies, but they don't understand that the royals actually had their own secret societies too. Like, you know, whenever they were fighting against the Ottomans,
100%.
The families of royalty would actually be taken as hostages to make sure that their followers followed their rules. You know what I mean? So.
And ever since ancient times, the only way that these royal skirmishes or power grabs was resolved was to intermarry, right? Like your prince's son would marry some other princess in another country you're fighting, and therefore they won't kill each other. And this has been happening for thousands of years, which means all the royal families of all the countries around the world are already intermarried. So why would they not collude, right? They got all the resources.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, this was actually the origins of secret societies, because going all the way back to Egypt and stuff like that, who got most access to the ancient mystery secrets was the pharaoh and his priesthood, his high priests.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was the same in Israel. It was the same in every country. Exactly. And a good example of that modern day is so like I'm sure we're all familiar with Freemasonry.
Yeah,
they're all over the world, right? Yeah. But one thing you probably don't know is that Freemasonry is a male fraternity, right? No females allowed. I mean, there's like another one that they've made for females, but it's not inside Masonry. But the sovereign of all Freemasonry is actually a part of a royal secret society called the Order of the Garter, and this is all the kings and queens of England and like the princes and stuff like that all become part of this Order of the Garter. I'll put a link in there soon, but you have to be of royal blood to be in it. So the sovereign of the monarchy is actually the sovereign of all Freemasonry.
Yeah.
And that was Queen Elizabeth until recently, which now it would be King Charles. So yeah, I find that interesting. And they actually have these a garter is like a band that, like, you know, a woman would normally wear around her thigh, right? But in ancient times, it was also for witches that they would inscribe text on these garters that were like magic amulets, sort of. And the royal garter in the Order of the Garter says something in Latin that means evil unto those that think evil of it, which is kind of like cursing those that try to oppose them, you know?
Yeah.
And this goes all the way back to the witch kings and queens of England in the old days, which actually originated probably from ancient Egypt as well. So interesting, because the Masons see themselves as those who preserve the ancient mysteries, okay, that came from all over the world, mainly Egypt, maybe a little bit of Babylon places. But now it's been speculated, and I'm going to post this right now, which is Manly P. Hall is a 33rd degree Freemason, and all the Freemasons around the world, like, you know, really look up to this guy, because he was like very, very well studied in all the different aspects of Masonic lore. And he did a really good, the best I've ever seen, talk on the Illuminati and its origins. And I highly recommend giving it a listen, because most people ascribe the New World Order agenda to the Freemasons. And it turns out that Freemasonry in the higher degrees are actually tied into the Illuminati, along with a whole bunch of other secret societies around the world. It's sort of like the top of the pyramid is the Illuminati, and then a bunch of other secret societies, the information trickles down to them, and it's basically different layers of separation, so you don't really know who's in control.
The
Yeah.
Illuminati
Yeah,
is not
forget
over the
that.
Masons. The Masons are actually dated back further than the Illuminati's knowledge is. To be honest, the Illuminati actually the derived from a guy, Adam. What's up?
That's
It's
the official story, Adam Weishaupt in Bavaria, but
oh
that's
wow.
not as far back as it actually goes. That's just what the normal people are allowed to know. The Illuminati. Listen to that Manly P. Hall talk, right? He's a 33-degree Mason, and he talks about how the Illuminati goes way further back.
Most
And
Masons are
I
more than
don't
33 degrees. They only stand on 33 degrees. Most Masons go beyond 33 degrees, but the normal people know of 33-degree Masons
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah.
considered to be evil to stand on anything other than a 33. When you stand on the 360, it's known to be quote unquote evil. But I was just using him as an example before you cut me off. But like I was saying, the Illuminati is not predated before Masonry because Masonry is an ancient practice because that's just like how you have the Eye of Horus, and you have the Masons get their information from.
Yeah, but the Masonic order actually isn't that old. Like it is they've borrowed a lot of their mythology and rituals and stuff from ancient times, but it's not like the modern day Freemasonry is actually like a very watered down version of the ancient stuff and is a little
What
bit more
stuff?
modern.
Most
Like
of
you said,
what I've
stuff. So
most
like
of what I've found when it comes to a lot of the secret societies and their traditions and stuff, it mostly comes from Hellenistic beliefs, and we've been kind of discussing the Hellenistic and Phoenician deities and stuff like that with history, and like when it comes to like Alexandria, they're not as old as the older tombs and stuff, but they're modern for ancient Egypt. And what they have is they have like these statues that step forward with one foot and one hand out. You know what I mean? Now that is a Masonic sign. That's one of the codes they have. You know what I mean?
outside
Symbols.
of the Masons and outside of the Illuminati, who are the other secret societies that you people are aware of, or that not so normal, I guess, people are aware of, as Mr. Robot insinuated? Because
No,
apparently
I
there's supposed to
insinuated
be a
too.
bunch
See,
of
I
a bunch
insinuated too
of
because like
non.
like
No,
have
no, no.
you
I was just
have
asking
you
a question, like
have you heard
non-Illuminati.
have you heard of Order of the Golden Fleece?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the Order of the Golden Fleece, that was all royalty, Most people don't even know anything
The
about
crown and yeah, but I'm just saying that's not Illuminati. So
that.
wouldn't they
That's my
have more
whole
power than
point.
the Illuminati?
That's my whole. See, in the Illuminati, there's
She
no
said the
evidence.
Illuminati was at the top. My point was
There's
Illuminati is
no
not at the
there's
top.
no evidence whatsoever that the
I've got a
Illuminati
list here. I'm trying to find it.
really existed. I mean, it's you've got
What does
writings.
Illuminati mean again?
You
What
got
does Illuminati mean again?
you've got
It means the illuminated,
the Illuminati.
Oh, okay.
like enlightened, basically.
Now, see,
It comes from the idea that once you achieve initiation, you're able to become an enlightened being, like a god, like in a human form.
Okay, and who does the initiating? Like, where is this
That's my
initiation?
whole
Well, each secret society. So this comes all the way back to like, the Temple of Delphi and ancient Egypt. They had these mystery schools, right? Ancient
Yes.
mystery schools, which
Not
basically
Illuminati.
was a type of ceremony that they did in secret that helped initiate you. Basically, it was like a psychedelic trip that they did back then, and it turns on your psychic senses, and you're able to see energy. You're basically able to talk to higher consciousnesses, and you become like a priest. That's why a lot of people that have been through that type of things became like polymaths and like really well-renowned scholars. Plato, for example. Pythagoras, that
Oh,
these
but that's
people got
dated before the
initiated.
Illuminati, right?
Yeah,
This stuff
exactly.
that you're talking
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
Oh, okay. I was just making sure.
Oh,
Now,
the origins of the Illuminati is kind of murky. We don't really know exactly when that came about, but we know sort of roughly that it was a lineage of high knowledge that was passed down from the prehistory, basically.
Oh, but
Some
we
people
haven't
believe,
had
including the
anything.
Freemasons, believe that it actually came from Atlantis, so like time before history,
Oh,
where
you're
it was
back
gifted to
that
us by the
Atlantis, the
gods.
mythical place.
now,
Well, it's mythical now, but back in ancient Egyptian times, it was a historical fact. Like Plato
Yeah, no, that's what
doesn't
me and
speak of
Roger were
it as a
talking
myth;
about the
he
other
speaks
day.
about
see,
it as a historical fact.
Yeah, that it was a fact because we saw it on the map underneath the water. We actually did after you left, and we did the research, and we not real a whole bunch of extensive research, but we pulled the map out and we looked just to see, and we could actually see the shape of Atlantis underneath the water, and we were elaborating on the fact that it was obviously true, but might have just been obvious, like it says the
well,
story,
even
pushed
even
underwater
that
by
though,
certain
even
type
that,
of
okay,
endeavors.
the location where we seen this was exactly where it should have been on the ancient maps too. See, and
Right.
that's what's so messed up about it. I mean, it's like if you look at this water and you look at this from freaking technology that they didn't have back during the time these maps were made, you could clearly tell that there was landmass there. Okay, so that's one thing that stuck out to both of us. You know what I mean? That was an interesting part of the whole deal because like you can clearly see that there was something there.
I was just clarifying to make sure that I was understanding because I mean, my limited knowledge sometimes it just makes me make sure that I'm saying or identifying with the right things, and I don't like to kind of be in a haze. So I ask questions just to make sure that the answer that I thought was correct is either wrong, is either corrected, or it is already correct. So it's more of a Mr. Robot came on here, I don't know, it was a few weeks ago. And that's when we started doing research after he wasn't around anymore. And we were doing our own research based off of the subject that we were discussing in regards. And I was just asking him, is he referring to what, because I don't want to go into, well, are you referring to what is commonly known as something that is mythical but is actually reality? Nah, the mythical place Atlantis, oh, well, we were thinking, well, we already got past that. Yeah, we know it was actually there. I was just asking you because not everyone is as smart as everyone else. So anyone that's listening may understand what we refer to, like just talking to the common person so that they could be brought up to speed type of thing, how they would identify what Atlantis is and the best way for us to be able to, and then to elaborate on the fact that it is a real place was more so where I was going with that direction because we're all
Thanks, Karma.
here.
I appreciate that.
Here.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So
Yeah, no, we understand.
So,
you want to elaborate
so
on
we were
that?
talking about secret societies before. I've got like a little section here to read quickly. This is from one of my favorite researchers in the field. His name was William Cooper. And I don't know if you guys have heard about him. He used to work in naval intelligence in the USA in the 60s and 70s. And he basically did what we're doing. He started his own renegade radio station in the US on AM radio and basically he saved all this classified information because he was one of the guys that would encrypt the data before it got sent, classified data across the ocean. And he kept all this classified information and found out all this stuff that we're about to talk about. And he just blurted it out over the radio. And he actually predicted 9/11 like 3 weeks before it happened and said they were going to blame it on Osama bin Laden. A week later, the cops came and shot him in his own front yard. And he is a total patriot and like fearless researcher. He was epic, this guy. So anyway, he did this little section on secret societies. I'll just quickly read to you if that's okay.
All right.
The 1953 report of the California Senate Investigation Committee on Education stated that so-called modern communism is apparently the same hypocritical world conspiracy to destroy civilization that was founded by the Illuminati, and that raised its head in our colonies here in the critical period before the adoption of our Constitution. The California Senate understood that communism is the work of the Illuminati. They failed to realize that the Council of Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission are also the work of the Illuminati. You must begin to think correctly. The enemy is not communism, it is Illuminism, which is really hidden Luciferianism. The communists are not going to be much happier with the New World Order than we are.
Yeah.
I hope to show you that most modern secret societies, and especially those that practice degrees of initiation, and that is the key, are really one society with one purpose. You may call them whatever you wish: the Order of the Quest, the Jason Society, the Roshanaya, the Kabbalah, the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Jesuits, the Masons, the Ancient and Mystical Order of the Rose and Cross, the Illuminati, the Nazi Party, the Communist Party, the executive members of the Council of Foreign Relations, the group, the Brotherhood of the Dragon, the Rosicrucians, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, the Open Friendly Secret Society, the Vatican, the Russell Trust, the Skull and Bones, the Scroll and Key, the Order. They are all the same and all work towards the same ultimate goal, which is the New World Order.
Yeah.
And yeah,
That's pretty good. Now, the thing that really sticks out to me on what you just read right there was first of all, California. Okay, you go to California and you live in California, you understand that they're in their own little universe. Okay, like living here in Illinois, I'm a part of the United States, okay, but like when I was living in California, everybody was about California. You know what I mean? It was always nobody was better than California kind of atmosphere, and you kind of got that sense when you were there. So for me personally, when it comes to that, you know, I mean, I grew up in freaking parts of Illinois, Florida, Georgia, you know, and I never felt that kind of atmosphere until I moved to California.
I agree. I felt it too. There's a certain freedom there, hey? Like a very interesting vibe.
The thing about that is it's like you also have to kind of be careful with that, because like there's a lot of negative things when it comes to California too. You know what I mean? Like you got that freedom like you were talking about, but at the same time you've got that kind of underbelly, you know what I mean? That thing that's just digging down below that you don't know anything about. Like
true. But can't you say the same about every place like that?
The only thing I can say that's close to that is New York. New York has that same kind of mentality. And I've only gotten a taste of New York. I actually lived in California for a little while, so I'm more familiar with it, you know. Now when it
the one thing I did notice was the willful ignorance of the people. You know, they have all these like deep problems around them, but they just so focused on their own agenda of making money or doing whatever, and they just ignore all these problems.
Yeah,
it kind of blew my mind a little bit.
And they're all, you know, supposed to be environmentally conscious, but they don't frickin' allow their wildlife to their national wildlife people to frickin' go out and burn the dead frickin' around the woods, you know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden you get this big news broadcast that there's a wildfire burning through freaking California. Well, if you'd make it legal to where the forest people can go out there and freaking clear out the dead wood and everything, then that wouldn't be an issue. You know what I'm saying?
There's also a conspiracy theory around that those fires were intentionally lit with the same kind of technology that was in Maui, you know, which is worth looking into as well. Because I think that is now happening in Australia too, where I'm from, where they're burning down certain places just so that corporations can come in and buy up the land. Because when it's a nature reserve, no one's allowed to buy the land. But after it's been burnt, they re-regulate it, right? Which is a weird thing. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but the one thing I noticed in California, I don't know if it's US-wide or whatever, but it was how they treated the homeless was pretty shocking to me. Like, just how many people, normal people, just end up on the street and have nowhere to go. It was crazy. And they wouldn't let them sleep anywhere. They just turn on the sprinklers at nighttime so you can't sleep anywhere.
There she is.
Anyway,
She's back.
That's beside the point now. But what's interesting to me about that part I just read is this was in 1953. The California Senate Investigation Committee basically mentioned the Illuminati. They were aware of this stuff in the public eye back then, you know, and now it's become like a myth. But back then it was a congressional fact.
That's why I mentioned California. I mean, right there. You're right. And
it's interesting how like short our memories are, right? Like our parents might remember, or our grandparents might remember that stuff, but the modern kids, people our age, don't remember this stuff because we don't look back at this boring old political stuff, you know. Everyone's interested in other parts of history, but like so quickly things can go from fact to legend to mythology, you know?
Yeah.
If we don't keep reminding ourselves of it.
Now, Manly P. Hall, I have heard of him, and I actually listened to his old tapes that they transcribed over to YouTube, and they've got it on there so that if anybody wants to know, they can
He
find it
is
on
so good, so good. He's my favorite storyteller of all time. Just the way he words things is amazing. Like, I get goosebumps when you just mention his name.
Yeah, he's an amazing guy. He mentions things too that a lot of people don't realize that went on, like when it comes to like the Order of the Golden Fleece, you know. I mean, most people aren't even aware of what that was about, and they were around. They were around all the way up.
His knowledge is more in depth than you can get from just plain research, because he had access to all of the Masonic libraries and stuff like that. And even the Masons don't go looking at that stuff, but he dived deep into all of their ancient, like, secret knowledge, and basically, you know, did lectures about it in public, which is rare to find, basically.
Yeah. So, for me, you know, I've pretty much told all you guys how I feel about it, you know. I've done the research, and I don't like to make, you know, statements that I don't know for sure, you know. So when it comes to freaking the Masons, to be honest, I've found absolutely nothing showing that they're trying to take over the world. And like,
well, I have.
I mean,
but it's difficult to.
If you have it,
difficult to put your finger on it.
Share it. I mean, I'd love to hear it. You know.
Sure, can do.
And not only that, Roger, how you were saying, like, not making statements that you're unaware of. People think the only way to accumulate knowledge is through books, and books are an essential tool to learning. But some people are enlightened through other avenues, and the fact that that's discredited for people's limited knowledge, unless it comes from books, makes it discouraging for people who've actually put in real work to become enlightened, real actual experience with the connection to the universe to become the illuminated. So it kind of bothers people when it's discredited because, well, we didn't read about that in a book. And so I would like for us to just make sure we're keeping all avenues. This is, after all, conspiracy. I
Right.
may be just talking
Absolutely.
crazy, and so it might not be any truth or validity in what I'm saying, but
Well,
there is a possibility that there
when
is
when I
truth,
No, no,
make
just like
you
all
make a
of
good
it.
point.
let
Like, you make a
me
good
just
point. There's,
clear this
there's
up too.
various types of
Hold on.
information.
No, let me clear this up. I was saying that that's the way I've done it. And you guys know that. I've openly said it to both of you. Okay, so I was just clearing it up that that was how I dealt with things. I wasn't saying anybody else. Just that was the way I was doing
The
it.
Masons get associated with everything that is evil. Everyone says that automatically the Masons are evil in regards to their action or practices because some Masons do certain things. That would be like how it is for us melanin people. All melanin men are going to be bad melanin men because they're melanin men. And so we'll just target them. And like that type of stuff gets, why is there a white squirrel out here?
Well,
That type
that's
of stuff gets frustrating because you can't say just because you're a mason you're connected to this, or just because you, not even just because you're a mason, hold on, you study masonry, because you can study
well.
masonry and
Before we
there's
get onto that, I
No.
just want to say something about what you said before. I 100% agree with you about different types of information, and actually, most of the deep spiritual lineages say that knowledge is kind of irrelevant if you're speaking about spirituality, speaking about enlightenment. Knowledge actually kind of holds you back from that because access to your higher self is through experience, right? And not necessarily through thinking. Okay, it's about non-thought, really. So William Cooper used to say, talk to
can you cite
everyone,
those
read
sources?
everything, experience what you can, and then make up your own mind, you know? So, like, a lot of information can come to you just through living life. And so I agree with that.
Well, no, I was just
But
saying you
also,
were citing sources about them saying knowledge is useless. And every source that I've ever encountered have told me and have taught that knowledge is the foundation of all things in existence. I've never once heard anyone say that it was useless until you. And so I just was wondering, like, if you could cite some of those sources
That's
that
what he
you
was
read
getting
that
ready to
says
do.
that, yeah,
Cooper.
because that
yeah,
makes me.
I don't think I said knowledge was useless. I just said I think I have evidence that the Freemasons on the higher levels have a malicious agenda. But in saying that, I think like 99% of Freemasons are actually pretty good people, or like maybe not 99, maybe like 80%. Then there's a few that are greedy. But um, you know, Freemasonry originally was actually meant to be you like it's a what do you call it? It's a parable to basically say you are the builder of your own soul, and you can build yourself up to be a better person, right? Through these ancient knowledges and wisdoms, you should be able to turn your lead into gold, which is like old school alchemy, right?
I
Being
was
able
just
to
about to
turn
say,
your base
yeah.
desires into an enlightened being. Okay, so it's actually meant to be a good thing. It's meant to
So
be a
are
good thing.
alchemists evil as well?
No, it's not. Well, alchemy is just simply
Alchemy is a
turning
tool.
an animal into a god. You know.
Alchemy, first of all, is a tool. Now, they used alchemy to, like a person would use a hammer. You know what I mean? It wasn't. You could be an alchemist and you could be a part of a cult or a sect or whatever it was, but that doesn't mean that cult or sect were the only alchemists. You could be in one of 1,000 different alchemist groups. You know what I'm saying?
There's simply people that tried a bunch
Just
of
like,
different
just
things,
like
and the ones that
with
worked
secret
preserve that
society.
information.
No.
The reason they kept it a secret is because there was other sects, like the church, for example, that tried to limit the higher knowledge for the people to maintain control. So the witch burnings and stuff like that was all about getting rid of the psychics so that the church could maintain power over the people, right? So they had to operate in secret. That even Christians, early Christians, had to had to hide underground to be able to meet up so that they could do their spiritual practices. And it's the same with the magic practices. All that stuff had to be
You mean
hidden
for them
from the
to
people who were
gather
in
to
power.
determine when they were going to burn the witches? They had to meet up in secret so that the witches, or the sages, but I mean the witches, the people that actually understood and was connected to the universe, were killed because they were lacking the knowledge that was given to them by God. Basically, is so they had to meet. They created these secret societies that are now threatening to take over the world. Or am I misunderstanding? Because I mean, basically, how it extends just how it sounds. It sounds like the people that were extremely spiritual got attacked by people that were greedy and would like to wish they could be like them, but because they could not, made it seem like they were bad people. They looked to taint their character, to minimize them, to make it look like they lacked the knowledge that they actually had, or that it was useless. And in regards,
Yes.
they met secretly to attempt to destroy them. Yes, and now they are still. This is what it's just trickled down to. They passed it on to their kids. They just generation to generation to generation. We kill those people even though they're better than us because we can't be like them. And instead of humbling ourselves to learn it, we're just going to get rid of them and steal their stuff. And that became the norm. That's okay. The people that can actually do it don't get to do it, because the people that wish they could do it and would not even humble themselves to the universe to be able to accumulate the same power. They would never go broke for the sake of God and in total enlightenment. They would instead rob somebody who was willing to put in the work and do what they had to do in order for them to get where they're going. And then when it's time for them to get their rewards, kind of attempt to intercept it, because those people have to operate humbly. They have to operate on an illuminated light, which we know means not doing evil, right?
You've got to take the time period into consideration too. Like, these people were living very harsh lives, okay? They had to worry about their life. The church had possession of their bodies. See, you had possession of your soul, but the church had possession over your body. All right, so if you went against the church and the church's beliefs, then they had the right to kill you. I mean, that was just the way it was. So you have to take that into consideration.
And it's the way it is today, even basically, with modern day governments now. Mm-hmm. The perfect representation about what you just said, Karma, for those listening, if you want to just get it in your head in a short sentence, is it's represented in Star Wars when they talk about the light and the dark side of the Force, right? Which is basically service to self and service to others. Those who are self-serving end up trying to fight and beat down those who...
Oh, I lost them again. Let me get on here and get back going. That was getting good. Let me on there.
And all these ancient religions actually speak about this force in different ways, whether it's mana, prana, life force, like we have these words, we have it represented in art all around the world. It's right in front of us. But we've been disconnected from it because of these old practices from the church, basically giving us practices that don't work. Because, Jesus wasn't part of the church. He wasn't a Christian. That came later when these systems of control started to be put in place. That's why kings became Christians, because they could rule people through spirituality. And what you were saying, Roger, before is they don't own your soul, but through contracts and through agreements, you can actually give away your power to an organization or a church or a person, for example. And by that, you limit your own power.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about
only accept the power that they're able to instill in you.
Today,
they only allow you to receive certain types of power. It's like kind of putting like a Neuralink in people's head, where all of a sudden they're unable to think for themselves. Their words are all jumbled. Okay? Your words are all jumbled, but now that power goes to the person whose words used to be all jumbled. You know what I mean?
You guys,
they used to not be able to formulate concepts or hold thought. or even be able to comprehend the
Karma.
realm of spirituality. But they insert that Neuralink, and all of a sudden they are Plato or Nostradamus, and it's just so
You
amazing because
you
this makes
didn't
this so
have
amazing.
that
But the
choice.
truth of the
All the
matter
stuff
is,
you're
this
saying right
same type
there,
of achievement can be done without having the
all
use
the
of any
stuff
type of
you're saying
technology.
right there
This is
was
something that
pointless.
has
It
been practiced
didn't
and
happen back in
done
that time period.
forever. Long
It just
before there was
it
an Illuminati or
karma.
a Masonry or these names, words, long before there were words, it was
Yeah,
us. And that's what, yes.
it's
So,
in our DNA. It's ancient,
so
for sure.
we're not able to
Oh shit.
describe it, but yet we're putting limits on it. We're saying we're putting limits on a limitless existence, a limitless being. We're saying that this is going to fall into this box because it makes me comfortable. And see, that's the issue with this whole
Okay,
new world order
I
thing. Blaming.
was muted. Let me go over what I was talking about. Now, I understand what you guys are saying, but let me clarify what I was saying. I'm talking about in history during that time period, there was no contract. You belonged to the church. Period. You were put to death because you lived there. Okay, there was you didn't make an agreement with the church. The church came and told you you're our subjects. Okay, kings and queens put you to death because you had the audacity to wear something that frickin' royal people wear. Okay, you didn't wear royal shoes. If you wear nice dresses and stuff like that, you were considered a harlot for wearing the royal gowns. You know what I'm saying? You had to, of course, been a prostitute, so that means that you had to be put to death. That's the mentality that was going on during that time period. All right, that's not like today. I mean, you can't.
Yeah, you can fake the funk all you want today. Today we'll put we'll put a super model gown on a freaking whore and call her royalty. They call queens to these hoes that if she shakes her ass on TV, it's yes, queen, yes. But if you actually have some education about yourself, you're shh. And so we can get a different type of image of you. Yes, absolutely. I completely agree, Roger, and that's why I'm still here.
Well, I mean, gotta get through. There is a bit of reality in the world. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like hearing it, but it is true. That's the way they treated people. You know what I mean? You just didn't get away with with doing stuff.
That's the way they treat people even today. Like you just said, like they tried to dumb us down back then, and now they just do it through technological and other means today, through food, through education, through bad religion, through media, censorship. All this stuff is part of the same agenda, this New World Order agenda.
And unfortunately, it's usually white America that does this, because like amongst like just the Africans, they were not attempting to dumb each other down in any type of way. The knowledge was shared freely, and that was one of the things that drew the white American in, even because it's like, wow, oh, you guys don't mind sharing? Well, how stupid are you that you'll share with your brother when we could take all this power and manipulate it and do whatever we want with it? We were dumb for being nice, you know what I mean? And then now we're savages for being mean. I think it's funny how that works, because was it not savagery to take what was given freely, nicely, and respectfully, and just, oh, hey, let me share this with you. Let me show you something so that way you can better yourself, as opposed to accepting it, embracing it, and utilizing it in a nice, passionate, compassionate way. We instead powered it, monetized it, made it to where we are now. At least say it's a democracy, but we know it's a dictatorship. And now, and
well,
it's
hold up. Let's talk about that word democracy. Okay, we're a republic. The word democracy is actually a bad word. The Greeks believed in democracy, where 80% of their populations were slaves. The only way you could become a citizen is if you freaking joined the military and fought for Greece.
We are a republic presented as a democracy living under dictatorship. Like, you're right, I did misspeak.
But no, I'm not saying you. And a lot of people,
is tyranny of the masses over the minorities. A
lot of people are fooled into believing
1%, they can dictate what.
And when we talk about minorities, we're talking about the powerless. We think that we're talking about the colors, but it has nothing to do with colors. It has to do with the access to the power. So I could be sitting here with $0 in my bank account next to someone with a gajillion dollars in their bank account based off a power level of knowledge, not anything to do with finances, because that's not what we're
Well,
equalizing. But
we're a republic, though. See, that's the thing. I mean, and people are brainwashed into believing they're in a democratic government, and a democratic government is evil.
this
See?
government is evil. This
Okay.
government is evil. But we have
socialism.
we have the people that are willing to make it right. Now, let's not forget those. Shout out to the people that are willing to help with whatever power that they have, that recognize the evil that's going on out here, and they're able to actually make a difference, because not everyone has that reach. So you got to give credit where credit is due. Not everyone has the reach that I got you. Hold on 1 second. Not
You're
everyone
living-
has the reach to
If
be
you're
able
living, if you're living in a government that is a democratic, a democracy, okay, you need to pack your shit and you need to move. Go somewhere where they have a constitutional government, which is a republic, and you're able to frickin' have freedom. It's not as much as frickin' what everybody considers freedom to be. Like, it's horrible in the
So
greater
then
look
does
at
that not
things.
make it still a democracy?
Or you need to
Like,
wake everyone up and start a revolution and overthrow your government and start a new constitution.
And you don't even, like, there's people within our government that are not even of our government, if that makes sense. Like, being in the world and not of it. And I have to respect those people that are in and not of that government. But the thing about it is, if we could actually even see the fact that that's true, not no one, because people do, there's very limited amount of people that actually believe that there's something wrong here. They know something's not quite right, but hey, it'll do because we say this matters. We have to take those stigmatisms away in order for people to actually see what's happening here. So you have to show people, hey, look, this is not what's controlling you. You have to unveil, you have to remove the fog. You have to be able to say, I can stand up for myself, so can you. But you're hiding behind a mask. How is someone going to trust that they don't have to hide behind a mask if you're too afraid to be who you are on a consistent basis? And that's just real. That's what we have to see here. We have to see an unveiling. And that's the only way that people are actually going to even think for a minute that they have the power to do something with this government. That's when people are going to start, when people that are important start talking about this and showing us what's happening.
Another thing too, something I need to point out here that I noticed last night when I went on that show, and Mark had the misconception about this too. When you're mentioning government, you need to understand you're not talking about like representatives or the prime minister or the president. We're talking about established government facilities where people work and they're freaking appointed. They're not elected into office. You know what I'm saying? These government facilities.
The last election just showed us how corrupt the voting system is, right? I mean,
why would we even need an electoral college if our votes counted?
Right.
I mean, it's the secret societies that run the government. It's not the people, and that's the same in England. It's the same all over the Commonwealth. In Australia, it's the same thing. The elections are manipulated. They're not open source, and therefore it's power that rules. And we've been ruled for thousands of years, and we've been made to believe that we have representation, which we do not. And even our politicians that, like you said, are in the limelight, they're controlled by others behind them in the shadows. And you can very clearly see this with Biden, where he says stuff like, "Oh, I'm not meant to say that, I'm going to get in trouble." He says that stuff openly all the time. And that just goes to show, like, it's the shadow government, the deep state, those people, all this vernacular is out in the public now. So if anyone is ignorant to it, they're willfully ignorant,
Now, a long time ago, I wrote a blog. It was called "The System We Know According to Timeline," and there's three paragraphs that I want you guys to listen to. Okay, and here it is. It goes, Dean Henderson wrote a compelling blog implicating the Rothschild and Warburg families' involvement in the Federal Reserve cartel while pointing out 8 families altogether. naming Rothschild of London, Rothschild Bank of Berlin, Warburg Bank of Hamburg, Warburg Bank of Amsterdam, and Kube Loan Bank of New York as a few of the banks involved in the monopoly. Now, I could easily mention shady transactions over oil while writing about the Rothschild family. To properly introduce my story, though, I'll identify people from different time periods. A presentation without dramatization and flair will show a timeline and illustration of today's establishment. Now, changes in the economics with energy transformation. With energy's transformation, people are delusional if they believe our single most important problem is oil. A laborer's job was made easier through industrialization and progress, but created a profound social expansion. Traditional agrarian societies in rural areas were evolving into secular and urban societies. Industrialized evolution in undomesticated and uncultivated societies remains a mystery. Britain, Europe, and the United States, though, showed what happened and what is known. Mechanization of labor and its inanimate energy sources. Okay, now illiteracy rates declined from 40% in 1950 to 200% in the year 2000, according to UNESCO. The number of the illiterate population worldwide, though, increased from 700 million in 1950 to 1,860 million by the year 2000. Rapid population growth and poor education of undeveloped countries were the cause. And right there is why I wanted to read that, you know. It's good to say that there are resources outside of people being able to read and finding knowledge through literature, but you know what, I found a lot of good information because of my research, and the only way I found that research was because I got my nose in the book and I read the boring stuff. Okay.
You were able to access it. Not even that. It's not always accessible to people.
You can find something if you look at it. You know what I mean? And
they're doing much studying in Israel right now.
The thing is it's like you guys are talking about. People are being dummied down. Okay.
On purpose, because we present something else in order for them to be distorted. So in order for there to be any type of movement forward, we would have to take the veil off. That has to be an unveiling. We have to see what it is. I mean, you have to be able to go ahead and just basically, how at the end of the Truman Show, he got to the edge of the set, and then he realized it was a set, and he's like knocking on it because he thought he was just going to sail away. And then he gets to the end of the set. We need Truman to go ahead and open the set door, and show us, hey, look. You know what I'm saying? No, you know I'm right. You just say, hey, look, this is what's going on. But Truman don't want to do that. Truman's scared. Truman's worried about what's going to happen to Truman. But Truman wants us to believe that Truman's here for us. You cannot believe that, though. There's no way. And I mean, I might sound how I sound because I do, because it's disappointing to know that.
It's weird. You know? It's weird that you bring that up because they were mentioned. Woodrow Wilson, Winston Churchill, and I've even heard other people mention Truman too, and I've mentioned it myself. Why would he set up the organization that was considered the dark government, and then after his presidential term make a big speech talking about it?
Why did you do it?
He's the one that set that up. That was him. It was 100% him. And then when he's leaving office, he's going to make a grand speech and warn everybody about the freaking military complex, Okay. Why would you do that? He he didn't want that shit on his ass because he wanted to make sure.
That's it. Exactly. Thank you. That's why. And that's not right. That's not cool. We ain't getting down like that. I mean, with my utmost respect, sir.
Now, from what I've found when it comes to this new world order, everybody needs to also take a look at the bankers. Okay, this banking system that we have is and it goes back years. It's not just something that started within the last 100 years. Okay. These bankers know that freaking they don't have to rule the world. They don't have to own freaking the countries. All they have to do is rule the leaders. And
I wanted to punch my wall just now. Yep.
You know.
Yep. As long as they got control over the people. And the people keep showing them how much they do. And people come around and say, hey, people, never mind. Just go ahead. But you know what I'm saying. And like, all right, that's it. And that's how I'm going to leave it. Period.
I do want to mention, too, that Robot came up with some good reads here for... it's posted in the chat thing. It's Manly P. Hall. He also talks about John D. And that's...
Wait, this is a wiki? I only see yours. Which chat is it in? It's not in the
It's in
chat?
the 24/7 chat. He made sure everything was there. Ingo Swan.
Is that your main chat?
Secret of Power, Ingo Swan.
No, Roger has something in our chat here on Jitsi. I was wondering.
It was just a wiki to get us started out.
I see the difference. I hadn't looked.
My point with the John D thing is like royal families, even since ancient times, have always had their priesthoods and psychics that were able to divinate for them, which is basically, get higher knowledge, get insight into things, even remote view and spy on distant places and people. And Ingo Swan is actually the person that coined the term remote viewing. He was one of the first people that in the modern day was able to travel out of his body and look at anywhere in the universe. And he would do it as like a parlor trick at first until intelligence agencies got a hold of him and was like, teach us how to do this stuff. And he turned it into a science and basically was able to teach a bunch of military people how to do it, and then later it got into society, and now there's a bunch of different remote viewing organizations around the world that do it for scientific purposes. But that just goes to show this is the knowledge that we lost during the witch burning times, and it's now coming back. Pretty interesting.
I agree.
Hey Roger, is this the main chat for this event, or do you have a different one?
This is the main one. What I do is let me put that thing down. What I usually do is this is the main one. What I usually do is I record it and then I turn around and I share it on other platforms, so that it'll happen later on at the time, but this is coming straight off of mine. So is that the way what you wanted to hear?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I'm sharing my information in the right chat.
Yeah, this is
I've got a few more books coming.
We can get that. See, after Jitsi goes off, there's no more access to it. But since I know it's in Roger's chat, I'm good.
She's good at making sure all that happens. Like I'll get on here, man, and all of a sudden she's like making sure everybody on all the other platforms know that the show's coming on and stuff. So now, the thing that really caught my mind in the research that I did was with Jacob Schiff. Okay, a lot of people connect him a lot with the Rothschilds, which, don't get me wrong, he was their what do they call it, where he worked underneath them and trained. But anyhow, when he was younger, he did work under them, but he moved away from Germany and he traveled to America. And when he traveled to America, that's where he started his business in New York, okay? And he started getting hooked up with the Warburg family. Now, the reason why I want to mention the Warburg family is because freaking the Warburg family actually helped a lot of the generals and the Tsar of Germany during World War One, and helped them with their finances while they were fighting against us and everybody in the Allied forces, you know. This was in my opinion, the worst of both the wars, because they were using chemical warfare back then and killing people. Well, this man, after it happened, you know, and all of a sudden frickin' the Nazis are coming around and, you know, making things a little unhappy for the Jews, he decides that he needs to get up and go. Now, you'd think that this man should have been a war criminal, right? No, he wasn't. What did the United States do? They let him move to frickin' New York. And the reason why they let him do it was because he was rich and powerful, you know? So, the thing that started there, okay, so you had the Warburgs in America. Then you have Jacob Schiff coming over. He marries into the Warburg family, and next thing you know, the Federal Reserve, okay, is started because of the Warburgs. The first, I would say, the chairman of the Federal Reserve for the commission was actually a Warburg. He was one of the younger ones. Jacob Schiff was responsible for financing the Japanese-Russian war, which nobody seems to know about. Okay, but that was actually what caused the decline of the Tsar of Russia. It caused it to where frickin' the communists could frickin' finally take over Russia and create the Soviet Union. And that all started because of Jacob Schiff, you know.
Is it with the Federal Reserve? Whenever you had certificates for anything that you owned for had in the Federal Reserve, right? Like the money and stuff like that. It wasn't just cash that's given. You had to kind of like sign stuff for you to be able to for people to know that you have money within the Federal Reserve. Is that wrong? Is that not what I'm thinking of?
I don't even know if an actual individual could put money into the Federal Reserve. I know how the banks work with the Federal Reserve. But
we have money from the Federal Reserve, and it said Federal Reserve on there. Like you guys' money says, well, most money, all of ours that everyone uses, it says whatever says United States, blah, blah, blah. But our money says Federal Reserve on it.
Are you talking about bearer bonds?
No, it's money. It's money. Like 50 notes, $50. Yeah, and it says Federal Reserve on it. Mom had it. And she kept it in a book and stuff. And yeah. But
see,
I was just asking.
The thing is that I know, like with a bank has to do all of their transactions through the Federal Reserve. Now, say if I go in and I freaking make a bank account for $20, okay? What they do is they take and they split that amount in half. $20 goes into my account legitimately, and what happens is they apply or $10 goes into my account, and the other $10 is held to the side for people who want to make loans. So say somebody wants to make a $10 loan. I know that it doesn't happen, but they turn around and they freaking make the loan for $10. They give them my $10.
And then they loan you $10 if you come to get it. But that person hasn't paid it.
The key is when they pay it back, they have to give $20. So they turn around and they start paying.
And that goes to the bank. Yeah, you only get your $10 back.
That goes to the bank.
Yeah, stocks and bonds.
They get the $10 back, But what they do is they take and they send that $10 to the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve sends them $20 back. Okay, so now they got $20 that they made from my $10 and the $20 loan that they just freaking had paid off. Okay, so altogether they made $30 off of $10 of my $20. It's that crazy. So,
And it's just digital money, not created from anything.
yeah.
It's not backed by anything.
I know, that's why it's gonna. Yeah.
So that's the craziest part about the Federal Reserve. And the Federal Reserve isn't even a government office. It's not. It's a non-government organization.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got the IRS, non-government.
There's a good book on it called The Creature from Jekyll Island by Griffin.
Yeah, I know all about Jekyll Island. Nobody wants to hear about that either. They
That's why I'm gonna call people Jekylls. Call it primo.
No, that was one aspect of it that really got my attention whenever I started getting into that, because like there's a lot of things that happened below the radar that was boring and nobody ever wanted to hear about, because oh my god, who wants to talk about economics, you know what I mean, or bankers, you know,
or who was allowed to listen, because see, it was some people are taught to stay in the kid's place or stay in your place.
It's open information today. Anybody can. I mean, you can go to the library and pull this stuff up.
Now, not when this was being constructed. There was no information on something that had yet to exist. This information is way newer than the concept is. And while the concept was being developed under deceitful watches and intentions, then it's automatic that it's going to be filtered down as to how you learn about it. So you have to be able to come into an encounter with it through other avenues, or else you're going to have a swayed image. Because if I just read what was written about something that was already created to deceive me, I'm only going to be receiving a deceiver's perspective of what they would like for me to hear. But if I actually go out myself and look for the information as it's necessary, as it pertains, and as it's useful in order for me to distribute accordingly, then I'm going to be, and as well as the deceptor's perspective, oh wow, this is the truth about it, but this is what they write about it. This is what's really real, because I found it and I saw it. So once you do it yourself, you understand it. But once you're just being told about it, you're understanding someone else's understanding. You're actually, it's not your own understanding. And so then you're not able, how am I able to stand on your understanding? That doesn't even seem logical.
Well, I mean, you have to be, you have to be realistic with yourself, okay? You're not gonna pull up information just out of the pure wind, you know what I mean? Okay, so if you do have to freaking pull up information from somebody else's findings, at least be able to discern the true from the false.
Or be willing to. Because some people can do it, but they're like, I'm just going to stand on this in order to present my own deception now. Instead of and that's what the knowledge is presented for you to do as you must with it. But where's the ordinance at? You understand? Where's the universal law at?
It's like we were reading this first paragraph here, okay? And I told Robot straight out, I think it's a load of horseshit. And I see that kind of stuff all the time when it comes to Wikipedia. And then here recently, the reason why I don't use freaking Encyclopedia Britannica anymore is because of that episode that we had in one of our episodes before when
we were trying to find information.
Yeah, we were trying to find information, and it was just freaking seething with liberal bullshit. You know what I mean?
How do you feel about New World Encyclopedia? How do you feel about it? I just started utilizing it. I just wanted to know how you feel about it.
I don't even want to give a comment on any
I saw a really interesting, because this whole issue is going to get worse, right? So even like Wikipedia has been polluted a lot. And I watched an interview by the guy who invented Wikipedia today, and he said they're busy building this new app that basically aggregates, because there's lots of different Wikipedias around the world. And they've aggregated about 50 of them into this app that basically pulls the data from like lots of different other encyclopedias around the world and draws it together. And that's their solution for like going forward, being able to meta aggregate information in order to be able to read more widely, more easily, you know. And that's the way I've always been able to discern information, is to just get as many perspectives as possible on the one thing, and then just listen to my intuition and see what I come up with. And that's why I find this kind of platform so interesting, and the Minds chats, because we can do like specialized deep dives into topics and like debate stuff and share sources and stuff like that. Because to me, that's how you get to the bottom of things, is by looking at source material, you know, look at primary sources of information.
Yeah.
At the beginning of things, but yeah.
And you posted some more books on here. I'm gonna try to go through. Last one is the Ingo Swan, and then you have another one, Secret Society, the Illuminati, Separating Fact from Fiction, from Conway Buer. Then the American Empire and its Media. That's okay, so that's...
These are just like maps showing how most of the wealth in the world is concentrated in very few hands, very few organizations control pretty much all the corporations in the world, the big ones anyway. And then I've shared like a bunch of other, like I found them really good researchers in this field of like New World Order, secret societies, shadow government stuff. That first one is the Secret World Government, the Hidden Hand, revealed through history. And Tex Mars is like a legendary researcher. He's dead now, but his books are all epic and very well researched. And New World Order, Ralph Epperson.
Major General Count Sharip Spiridovich. Is that the... I know that's not the way to do it. How do you pronounce that? Spiridovich.
I think that's right.
Okay.
So, Cherub Spiridovich.
Okay.
Yeah,
The Secret World Government, or Hidden Hand, the Unrevealed in History. And then the one you were just talking about with Tex Mars, that's the Global Empire of the Illuminati Builders, Hell Mirror. And then the New World Order. Hell's Mirror. Okay, now the New World Order by Ralph Epperson. Okay. So
look at when the Secret World Government was published by Cherub Spiridovich. 1926, that book was published, and they already knew about the Secret World Government back then. So you can imagine how long this agenda has been in play, you know what I mean?
I mean, it was in place before the Constitution was written. That's why the Constitution was written. I mean, yeah, that's... I mean...
I tell you, you know who wrote the Constitution, don't you?
A bunch of Freemasons, right? And they did it on the same year that the Illuminati was supposedly founded, 1776. Look it up on Wikipedia. The Illuminati was founded in 1776, the same fucking year, man. Coincidence? I think not.
Country from the melanin president that was running it. It's just so funny to me. I know.
John Locke wrote the Freemasons' Constitution, and he's the one who freaking wrote that. And if you compare this writing from John Locke to the Constitution of the United States, you can't... It's undeniable that it's the same thing. Okay? Plain and simple. That is a good topic. I'm glad you guys brought that up.
Well, an interesting thing for if anyone's interested to look into is the Freemasons that founded America, and they were all Freemasons. The founding fathers, they call them now, but they believed in Atlantis, and they saw America as a new Atlantis, and that's why you'll see a lot of these Atlantean Masonic names for places in the US, like Philadelphia and Atlanta and stuff like that, is all. And why there's so much like geometry in Washington D.C. These are all parts of the Masonic lore that they're trying to imbue in the land there. So because they believe that they're creating a new Atlantic empire.
So what do you think about Sir Francis Bacon?
I only have a cursory knowledge. I've got his book here somewhere, but I haven't actually read it, so I can't say much on it. I know he's related to some of the aristocracy in the US, but I don't know beyond that. He was also esoteric alchemist type guy, wasn't he?
He was he was into experimentation. Nobody really knows if it was alchemy or science. He ended up dying from pneumonia because he was sitting out in the cold watching meat freeze. So I don't. It's kind of hard on that one, but he wrote a book called The New Atlantis, and that really took hold during that time period because it was just after America was discovered. So, and a lot of people believe that he may have actually been Shakespeare. But my personal opinion to it is that Shakespeare is more than one person because the language that's involved with his
I remember
writing,
that theory.
He
was also connected to Theosophy, which was like the religion of Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, like way back in 1600s, which was like an occult practices and stuff like that. He also had alleged connections to the Rosicrucians and the Freemasons and stuff like that.
So there's a lot of information written up about Francis Bacon. A lot of people are either Baconians or anti-Baconians, which is a big debate about Shakespeare. And I believe Shakespeare was actually an underground writing group that came together and wrote stories that allowed for revolution in England, which eventually led to Cromwell. You know what I mean? Because right after...
Was that part of the Enlightenment?
Yeah,
movement?
that's right during that time period.
Which was kind of like an anti-Christian movement, wasn't it? Or anti-church?
I wouldn't say it was as much against the church. The Enlightenment, they were against the church rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of religious dogma, which, like I was just mentioning about people being put to death, and you were mentioning about witch burning and stuff like that. You know, they were just tired of it. It was about enlightening yourself, becoming enlightened, and age of information. The printing press had just been freaking brought out maybe 200 years before, you know, so now people could freely freaking read whatever they wanted in any language they wanted to read. Whereas before you couldn't even read the Bible unless you could understand Latin. So there was a lot of things that were involved back then. Age of Enlightenment was kind of like everybody breaking away from their old, you know, Rome was the greatest empire in the world way of thinking. Like all of a sudden they were in a dark age because they couldn't get running water, you know.
So I have it on some authority that the Enlightenment, what was the revolution in France that happened? What was that called?
The French Revolution.
The French Revolution was funded also by these globalists that wanted to bring about the Enlightenment era, but it was really like kind of co-opted to get their own people in power. You know?
Wow.
And same with the American Civil War was also funded by these globalists. And one of the generals was Albert Pike, which was a 33-degree Freemason. He wrote the book Morals and Dogma, which is like one of the Masonic Bibles today, and in there he says that Lucifer is the ultimate god of Freemasonry. Okay, which means that Freemasonry is really secretly in the higher ranks a Luciferian society, or
Yeah.
at least it got turned into that. And if you don't know anything about Luciferianism, I recommend you to do that.
Who's Lucifer though? Who's Lucifer?
Yeah,
Lucifer is a character or
it's a good
basically
question.
an alien, and he is not a good person. He is kind of a psychopath type person that has an agenda, doesn't care about anyone else as long as he can achieve his aims. And
Where's this
that's
stuff
as much
documented at?
But he has a lot of power in this world, based through the secret societies because they worship him, and he gets his power from us, from people. By himself, he's basically worthless.
But
Now-
hold on. So wait a minute.
Now, if you
Is Lucifer
do
real?
have resources on that, like books and everything, freaking
Yeah, I would love to read some of those.
Yeah, post that
I'll
because
start by giving you the Morals and Dogma book and referencing
I
that
have that
page,
one
but then as I find the other stuff, I'll also share.
I've
You talking
got
about
you.
the Albert Pike one? I have that one.
I've got
but
you
I'm
on
sure other people
Conspiracy
would like
Corner.
that. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'll put it in Conspiracy Corner. Maybe I'll do a blog, because Conspiracy Corner is just the chat, but the actual Minds group is called the Lone Gunman. And there I go more into the deep dives because I can preserve this stuff there for longer. And I start a topic, and then in the comments I'll add additional information so you can like go through it at your own time and do your deep dive.
okay. Now you're talking about Luciferian. We
Get out my
can't
spot.
we can't go any further with that without discussing David Icke, and I'm talking about the old David Icke. Okay, so when it comes to Luciferian and Satan, do you think freaking Satan could possibly be a draconian?
I have a strong feeling that's the case. It's the only thing that makes sense to me, and I'm a avid believer in the reptilians and the Draco Empire, and basically like Star Wars was like a whistleblower movie to me. You know that all this stuff is real, and you can prove it to yourself. Like once you're awake to that fact, you can see it all throughout history, interwoven into all religions all around the world. It's always been there, you know. That's why there's dragon
how do you feel
mythology
about
everywhere.
the Draco? How do you
Yeah.
feel about the Draco and the reptilian?
Well, I see them like I see a shark. Like I have a respect for it, but at the same time, I wouldn't go near the motherfucker. You know, they're vicious, and
but
they
if you got
cold-blooded
talking, if you were
motherfuckers.
a fisherman, would you try to kill it? Like if you know what I mean, sharpshooter fisherman, like with the spearheaded fisherman. Yeah.
So, I think we should get them off this planet because they just here to enslave us, and that's their goal. So
You think we should
they
put 'em on
never
Mars?
come over to our side and see the light.
Yeah.
What do you think
it's
has
not-
a better living condition, Mars or the Moon? Mars or the Moon would be better for them to go to.
Mars probably bigger.
I don't think that's
It's
far
got a bit of an
enough.
atmosphere.
I
But really,
just
you can
don't-
live anywhere. But
I don't like either.
the reptilians
options.
are already on Mars. This is the thing.
You like
They've
Earth,
been there
right?
for a long
You like
time.
Now see,
And
I'm here, reptilian.
I just don't think Mars is far enough away. You're gonna have to like choose a place. Now I heard they came
Once
from.
they go and can come back, that's the problem.
I heard they came out of the Orion Nebulous. And,
well, they actually started some of the wars there because there was other people, human-like people, giants there in the Orion sector, and then there was the Orion Wars, it's called, broke out there, and the refugees from that war came into this part of the galaxy. But the Draco Empire actually is also on the Andromeda galaxy, have taken over a large part of the Andromeda galaxy, and is taken over like a third of this galaxy. So they're a massive conglomerate, and you know, they're not very strong here in this particular part, but the Earth has been made into a prison in ancient times to to ensnare souls, because you can kill a person, but you can't kill a soul. So that's why there's so many rebels on this planet, because they try to keep them here, because they prevent us from reincarnating. Once you're in the Earth sphere, you can't reincarnate back onto another planet because of the energy grid they set up around the planet. And you can see that I know this because of the remote viewing data that came out from Farsight. They did a project called the Death Traps, and they basically figured out how this thing works. And it's interesting. And I think there's a big push right now, because the psychic people of Earth have made contact with a bunch of good ETs out there. They call them free will ETs. And they're helping us right now to break down the system of control here. So maybe in our lifetime we'll get to see this whole thing unravel and the truth come out. I'm hopeful for it. That's what I'm pushing for.
Yeah. And
I think disclosure is the only way forward for us.
And I mentioned it before too. I really do want you to come on here and start talking in an interview about a lot of that stuff, because you bring up you bring up some pretty good topics that we need to go over.
I got some good stories too.
Yeah,
personal stories that have come up over time.
I do personal stories separate from interviews. So if you want to do a story, you can sit down and tell your life story, anything you want concerning any part of your life. So if you want to talk about
cool.
what you
Maybe
learned.
we can record it and then play it into something.
Yeah. But I'd like to get you with interviews too, because then we could focus on certain aspects that you've been discussing, because there's a lot of good stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, man. Let's make a time.
All right.
Let's bring us back to this topic though. I'll leave it to you, Roger.
All right. And Karma had to go, so that's probably a good sign that I need to let you go too, instead of keeping you around here for longer, because I could sit and talk to you for hours.
Yeah, I guess the thing is, a lot of this information is so in depth. I can't hold it all in my head, I'm more of a reference researcher, so I know where to find the information, but I can't just cite it off the top of my head. I have to sort of have it on me. That's why I prefer to do little blog posts and things on it, because it's difficult to get all this history in your head,
What do you say we come together and you just sit down in front of your microphone and tell your story?
Yeah, sounds good. When do you want to do it?
We could do it on Saturday, anytime that you're available.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, we'll do it. Now, what time is it now in your time?
It's 5 a.m. and I've been up all night.
Okay, so I will meet up with you if you want to at where it would be 2 o'clock your time, and it would be 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe 3 o'clock in the morning my time. So if you want to do it that way.
Because I wanted to do a music set on that day, so if we can do the talk before the music set, that would be great.
All right. And you're going to do it at what, 5 o'clock with your music set?
Yeah, probably something like that. Actually, it's a friend's. What day is it today? Thursday? Yeah, no, that sounds good. My sleeping pattern's so messed up right now. I probably wake up at 2 p.m., so we might have to start at 3 p.m. my time.
Okay, 3 p.m. is fine. I'm a morning worker on the editing and stuff, so it's no problem for me. So
yeah, cool. I'll let you know as soon as I wake up.
All right. Sounds like a plan. And thank you for showing up too.
No worries, man. Download some of those books. They're really good.
I will. Thank you.
I've got a folder on my computer called Conspiracies, and inside that folder I've got a Secret Societies folder with different secret societies and Illuminati's in there, and I've probably got gigabytes on just the Illuminati. I try to like save everything I find so that I can share it with others one day. So I'll find a way to upload it and make it like searchable at some point.
Okay.
But yeah, maybe I'll even start a chat room just on that
That
at some point.
that'd be a good idea, man.
Be a good idea.
I I
All
am.
right, bro. I really appreciate you starting this chat up. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Talk to you later, bud.
All the best. Blessings.
All right, that was pretty good. So let me go ahead and end this, and again say thanks to everybody who showed up and everybody who watched as well. Thank you for being here, and with that, I am going to end the stream. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. Today, I am here with my co-host Karma Love.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, Karma. Glad you're here. And we have a special guest, somebody that I've been wanting to get on the show for a while, and that is old John, or John C. You want to say hi, John?
Hello.
Now,
Hi.
John, I'm going to put a plug out for you, okay?
Right, okay.
John has probably the most awesome YouTube channel on the face of the earth, and it's called Wonderful World of Weirdness. Now, he's had problems in the past concerning copyright infringement, which, no, it's not copyright. It's I had copyright infringement. Yours was freaking monetization. And he's applying for monetization again. So, if you guys are hearing this and you want to support his channel, go support it, because he's getting back on monetization at this moment. So, if you like his channel and you want to subscribe to him, it'd be a big help. Also, comment and or like, subscribe, and comment, because, like I said, this is an awesome channel. I support it. I've been around that channel for years, and I love it to death. So, remember what I said there. If you don't believe me, go check it out, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Is that okay, John?
Yeah, brilliant. How much do I owe you for that?
$50. $50.
the first one's on the house, but
Yeah.
But yeah, now I was almost worried. I couldn't find my Skinwalker Ranch notes for a while there, and I finally at the last moment found it, and John helped me get my audio straightened out, so it's not going to be as low as what it was yesterday. So we got that taken care of, Karma.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay. Another good thing too is it's still in organization, I guess. But Karma is going to come out with her new morning show on my streams, and we're calling it. Well, I'll let Karma say it. You want to say it, Karma?
Old men talking.
Okay. You want to kind of give us a little background on it?
Okay, so what it's gonna be is John and Roger are gonna be on my panel of old men talking. Anyone is welcome to come in as a guest at any age, but if you'd like to be on the panel, we request that you be 50 plus. Right now it's just old men talking, but maybe eventually we'll branch out into old women and old men talking. But right now just we're gonna stick with the old men talking idea. preferring our 50 plus crowd to get active with us, and then to be able to just see things from different perspectives and different age ranges and just different points of view. So if you'd be interested, definitely reach out to myself, John, or Roger via Discord, Minds, or here on Jitsi. But I think that to be on Jitsi, you have to get through us through Minds and stuff. So just let us know. And again, like I said, anyone is welcome to be a guest. You got it, but you can be any age to be a guest, but to be a part of the panel. And if you're really interested in being a consistent presence, yeah, we do prefer that you're 50 plus. I'm the only exception.
Well, you're the host, so.
Yeah, so I get to make the rules a little bit, just a little teeny bit. So yeah, definitely, we prefer 50 plus for the panel, and any women that would love to get involved, like we would love to have you as well. I think it would make it more of a debatable scenario in those regards. So please do not hesitate and say, "Oh, I'm 50 plus, but I'm a girl." It's okay. Let us know, and we'll definitely make sure we make it work.
Yeah, just so all those women know, we love women. Just because we're over 50 doesn't mean we don't love them. It's just no girls allowed. That's
They want
it.
they want to they're the He-Man women haters. Wow. I'm inviting the girlies, and I'm telling you guys, if you want to give these men a run for their money, then you're gonna have to let
Keep them
us
on their
know. But they're
toes.
still gonna have to approve you, so you're gonna
Keep them on
so
their
make sure,
toes.
yeah,
We
you're
get
gonna have to.
we'll be like your sons, make a clubhouse and say no girls allowed.
And I'll be knocking on the door. Open up. Open up. They just killed me like 50 times. My son blew me up with some TNT. And yeah, it's a miracle of God that here I am. Oh
uh,
boy.
okay, so John said he's back. Um, now she finally told everybody about old men talking, and
And I
so
invited girls.
and like I said, it's still in the process of getting it straightened out. We've got it a timetable of about 3 weeks, and like I said, it's going to be a morning show for us, but it'll be later in the morning for John. It'll be like 11 p.m. So with all that, I think we've covered that. So there's good things that are going to happen, and I think we can do Jitsi on other platforms, I'm pretty sure, but we're also looking at maybe branching out to the Meet on Google, because it's got it set up in the Gmails to where everybody can be in there. But that's only what is it, 1 hour, John?
Yeah, 1 hour. Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
yeah. So,
for 1-to-1, but it's no, for 1-to-1 it's 24 hours, but if you have more than 1-to-1, it's 1 hour.
yeah, which means we'd have to discipline ourselves. So that's something we could discuss behind closed doors, away from people's listening. Kind of figure out what we want to do. It's up to you guys. I'm good for anything. So,
I'm gonna change my email that I gave you so
all
that
right,
way I can use a certain email just for the stuff that we have going on. So I'm
all
gonna do
right,
that and get that set up this evening. Today's been different, so I've just yeah, I got you there.
all right. And just to let everybody know, this is kind of like the vacation time for me and Karma, because we have been through the ringer this weekend. The amount of support that we've gotten is completely amazing. Um,
Yeah,
I would say
we've
that
been busy every day.
every
We did an
day,
interview since Thursday. Yeah.
every day. She did an interview with me last night for a robot, and it was like I could tell she was tired because she wasn't saying nothing. We were just sitting there, and I was doing the
Well, I was
interview.
just listening.
Well, I
You
know
say
you
the
had to be
interview is
tired.
supposed to let them. Yeah.
I know you had to be tired because I mean, like,
And then the night before we were with Jaffe, And
Yeah.
then we had roundtable all day before that. And
Mm-hmm.
I did the interview for that. And you know how I am with like energy exchanges. So, and I was going to do my late night show, but I've changed it to tonight because remember I told you I was going to look at the synchronicity and see the good dates.
Uh-huh.
Even my Disney interview is going to come out tomorrow at 10:23. So,
That's right. Yeah. Make a plug on that. What is that?
yeah, so I interviewed Disney Magic Zach on Friday at a roundtable, and he is just like a big, big Disney buff. So it's going to be my first interview posted. I have on Rumble. It's going to be on Rumble. I'm just using Rumble because YouTube does me no justice, unfortunately, and I get a lot more traction on Rumble than I ever have on YouTube. Like, and so you'll be able to see that. I'm gonna start a new page for me to be able to like repost, and you'll see it on Minds and stuff like that. So yep, that's coming out. Like I said, 10/23/23, and so
Right on. So now that we've got all that out of the way, and I've occupied a little bit of time, you know, so we can now move on to the Skinwalker Ranch. You want
strangeness.
to hear?
We have to
Strange.
get a sound bar in here. Like, what in the world? Where's the DJ?
Cue the creepy music.
I've got
Yeah.
music on
Well,
my
see,
video. I
he
got music.
gets on me when I put my music on because there's a whole lot of ass shaking and titties moving. So he's hey, this is copyright infringement. I'm like, oh,
I've got
okay,
I've got background
okay.
music for the viewers. Like the viewers get to hear the music, we don't. And that's the only bad part. Like they're jamming out to some of my cool stuff. You know what I mean?
We should have like a sound bar though, like and like how John show his when you start a strangeness video, the on the Wonderful World of Strangeness, it's like the sound
Yeah, but
effects.
dude, he's
You
got a professional. Like, I mean,
oh, there's the DJ.
he's got a professional. He doesn't even have to worry about that stuff. Julian is like freaking the guitar player of the freaking century, dude. Like,
Oh,
that's
he's
John.
keeping
He'll
all the
tell you.
secrets and the goodies to himself, eh?
John's a rock star, dude. Didn't you know that?
I know now. I know
He's been
now.
into.
So what's up with the
I
sound
can't
bar? It
say
should be
he
like,
used to be a rock star. He'll get mad at me, so I have to call him a rock star because, like,
you
he's got old
you have
freaking.
to put um. Excuse me. Go ahead now.
Oh, he's got like old photos of
You were
him and
saying
his
you had.
band and stuff. Like you wouldn't believe it, dude. He looks like he's a member of Iron Maiden or Halloween. Halloween is actually what he reminds me more of, like the old band Halloween. The lead singer on there.
I
Go ahead, John. I seen you unmute.
Yeah, I was going to say about the music. Julian doesn't help me with the music anymore.
Oh, he
Not
doesn't.
anymore now.
Well,
But
you,
you know the music and the videos that used to use. I he would send me like tracks almost every day, loads of tracks, and I just find the tracks that would just work with the videos. I would mix them together. It was my like.
Oh, so you
version.
are the music man.
he is.
Yeah, in a sense, yeah. I can, and I guitar player, yeah, and a lyricist, like songs and stuff.
Now, if if you could pull up some guitar
See,
riffs.
you could have Robot do Hacker Radio music for your tech show. You could do, like I said, those sound effects. That's something similar to what he does for the Wonderful World of Weirdness in regards to the neural
Uh,
chip is loose, but in regards to what he does for those sound effects, and then for like strangeness, and then conspiracy, I'd like to hear one of our political leaders talking a lie to us, like just like it could be different ones per week, or it could be the same like little compilation before we start, and it's just be like,
Well,
you know what I mean? Like,
it's like you
I did
said
not have
though.
sexual relations with that woman, or
Yeah.
like 9/11 was a complete, you know what I mean? Just like a bunch of people lying to us for
Well,
conspiracy.
the thing is though, I mean, the copyright is getting so out of hand. I mean, you turn around and use a sound bit of somebody talking like that. I mean, next thing you know, you're getting hit on every platform. They do that. That's the one reason why I walked away from Facebook. It's just too much.
Yeah, they always ask if I want to remix to Facebook, but I'm like, no. I used to have one for the Journey of Oneness, a Facebook page for it, but I don't even know how to get rid of it because I don't know how to have access to it anymore.
I
So
don't either.
I
I
don't
just
know.
had to go in and I deleted my account. And poor John, dude, was an administrator on it on one of my groups, so that really caused problems for him. Just so you guys know, if you delete your Facebooks and you got a group or a page, make sure that those are gone before you delete your account, because I made that mistake. So
Oh, is that what's happening? Because I get emails telling me about the Joe in regards to Facebook, but I don't have a Facebook. Wow, so that makes sense then. I need to
yeah.
just buckle down and do my shit. Excuse me, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna start reading. I'm gonna start
Okay.
reading, and we can get into the the Skinwalker Ranch. This is from the book too, The Skinwalker Ranch, so that everybody knows. All right. The world is full of mystifying myths and legends, but the Navajo legend of the Skinwalker is one of the least understood of all. Indeed, it is perhaps the only mythological entity whose originators seem to be sworn to complete secrecy on the subject. Most Navajo are hesitant to even mention skinwalkers in passing conversation among themselves, and if an outsider were to ask about these mythical creatures, he would receive nothing but a startled and stone-faced denial. But the walls of silence that have been built up around the skinwalker are not airtight. A few obscure anecdotal stories of shape-shifting entities playing pranks on the locals have found their way through the embargo. From them, we have learned that the skinwalker of hushed Native American legend has a name in Navajo that is never supposed to be pronounced or even mentioned. But if you feel brave enough to sound it out in your own mind, the Navajo name for these fearsome fiends is Naldushi. Naldushi. Naldoosii. According
Please,
to
can you like put this in a link somewhere? I apologize. I just want to make sure I say it right since it makes it sound like it's so scary.
I can copy and paste it. It's just one page long, so I'll do it on
Cool.
the thing.
Thank you.
According to Navajo folklore, the mere utterance of this name is dangerous because it could draw the unwanted attention of a skinwalker. As scary as these entities are, the myth maintains that skinwalkers were originally human beings. Specifically, they were medicine men or shamans who achieved superhuman awareness and mastery of their soul, but turned towards the dark side of reality somewhere along their spiritual journey. For some unknown reason, these once holy men, after reaching enlightenment, simply chose to become evil. So we got that page, which I will share. Now, in order for a skinwalker to obtain his extraordinary powers, he had to kill someone of his own bloodline. This previously holy man was then imbued with the sinister and unholy power of the skinwalker, which included the ability to shapeshift into just about any animal known to man, and some that were completely unknown outside of legend. The most infamous of these animal forms is that of a highly unusual dog, wolf, and coyote type creature that is usually much larger than its natural counterpart. These strange canines can run at incredible, unheard of speed, as they have even been witnessed running on two legs. As if these canine aberrations weren't frightening enough, the skinwalker is also connected to a more primatal strain of the paranormal. Many have witnessed these shapeshifters morph into fury, ape-like creatures. These entities can only be described as the classic Bigfoot or Sasquatch of the North American folklore. And this is only the tip of the paranormal iceberg as we proceed with the true story of the Skinwalkers and the Utah ranch that became infamous for hosting them. We will break the conspiracy of silence that has long surrounded the Skinwalker Ranch. So what do you think about that so far?
I have a question. When they had to kill someone for the bloodline, did it mean their children, or it could be anyone? So they could kill like a mom, a grandparent, or something like that,
Anybody. As long as they were in. Oh, go ahead.
No. I just thought that was interesting.
What do you think, John? Is it spooky?
Yeah, sorry, I was just munching on a biscuit. It's probably the wrong time.
Munching on a biscuit, listening about the Skinwalkers. That's John for you.
Yeah, hear a noise outside. He's like, what's that?
Don't get scared.
Whole time it's you chewing.
Okay, most stories have a clear beginning and a clear end, but the beginning of the great mystery that is Skinwalker Ranch and its immediate surroundings could be as old as the beginning of time. Native Americans have passed around legends about this haunted corner of Utah long before the ranch or any other permanent settlement existed. But the European settlers who came after them would note the high strangeness as well. And perhaps that's a good place for us to start the tale. Mormon leader Brigham Young was one of the earlier chroniclers of this Utah oddity. Young succeeded the founder of the Mormon faith, Joseph Smith, as president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints after Smith's assassination. He then led his followers west to escape further religious persecution, establishing several Mormon colonies on what was then unsettled American territory. One of these colonies was located on what one day would become the grounds of Skinwalker Ranch. Brigham Young's first forays into the haunted stretch of land occurred in the early 1860s, when he sent a survey team to see if the Uinta Basin would provide habitable land for settlers. Their findings were disappointing. When they came back, they reported that the whole region was a vast contiguity of waste, which was completely valueless except for nomad purposes, hunting grounds for enemies, and to hold the world together. So that is the part where I want to end the reading and put it out to you guys and see what you think.
Do you believe in their existence?
Well, I mean, the thing is like I told you how much I do like the Dogman stories, even though, I mean, there is a lot of evidence, but
Controversy.
yeah, there's a lot of contradiction to the stories, and I checked it out. I think the '80s was the the earliest stories that came out about them.
1987.
Yeah, but then these skinwalkers too, they've been mentioned before, and a lot of people actually do relate the skinwalkers to dogs that can run on two legs. So,
They sound a lot similar, skinwalkers and
yeah,
dogmen.
yeah.
Hmm.
So I mean, with that, I mean, maybe it could have been a skinwalker that people saw, and they just decided to name them, dogmen.
Yeah, because they were dog-looking creatures that run on two legs. Wow, that's crazy. That makes perfect sense, though. Really.
You know, and like I said, I mean, I'm not gonna outright say that I believe they exist or not. It's the same thing with everything else. I've never seen a ghost. Um,
But you can understand why it's very well possible, type thing.
yeah, and
Yeah.
you've got lore that goes all the way back. I mean, these Indians believed in the skinwalkers a long time ago, and it's like I was telling you the other day, and it's mentioned in the book too about the cannibalism. There was harsh times in that region during the winter times and stuff like that, and there was times where they couldn't find food, so they resorted to cannibalism. You know, and the Indians created the skinwalker to basically teach their young, cannibalism is wrong. So don't eat human flesh because you'll become a skinwalker. I know that sounds insane in today's world, but I mean, this wasn't in today's world. This was way back when, So
When the world was still highly underdeveloped.
yeah, and don't get me wrong. I mean, maybe there was skinwalkers. Maybe it wasn't just a lesson to teach your kids. Maybe that's how skinwalkers became skinwalkers. Is they had to eat the flesh of their bloodline or some crazy ritual.
But
I
as
don't.
they became civilized, they did not want their children to pick up the same. It's like kind of like if you're a drug dealer and you sell drugs to get your family rich, and you don't want your kids to sell drugs, or you were a stripper and you stripping to get rich. You don't want your kids to be a stripper, so you teach them different stuff than what you might have incorporated. No, that
Mhm.
makes too much sense. I mean, like, I know those are the extremities, but that's usually what it is. The mafia people teach their kids to be the mafia people because they don't, they have to. Most times the mafia kids want to get out, but they cannot because there's no one that the people can trust on the outside to do what they do on the inside. And so, yeah, but drug dealers and strippers and yeah, that type of stuff makes sense. Or even people that were like forced to do like extreme amount of like academics, and maybe they have kids and they just want their kids to be free. Like maybe they were forcing you to graduate med school at 7 or 8, and you never got to play with a Teletubby or something. So maybe you write cartoons now. You know what I mean? Like you write cartoons, and you and your kids like produce cartoons, and they've never seen a scalpel a day in their life type thing. Like I could imagine like you learning something that might not have worked, but was something that was utilized for survival, and you teaching your kids something different because
Yeah,
you would rather them be brought up not within the survival mode type thing. Nah, that makes sense.
yeah. And the another thing too that kind of stuck out to me is in this story as well. You gotta, well, it was a good example that was brought up before about Star Wars. Like you look at the dark side and then you look at the light. The light. You had the light and then you had the darkness. So these priests or shaman would have a choice to either give in to the dark side or give in to the light. They could become, shamans who help their village and heal people, things like that. or they could give in to the dark side to where freaking they want to eat flesh, stuff like that.
I wonder what happens if we raise the frequency of light. So there's no such thing as darkness, just lower levels of light. So what happens if we raise the lowest level of light to a higher frequency, which is also currently considered to be bright light, ultimately creating more of a ultraviolet frequency universally in order for us to vibrate alternative to the current frequency of light, because again darkness does not exist, again like we said, just lower levels of light. So how about permeating and increasing the level of light that we frequent? I wonder if that's possible. I would need a lot more smarter people to ask about this. Not you guys not being smarter people. I'm just saying, like, it would have to be like
Are
a
you
group
saying
of
I'm
people,
stupid?
scientists.
Yeah,
That came
cheers,
out
Cameron.
wrong. Like, I need some
Thanks.
smart people to help me. You guys are
Not that you
that's
guys are
wrong.
stupid or anything.
No, the least. I'm probably like the one that's the
uh,
least up to date here on
uh,
this panel.
I
But
like how you did that. You like caught yourself and
I
shit. You're like,
mean,
not
people
saying
whose area of
that.
expertise
uh,
frequent this type of matter is more what I was
now,
saying.
see,
Though.
if you go that aspect, then I mean, you're not going really off the trail too much with what they're making out with Skinwalker Ranch, because like these sightings are a lot more than just well, they're a lot more than just
Coincidences?
no than just the description of the Skinwalker. Like there's been more occurrences that happened over time while this this strip of land was investigated. You know what I mean? Like they've had UFO sightings. They've had, and these aren't just UFO sightings. A lot of the stuff that you read in this book is just outright weird. And being honest, there's only one story that I've heard on there that actually relates directly with a dog-like creature that runs on all twos, and they don't even describe them as standing up and running. You know, so the
In the
rest of
same area?
in the same area, like orbs floating in the air. You know,
I saw one last night. It was an orange one. It looked like it was a meteor coming straight towards me, and I was embracing it, and then it turned. Like, oh man, not today. I was hoping it was gonna come. I didn't think anything bad would happen to me as it. I thought I'd get some type of superpowers come out of it, like on fire and just walking down the street. I got kind of thing, but it turned anyway. So I guess we'll have to wait till next time.
well, I mean, explain it. You've seen orbs.
Yeah, it was a huge orange ball of fire, and it was like coming straight towards me, and then it made a left. Why would it make a left? It should have just came straight. It was so cool looking. I was waiting. I was just staring at it, and I was waiting for it to come, and it never came. I was just hoping it was gonna come. But yeah, it was really cool. It just happened last night. I was outside. I was listening to some music. I was chilling out, and yeah, it was a huge orange. Usually the orbs that I see in my pictures, like when I take pictures, there's usually like the green orb and the silver orb that come almost all the time. All the time. Like I don't think I have one picture without that. Then I have my yellow balls of fire that come in as well. All the time. I don't think I have one picture without an orb. And if I can find it, that'll be the wow moment, because I've gotten used to them. They're always there, me and my kids, and there's always two that are always definitely there, and then there's some extras sometimes, but there's always these same two that's always there, usually about the same position. And it doesn't matter the angle, doesn't matter the light, doesn't matter any of that. It's gonna be there somewhere. And but this thing last night was like something completely different. I've never seen it. Like, and like I said, it looked like a meteor. It looked like it was a ball of fire, and it was so beautiful though. And I was hoping it would come closer. Like I really was hoping it was gonna drop on me. Like I didn't think that anything bad would happen to me. It didn't make me feel, oh my god, I'm freaking out. There's something in the sky. Like I don't get like that. Like I remember this one time, people were falling from the sky, and it was this huge thing, and people were like falling out of the sky. I was like, I'm like giving so much thanks and so much praise. Like, yes, it's happening right now. And these people are laughing at me like, ah, crazy man, But I mean, I didn't care. The boys and I are like so happy, like we could all feel that energy, and where it happened, that was like right where we were at. So it was kind of cool because like you could tell that it was being power injected onto the earth. Like there was power. Because you should, I wish you could see it. It was like a stairwell, and people were just coming out of the sky and falling, like just coming out of the sky, and it just were coming here on earth, and it was so cool. It was like so neat, and I know it's like so neat. You don't talk about these things. Like, nah, I really don't. I kind of just I embrace the moment. Like the first thing when I see stuff like this is not to record it. It's like embrace it and enjoy it and let it happen to you, type of thing. I guess I'm supposed to take pictures for everyone else to speculate. But how can we even speculate on something I'm uncertain of? I would like to be certain of it, feeling as though experiencing makes it certain. So yeah, it's a little different for me. I'm not the pull out your camera and see it. You know what I mean? I like to live it before I like to picture it.
Freaking Mark said, "Geez, I thought I could write long comments because I posted all
Oh
that
my
stuff."
gosh. Who wrote this? You?
Yeah, I.
What is this about?
It's what we just covered, man.
Oh, okay.
He he says, "Geez, I thought I could write long
Tell
comments."
him to get in here. He should join us. He usually joins us on Sundays sometimes.
Well, not on strangeness. He
Oh yeah,
I
that's
told him
true
about
because we switched the day.
Esoterica. I told him about Esoterica because of how great that dude does his editing and stuff. And
Yeah.
he thought I was talking about the show. And he's like, "You can't lead a horse to water." Or no, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force him to drink. And I was like, hold on. And I thought about it, and I was like, hold on. I'm talking about the editing, not the not the other stuff. So
Not strangeness.
yeah. So
Mm-hmm.
he finally caught on to it once I mentioned that on the I think it was Tech Talk or one of the other ones that I mentioned it. But yeah, I just copied and pasted that so that I didn't.
My pop-up used to say that.
So yeah.
About the horse in the water. You can lead a horse. Oh Jesus. Yeah.
You know what it means when somebody tells you that they have to go see somebody about a horse.
They got to see a man about a horse.
Yeah.
Isn't that putting that money on someone's head?
No.
Oh.
No. That means they gotta go to the bathroom.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Because like mom was used to say that, and she'd leave me places. And not to say that she was putting money on people's head. I was just saying like she never used the bathroom. She always left the house. So I was like, "What you gotta do?" She's like, "I gotta see a man about a horse." I thought that when that I heard it
Did
meant
she have an
the
outhouse?
what I said about, huh?
Did she have an outhouse?
No, are you crazy? What do you? When do you think I was born?
My grandparents.
No, my mom was born like in '68. Like, no, there is no outhouse.
My mom
Then
used to yell at us. She'd be like, "Oh heck, when I was a kid, we used to have to use an outhouse. You guys."
could you imagine
everything."
having to use an outhouse? I despise
Mhm.
porta potties. Porta potties are just disgusting. Even the bathroom on the train. Like I'll take the Sunrail here, and like anytime I have to use the bathroom, there it's just something freaks me out about that. It's just so gross to me. I can some like how I imagine one in a spaceship would be. It just doesn't seem clean. It just always, and then it just flushes it out. It's no longer on there, and I get that airplanes, trains, porta potties, all those type of toilets are just like, I don't know, they just weird me out. And especially the ones that have no water in them, so they kind of just there's even a toilet that has sand, like that uses sand. Have you called it's called the Sandy or something like that? It's wild. It's like a straight litter box for humans.
Now this is where we need to get back on the topic about freaking
I know, right?
skinwalker.
Skinwalkers and litter boxes. Well, hey, we were talking
You're talking
dogs.
about
Now we're talking
toilets
cats.
made that use sand. I ain't putting no toilets on my butt or sand on my butt.
Because but it's like instead of flushing with water, it flushes with sand. We should talk about that one day. I'm gonna look up more information. Mm-hmm.
We could, because we've been going through different kinds of strangeness too, so that'd be.
And that's just absurd to me.
I also want to do something on the Great Stink of London, so that kind of educate John on like his heritage and what happened whenever freaking they came out with the flush toilet.
The Great Stink? Is that a thing for real?
Yeah, it's a thing for real. See, what happened was in England, they changed over to the flush toilet, and they didn't realize that their freaking sewage system couldn't handle the amount of flush.
Oh my gosh.
So it created a backflow, and they had to,
Ew.
yeah. There's a whole history behind it.
Does it still stink now, or did they clean it up?
I've never been to London.
Well, see, because there's this smell that just came. I feel like people are doing it on purpose, and they only do it at certain water lines. Like our water through the house is filtered, like the refrigerator and stuff, and even through the sink and stuff. But it's crazy because I don't even like the idea of drinking. I don't really like drinking out of the sink. It freaks me out to have to rinse my mouth out when I brush my teeth with sink water, just because of this one, like this area right down the street on the corner where the light is at. It's like by the main street. And it's a highway, 192. If you're familiar with Florida, you know 192. And so, like, right when you go down my street, there's just like this weird smell, like, and it just came, like, it smells like someone put it there. And every time, because it's the second place this has happened that I've been around, and every time it always is like this energy that's saying this is strategic, like like this is strategic, like it's never oh wow, what a coincidence. It's never that. I always can tell that it's this weird smell, and it smells like sewage. That's what it smells like. Just the worst kind of sewage you could think. And like to where your burps will smell like it, your farts will smell
Oh
like it.
no, dude, don't do
Yeah,
that.
it's something up with this shit, and they're doing it on purpose. I know it for a fact. I mean, that's why yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's pretty bad. You're
It's just
like forcing me into having to read again. I mean, seriously. So, let me read a little bit more here. Okay.
uh-huh.
Now, despite the bleak early assessment, the Mormon March eventually did bring the Church of Latter-day Saints back to the Uinta Basin, with serious settlement effort occurring in the 1880s. Upon venturing into this formerly Native American land, the Mormons soon had many of their own skinwalker tales to tell. The secret mythology was secret no longer, and the tales then spread to miners who arrived around 1885 to harvest the Uinta Basin's many valuable mineral deposits. The surrounding area, named Uinta County, now boasts a population of some 25,000 people. It is thus still sparsely populated by most standards, but considering the vastness of the region, which those first Mormon explorers quantified as valueless except for nomadic purposes, the figure demonstrates slow but steady growth. Today, the miners are all but gone, and cattle ranching has been the Uinta Basin's main industry since the early 1950s, which is also when the first documented unidentified flying object sightings began to take place over the area. And not only that, but like this book also mentions cattle mutilations. Okay,
Why? You mean like beef or something different?
you've never heard of cattle mutilations?
I've heard of a hamburger.
Oh my god!
I mean,
Wow.
yeah, that's what we're talking about here, or no? We're not talking about butcher. You're saying, because I would presume you'd say butchering if we were
John,
talking
are
about
you
butchering.
there?
So what is this?
John, are you there? He might
Yeah.
be there.
Yeah, I'm here.
You would be better at this because I know you get into a lot of the paranormal, but I also know you're really into the UFOs too. So, could you kind of explain it for Karma? She has no idea what cattle mutilations are.
Right. Well, what it is, there's mutilations of cattle, and it's unexplained from the way that they're found. They're not like animals have attacked them and hurt that. It's just the way they're mutilated. It's unexplainable. So that's why there's a lot of talk about UFOs possibly being involved. It's not
That's
like
right.
usual, like if like a wolf would rip a cow's throat out or something like that. It's just the way that the animals are like almost like uh, surgically dissected some of the times and organs removed and stuff like that. So that's why it's quite of interest to UFO people.
That's wild. I never even. Now I'm gonna have to look up something I really don't want to see just because I want to know about it. That's insane.
Hey,
Mm.
I'll tell you what, it is interesting. It really is interesting. And like he mentioned there, like these are really strange occurrences too. Like there's proof that whatever did it did surgery pulling these organs out like a surgeon,
Oh
and
my god.
they did it in a matter of minutes, sometimes a minute of seconds. Guy turns his head for 1 second and then turns back, and all of a sudden there's a dead cow there that he didn't see 5 seconds before. And that kind of goes back to what you were talking about when I mentioned the orbs and everything. So there could be something that's interdimensional, things like that.
I'm glad my orbs don't kill us.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well,
my orbs chill out, so the ones that would like to attempt to kill us cannot. And
I
that's why when people,
almost forgot. In this book, it mentions that the guy who owns it actually had dogs that were killed by an orb.
he saw his dog get killed.
He heard them. What happened was is this orb appeared and came up on his to his porch, and his dogs were always upset when they saw these orbs because they've seen them multiple times, and they would always try to freaking jump up and attack it. But this orb was smart and it could like dodge out of the way before the dogs could get him. Well, one day this orb turned around and baited them into the freaking brush out of the way so that they were out of sight, and all he could hear when he went after him to try to chase him down was freaking yelps.
Oh,
And it was getting dark, so that night he freaking said, no, I better not follow after. So he went back home, and the following day he went out there and he found his freaking animals mangled up. His dogs were all mangled up, and he said the weird part about it was is it looked like they'd been there for like freaking days at a time because they were decomposing and shit and had flies hovering over them, and like they had been dead for days when
even though they had just got killed.
right.
That's crazy.
So I mean, that was one interesting thing about the story right there. But like I said, I mean, like when you go from dogmen slash skinwalkers, I don't know if that would really be a part of what the skinwalkers were.
Would you rather be dead operating in a lifeless world, or would you rather be alive operating in a dead world?
I mean, being honest, you can't really even tell in that one. I mean, what if it's both? You know,
At the same time, simultaneous, right? 360.
right?
I'd like the 360, but yeah, okay, never mind. Go ahead. Nothing. It's just nothing.
No, go ahead.
Volar. Just because like things now, that's how it is, and that's how it feels, and that's what I know. So it's just different because it's like I know I'm dead now, and I know for a fact that I'm not here anymore, and it feels different because like I'm still here, you know, and I'm expected to do the stuff that they do here, but I'm not here anymore. I'm gone. I'm dead. I'm done, and I'm not done because death is rebirth, but I'm not supposed to be here, and like, or here has to change, but here's not changing. Here, in fact, is fighting to be the same and like to make what is here currently the standard, and like there's really like it's I don't know, it's just different because it's like the world is kind of lifeless. There's no life. This is not how life is. Life is like green and beautiful and connected to nature. That's life. This is not life. These robots and this everything against natural is not life. It's not. It's death. And it's constant though. It's everywhere, and it's just taking over the world. And then instead of us talking about like planting trees and growing more greens, we're telling people to teach your kids to code and just get on board with like robots running stuff. And it's just like it's strategic. And I just sometimes I just wonder what's the point, because it's just like it's dead here. It's dead. There's nothing here anymore. No one's doing anything except killing people faster. And we think that it's having the life. And there's no life here. We're not even happy. We get all this shit and we're still not happy. So it's like, what is the life in that? And I don't know. It was a weird question. It just popped in my head, and I worded it in English as best as I could because it didn't come to me in English. And it wasn't even a question that came to me. I was told to ask you, or ask, or put it out there, but I didn't really want to, but I had to. So here you go.
Well, that's pretty interesting, to be honest with you. I mean, it's the perspective that you look at it, though. Maybe that was like wherever you got that from, was coming to you from like that point of view. It wasn't your point of view necessarily. It was their point of view, or you know.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of perspective. How are you looking at it? Are you looking at it like something that came out of your mouth, or like were you being used as a
messenger?
Right. So,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think about that, John?
He said he has to turn his mic off because his family's going to sleep, but he's still here listening in his headphones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry about that. I had my chat closed, so I better leave it open.
He might pop in. Sometimes he does, even when he has. There he is.
I missed the beginning of what started Karma's comment, but what she was channeling. I heard the middle and towards the end, but I didn't hear the beginning bit of how it started. So I couldn't really properly form an opinion of it, because I need to hear the whole thing, if you know what I mean.
Would you rather be dead in a lifeless world or alive in a dead world?
Right, well, I'd rather be alive in a dead world, I think. At least alive in myself than be dead in a, like, you know what I mean? Because that's what it's all about, isn't it? It's being alive inside, being vibrant, being, what the word is.
How do you sustain life when there's everything around you is destitute? Like, if you're unable to nourish yourself and refuel yourself and replenish yourself, how are you going to be able to sustain your existence?
Well, my view is if you're connected to the source, that'll replenish your existence. It'll be provided. Otherwise, if you're not connected to the source, then you wouldn't be here anyway. So, my view, if the world got to that bad, we wouldn't be here. We'd be gone. But that's my view anyway.
See,
Thank you.
That would be interesting too, like whenever you put it in that perspective and what Karma just said and everything. You got to remember that we're talking about skinwalkers too. So these are shamans who turn towards the evil. You know what I mean?
So there'd be someone feasting on you. Would you feast on someone else to sustain your existence? Because that's what it is. Zombies.
No, I wouldn't. But I seem to have this image in my head that these people, they become empowered as well from eating, they've been cannibals and stuff. They become empowered from it. Gives them some sort of power, or they believe it gives them some sort of power. Maybe it does give them power. I don't know, because I've never obviously done that.
They do
So I
think
think,
that. You're
yeah,
right
I think
about what they think.
that's what I think it stemmed from originally. That's what it stemmed from is people believe they get power from eating other people's.
And killing people in general. That's how they get their ranks and gangs. But see, you can exchange souls, and that's why people, I think, they don't understand. You can dominate not just because that's just physical power. You understand? That's just the flesh. That's just the outward power. Even if it's the outward status, it's not sustaining power within you. That's the placebo effect. You believe that it's giving you power when really
Yeah,
the goal is to get the soul, and you have to be able to have someone willing to self-sacrifice more so or less, because if not, if you impose sacrificial beliefs on someone causing them to commit suicide, you don't get that power. You get the torture, the turmoil, the everything that led up to that point. So it would have to be someone willing to open marriage, type of thing, getting someone to marry you and exchange souls with you, or and be willing to submit to you, and that would give you a different type of power from a different aspect. But when you're
yeah,
eating people's flesh, it's just like I said, a placebo effect of power.
yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I would say that as well. But it's again this subject that I just keep getting in my head to do. I mentioned to you in a message I think yesterday about manifestation. I'm just seeing this everywhere, and I'm getting examples of it everywhere ever since I mentioned it to you. And I think again, these people doing this, maybe they're believing that they're manifesting something from eating human flesh, or maybe they actually are because they're making it happen in their own like warped sort of way. You know, it's not obviously what we would do, but he's talking about a time when things were a lot harder and food was scarcer, sometimes especially in the winter and stuff. Who knows what you do when you're in that position, but obviously not
It's
something we
still
do
the
today.
same now. We're just
Yeah,
distracted. I had somebody ask me for money when I went to the Audis just a few hours ago. Like, it's still like that now. They're just not eating us because they say that it's wrong, but they're not eating us in the broad daylight. They're not eating us at night. The crazy part is the people that are having the hardest time up are the ones that are not eating people. It's the people that have recognized how much power they can have from oppressing people that are actually doing the eating. You've heard of adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is actively extracted from children, fetuses, and up to about age 8. That after 8, it kind of starts to dwindle down a bit, and they extract it from the pineal gland of people. They like for the person to be usually petrified. They like them in high adrenaline state, and happiness is not enough. Whereas when you're petrified, you're scared, you're terrified, it's a different type of adrenaline. So it gives them a different type of power. And they, like I said, they sell this stuff, and they inject it, and by any means of being able to incorporate it within their own existence. But that comes from too, like, with like how we have different type, they'll call them delicacies, and we're eating kids, and we're doing it actively, and but we find that we prefer our own, and we prefer our own people, because what a kid gives us is useful, but if we have enough youth to sustain our existence, then when and we would like to sustain the knowledge. Now we want to be smart enough, and we want to be rich enough. You know what I mean? If there's a person that's richer than us, we'd rather eat that than someone that's poorer than us, because then we're incorporating that. And it's just, we're doing this, and we don't. It's like we don't care, and people don't know, or people do know, and they don't mind, like a they don't, or they're scared, and they're scared. But if you're scared, you usually act out of desperation. Then if you're desperate, then that lets you know that you have to do whatever it takes, which we're going back to these people. You don't never know what people do when they're in desperate times. And if that's the case, should we not be eating them then? So, because you kill them, if you kill someone and you don't take anything from them, is it not justified to kill that which is killing you? Is it not justified? You can't report it because there's things stronger than it. that's allowing it to do these things to you. So you'd have to go to the highest level. The only way you'd be able to live and be able to create an alternative is for you to get rid of it at the roots. You'd have to dig it out though, because you can't cut down the roots because it can regrow. You have to literally dig up the roots, which means you got to get dirty. You got to get in the mud. You have to go as low as the roots have been planted in order for you to be able to get rid of it and poison it. You have to poison it at the roots. And then it's still going to grow, but it's going to grow with poison. But how
Now,
do you poison
when
it? You
you
got to poison it with
when
the
you say
opposite of what
when
it
you say
is,
that too,
love.
I have seen different videos of people talking about their experiences with the skinwalker, and what happens is usually they get extremely sick from the experience, and if they don't get treated by a shaman within like days, they could literally die. And they'll get feverish, and the Indians believe this stuff. You know what I mean? It's like freaking. They have cases where they they say that this person would have died if they hadn't seen the shaman and had the shamans do a ritual for them to where freaking they would be healed.
Isn't that interesting that it's a shaman? Because the shaman is a negative shaman that causes it, and the only thing that can counter it is the exact same of it, but it's opposite type. You know what I mean?
Right,
Like
the good
the light,
shaman.
like you were saying, yeah, the light versus the dark or the lower levels of light.
Yeah.
That's so interesting because that's like heaven and hell or God and the devil, because we know there's no such thing as the devil, even though everyone believes there is. The devil is really just your lower self vibrating. You are the devil in its highest form at all times. The worst you is what is the comma, or excuse me, apostrophe evil. And so I think that's interesting because the only thing that can counter or conquer you is you, unless you allow something else to overpower you, in which sense you're giving your control away to something outside of you. That's how you become a sheep. That's how you become the 85. And see, this is so easy to me. And this is not something I can, like, but I don't know how to make people understand it. But you're understanding. I got to figure out that part because it's just, people are going to kill you and they want to do it right now. And it's just like they're not going to stop till they get you dead. And I feel like I'm telling you this, or I'm saying this out loud, and then it's like I know it's true for me. People have been attempting to do the same thing for like a while now, and I know my capabilities. That's why I don't really worry about it. Like I said, I welcome death because I know what death is and gives me the power to do. And so it's not something that I shy away from because it's not going to be my first rodeo. But it's one of those things to where I would like people to understand how much I know. So much so that I kind of wish someone would actively just, because like no one's going to believe me until I show them. And then at that point, all they can do is watch. And that's what is going to happen. That's what's going to have to be. And we got to be careful. We just got to be careful. I apologize. I don't know where my
Oh,
brain
don't
is
worry about
today.
it. No,
It's been
don't worry about
insane.
it. I mean, it's good that you brought that out. Like, for one thing, like you just said right there, people aren't gonna believe you until they see you. Don't get caught up in that kind of thinking. I mean, you believe it. That's what's important. You know what I mean? I should believe you because you believe it. I shouldn't be the type of person that judges you and says that you're wrong because I'm not you. You know what I mean?
Right,
That's what a
right.
that's what a friend is. That's what somebody is that supports you, and you know
You know,
is
I'm not coming from nowhere. You know, I'm coming from somewhere. Even if you cannot be where I'm coming from, you know, just knowing me that this is coming from somewhere. So even if it's not true for you, it's true to me. And that's what I respect about you. That's why I keep showing up for you. Because a lot of times I want to disappear, especially lately. I've been feeling like I want to go away and I don't want to be seen anymore and I don't want people to know me anymore. And I write that in my journal and then I erase it because people have to know and see me and stuff. But I don't like these people. They're not nice people, and I
you
want to do bad stuff to them because they're not nice people.
you got to remember too. Growth is it. We've discussed this in the beginning too. When it comes to growth, it's not easy, you know what I mean? And change, people don't like change because change sucks. It's painful. You have to freaking change from what you once were to what you're gonna be. And everybody has this misconception that you can sit still, and that's just complete ridiculous. That's not true. You can never sit still. You're either moving forward or you're moving backwards. You see what I mean? So,
No.
I mean, a lot of the stuff that you've been doing here lately has been a lot of growth. I can see it. You know, you've actually done a lot for yourself, and I mean, I can see a lot of things happening that's good for you. You know what I mean? If you continue on the path of growth, you know.
That's why I ain't stopped yet. You don't understand. I was gonna stop. What Thursday? It's been. Listen, listen. I've been not about to show up a lot lately, and I just keep doing it because I have to. I have to for me. Like I'm not allowed to not. Every time and I do it. I can't say I do it for you. I do it for you because I know that now it's to the point to where you believe in me, and that's nice because nobody really usually does that. They usually do what they can do to kind of combat me. So I appreciate that fact that you do believe in me and you give me an opportunity to, like, you share your platform, you give me a voice, or you allow me to use my voice. You don't really kind of force me in anything. You listen to me, and like it's cool because, like I said, most people don't listen to me, and you listen to me a lot. They listen to me, but they listen to me and they act like it's what they said, and they pretend that they take my stuff and pretend that it's theirs, and they don't give me no credit. Then they say what I'm saying makes no sense, or I'm stupid, or this is dumb. But then they'll say it with like a robot or some hype girl, a rapper, whatever, and now she's the face of my message, which makes no sense because like I really lived through this every single day. Like every single day, this is a life that these people paid for, that I've been born into, and it bothers me when they're mimicking me but ridiculing me at the same time. And so it's like I don't want to help you because me showing them how I'm capable to do this, it makes it to where they are capable to minimize me and maximize their own existence using what I have to actually grow through. And like I don't know, I just appreciate you. Like I said, I wanted to stop a while, like a long time now. A lot of stuff made me want to stop. You always make me keep going because every day it's like, oh, it's almost like, I don't know, universe linked us for a good reason because it's like right when I'm like ready to stop, you'll like direct message me, oh, I got you an interview, blah 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 blah. And it's just like, well, I'm not stopping today. And it's just cool because it's like I said, and then now, and you're like, okay, so 3 weeks from now, or like you expected me to be on this nuts lock in a year from now. And it's just like, you know what I mean? It's like, you got to
Well,
stick around for at
let
least
me
another year.
let me just
It's just like,
let me just tell you something. I'm a I'm a mystery to even John, dude. Just just so you know.
you never know what to expect with you.
John says he just holds back his spirituality like you wouldn't believe, and you know there's a reason for that. I mean, it's not not unintentional. I mean, I've actually learned stuff about this stuff. You know what I mean? If you put too much out, you're setting yourself up to be hurt. Okay, so and you got to realize that you're dealing with things that are way beyond your comprehension. Like you may think that you understand things and you have a good grasp of it, but there's more, and it's a matter of understanding, and you go through different levels of understanding as you learn. Okay, so it's like unpeeling an onion. An onion has different levels to it. You know what I'm saying? So
Yes, Shrek. I understand. Shrek tells us that about the onion. He's like, an onion has layers. He's like, cakes have layers. He's like, but I'm not a cake. I'm an onion. And then you use the onion. So I think that's funny.
but I mean, that's the thing, man. You know, and you don't you don't. Well, it's kind of like putting your emotions on your shoulder. You know what I mean? or wearing your emotions on your sleeve. You're not gonna do that so that somebody could freaking take advantage of that, are you? You know.
I mean, you know what's crazy is I tell the truth right off the rip to
Go
give
on.
people a fair chance to like walk away or not walk away. There was a guy, he just asked me for my number when I was coming back from the store today. And I told him, I said, look, I promise you, this is not what you want for your life because I'm not a regular girl. I'm not going to talk to you about this bullshit that you see on TV. I grind for me and my kids. Like, it's not going to be just like, oh, I'm not her. And you're going to want me to be her one day. You're going to wish that I was her one day. And we might kick it for a little while, but it's just like, I don't like it here no more. These people are just boring to me. They don't even try to not be boring. They're just also the same. And I
That's
don't
because
have anything
that's because you
different.
live in Florida, man.
I'm
Yeah, I've lived in Florida too, dude. I mean, come on.
going to start chilling with the alligators, just not procreate with them.
Start looking at those alligators and thinking that.
Right. So I see why people attempted to start families with you guys. Cause jeez Louise.
So,
Like, I gotta figure this out. But yeah, I know. I curved it completely, but
but
still.
I personally think that you've just in the time we've been together, I believe you've had a lot of good growth, and it's good for you. It's good for me. It's good for everybody. And like now you're hooked up with John too. John loves the heck out of you, so he ain't gonna say
It's
that because
happening so fast. It's
he
like I had prayed for this type of stuff to happen and then it started happening and it's just like I don't know. I'm not mad. I'd rather it keep
see
happening
on
than
the
to
side.
stop.
I knew he'd at least say something because he's muted right now, but because of probably
Hmm.
family and stuff. But like he said, the A team, you know, that's what it's about. So don't
That's
worry.
so funny. He says the A team and he's a median. You know that song, the A team. My baby, when my baby was here, that's the song I used to play with him, Dad, and the Change the World song that's on the video. Eric Clapton,
I used to
his
watch.
dad.
I used to watch the A team, man. I was an A team fan. Mr. T,
Oh, there's a show about the A team.
yeah, Mr. T.
Huh.
I mean, A team, dude. You had Murdoch. You had freaking.
I heard of Murdoch before. Papa said Murdoch's name.
You had B.A. Baracus.
I never heard of him. But you said Mr. T. I know Mr. T.
Yeah.
I just, I didn't know that there's a show. I'm going to look for it now. I never know there was a show about the A team. Like I said, the song is the A team that I know. That's crazy though, because like, wow, that's insane. Because you just said the A team. I don't know. It's just a lot. That's like, and that's,
Now,
yeah.
I I read the fifth page on this thing, and I don't really want to go further on that one because that's where it starts getting into UFO sightings and stuff. And for me
Have you
personally,
ever seen a UFO?
you know, I've actually told people that I haven't, but I have to quickly remind myself that I did actually. It could have been a UFO. It was in Arizona when I was a little kid, and my sister always has to remind me of it. You know, I can't say if it's a UFO or not, but there's a good chance it could have been. I was living at the time. The place was called Higley, but since we moved away from there, it merged into Gilbert. And my dad used to be a dairyman, and he'd have us go down to the barn and get milk. So one night, me and my sisters were walking to the barn, and just next to us up in the air, there was it was a triangular shape, uh, uh, well, you know, flying aircraft. But the weird part about it was is it had all the lights that you see on the ones that they talk about now,
Huh.
and it was silent. There was no engine. You didn't hear anything, and I just kind of let go of it because we lived next to an Air Force base, which at the time it was an Air Force base. Now it's called Gilbert Airport, but Back then, we had airplanes flying all over the place, so I was used to hearing the engine from these jets when they were there, and this thing just kind of hovered in one spot, and I, uh, that was one thing that stood out to me. Me and my sisters all talk about it every once in a while. Me and my younger sister and my older sister, we all went up there together and we all saw it. Sometimes I get caught up in conversations on here where I say, well, I've never seen UFOs, so I mean, until I see it, I've said it to you even, but
Yeah,
I gotta
I
keep
felt like I
remembering.
heard.
I gotta keep
Listen,
remembering.
was it a farm that you lived on? I just wanted to ask
Yeah,
you.
it was a
Was it
dairy farm.
so? It was a lot of land.
No, the one we lived in wasn't a lot of land. It was out in the desert, and you have flat barns, and then you have like regular dairy farms where the cows can go out and pasture. But in flat barns, they usually have their cows in pens, so they were in pens, and it was like little pathways where you can lead the cows into the barn and take them back out to the pen. It
I
wasn't.
wonder why they came to you. Maybe they came to you just to come to you. Did you feel different after the encounter, or did you pretty much just go on with life like it was nothing?
I just went on with life, but it stuck in my head. That was about it.
And like, look
But
at the type of topics you talk about now.
yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
But I mean, for me, it wasn't anything significant at the time. I didn't know back then the stuff I know now. But once I look back at it, because my sister keeps saying she sees orbs, and every time I look at them, I always debunk them because she's seeing dust and stuff like that. I know that's what it is because I've actually looked at this stuff, but she gets so mad at me, and then she starts mentioning the UFO, and I keep forgetting about it. So
You probably strategically forget about it. Maybe you're programmed to not associate with it in regards. Were you ever in the military?
no, no. Well, it's like I said. I mean, we live just a little ways away from the freaking Air Force Base, so I
Yeah,
mean,
no, but I mean you yourself, because it's for a reason. Like, not everyone is able to understand what we gotta tell them because for a reason. And I'd like to know your role and why I'm so close to you. And it's just you're just something here with you. I gotta figure it out because, like, for a reason we told you something for you that maybe it's just for this, but it's more to it because you to know now and tell me there's something else inside of you that I have to get out. I don't know what it
yeah,
is though.
that's the same problem John has. He thinks he can get it. he
But
just
you know what
he
it
is.
is. You
Ask him.
just
He'll tell you.
you're
Type it in there, John.
pressing it on purpose.
He's
You know.
freaking. He just can't figure out why I do it. I mean, it's. See, you gotta understand, dude. There's evil things in this world, okay, and it's not just humans. If you believe that, then you gotta set yourself. I mean, if you don't believe that, then you'll set yourself up to things that can actually hurt you.
Humans are the least of anyone's worries. That's the problem. People give humans so much power and so much significance, but they have no idea that they're just
Well,
nothing. Not to say it like that, but they're
they're
just
just as
tools.
bad because you gotta remember we got serial killers in the world.
But half the time, those are not humans. They take human form. But a lot of
You
the
know,
time,
there's
yeah,
there's there's things out there that's pretty bad though, is what I'm saying, and like
humans
that's
hardly exist anymore. Most people aren't humans anymore, and they don't know that part either, though. Yet,
yeah. We
I
better
don't know.
we better continue this until later. I read that fifth page and I just don't want to get into that one because I like the idea that we stuck to basically the skinwalker.
John says he sees dead people.
Yeah,
Me
he
too,
does.
but they're not even dead. It's just like it's just spirits transferring from different entities.
Now, John, before we get off here, you want to at least come off the mic and say bye if you're there.
Hi, Cat.
He might have fell asleep. He's getting pretty old.
Will you stop? Oh my gosh. John's gonna get you. I cannot wait to do the old man talking thing.
He says I can't, mate. They're sleeping. Well, you want
Uh,
to say bye there in the message, and I'll type it out. All right. He says bye. He says bye. It'll show up on the video because I got the chat open. So we're glad that
oh,
you're
nice. So
here.
that's cool.
And you want to say bye?
Alrighty then. Have a good night, everyone. Be safe. Thank you again.
Thank you guys for being here. This is a good stream. I really like
Really
it.
good.
You guys have a good night, and I'll talk to you later.
You as well. See you.
See you later, John.